Hello there, welcome back to the Random Show with your host, Agostino Zinga, and this is Random Show episode number 110, Random Show 110 with your host, Agostino Zinga, coming at you live and direct from an undisclosed location somewhere in the depths of London. I hope you are well wherever this live stream and later on podcast may find you. I hope you are doing swimmingly. Big up the chat. Big up everybody hanging in there. Big up everybody that was around the last couple of days for my no-show. I do apologize profusely. I can't even get the words out of my mouth because I'm lying. But I do apologize for not turning up on time and leaving you guys, what's that word called? Leaving you guys hanging, as they say, right? Leaving you guys hanging. Hanging's a weird term to use because as a black person, I know everything about hanging because my ancestors and stuff, you know, what they had to go through, you know? It's me making excuses. You know what the deal is, but yeah, big up everybody in the stream chat for hanging in there with me. I do appreciate you. Big up all of those who've understood and who've kind of accepted my mental health issues and my battles and my personal issues and have given me the time to kind of recoup and to kind of get back on an even keel. I do appreciate you. Big up those of you who weren't so understanding or kind. I do appreciate that. Big up those of you who weren't so understanding and kind and left me some very derogatory messages or were insulting me in the stream chat previously. Luckily, this new stream I started, all those other heinous, slanderous comments have been deleted, so I'm absolutely happy about that. But those of you who understand my mental health, those of you who understand my plight living under the white supremacist rule, those of you who understand that I come from a very poor neighborhood, whatever excuse I can find of those of you who understand the fact that I'm illiterate, right? Like, yeah, I didn't even leave. See, I didn't even leave primary school. Not even graduate. I didn't even leave primary school. Those of you who understand that I have like one of those foots that goes in, so I don't really walk properly. Those of you that understand that I have hay fever. Remember, I got that right. I got hay fever. That's another thing to kind of know. What was the excuse I can use? Hay fever. I can't think of anything else, but you know the deal, innit? And sometimes I don't cream my hands, so I have these really rough edges and dry bits, corners in between my, like, you know, hand and thumb and stuff. So that definitely ends up flipping making an issue. But for those of you who are wondering, for everybody in the stream chat wondering where I've been, those thinking, Agostino, what's happening, man? You put a stream up, you said you were going to be here, you don't turn up, you leave us hanging. We want to be entertained, we want to have this background information and noise and news and whatever you provide for us. You know, when you do something, if you say you're going to do something, follow through. Don't promise something and then not follow through. What's going on, Agostino? Give us a really good excuse as to why you weren't here on time and why you weren't here at all and you completely flaked. Well, you know what? Here's my excuse, Random Show listeners. Here's why I wasn't here. Read between the lines.
It was a lot of blow, and I would just be by myself jerking off to the point where I would have to like jerk off around the sores on my dick. It was like I was getting muscles on my dick. It was crazy. Then I would wash my hands because in case my dog jumped up and I would like pet my dog, because my dog was becoming a cokehead, and poor Chloe and Millie were both fucking cokeheads, and also like I didn't want my dick to go numb, so I would do a couple lines. It was a lot.
So I cannot confirm or deny. That was the reasoning for me missing the stream that I had scheduled beforehand. I cannot confirm or deny, but for those of you adults minded who are here, you shall know sometimes, you know, you pull this kind of face, you know, when you're having adult fun. So big up all the guys and gals out there who sometimes have adult fun and participate in some adult Olympics, you know, and some participate in some adult Olympics. But hey, I cannot confirm or deny. It's not me. I wasn't there, sir. You know, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I go to church every time. I wasn't there. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Don't know what happened. I'm here living life very free. But big up the stream chat. But yeah, big up everyone in the stream chat. I appreciate all of you for tuning in regardless. Bloody hell, mate. We've got a jam-packed show today. Jam-packed show. Fresh new allegations just dropped on flipping Crystalia's head top. Absolutely mad. 10 new fucking victims. Imagine that. It just keeps, you know, it never ends with that guy, man. It never fucking ends. A couple of bits and bobs to do with Francis Ngannou finally securing a bag. Congratulations to him and getting everything that he wanted. All the fucking white MMA media that were basically saying, because I got the feeling with Francis Ngannou, a lot of the flipping criticism of Francis Ngannou was because he was African and he didn't have an agent and he speaks English with an accent or some shit, right? Like they had this idea that he's dumb. So, you know, it didn't make it. He says, why you just take the money? Like Brendan Schaub especially. He has this weird complex about black people. I'm convinced Brendan Schaub has a thing with black people because of how his football career didn't really work out. That's my opinion, but it's a bit weird, a bit far out there, but that's my little hint there. But a lot of these white MMA media figures were really starting to kick fucking Francis down. I think a lot of people, don't get me wrong, a lot of MMA media, a lot of MMA fans are just selfish. They wanted to see Francis fight because he's so fun to fight. He's got this crazy knockout power. He was developing a bit of grappling towards the end of his time at flipping UFC. So people want to see how that story progresses, especially now that he's hitting these kind of prime years. So I understand if you're a selfish UFC MMA fan, you just want to see the guy fight. But if you listen to Francis Ngannou speaking to Ariel Helwani the first time he did, prior to him going through these negotiations, he's a different kind of breed of guy. There's not many out there around him, out there like him. I think a lot of people speak a big game about fighter pay, about fighter equality, about having ownership, about having a say. So there's a lot of talk around it, but he actually walks the walk. Like he was willing to walk away from the UFC because they weren't willing to, you know, kind of go through the terms that he wanted or tick some things that he wanted in terms of fighters that he's going to fight, having a guaranteed purse, in terms of him having a seat on the board, having more say so in the company, having a pathway that he can see once he retires that he can kind of go into outside of being an analyst. All those things are important. So I thought after that first Ariel interview, if you listen to Francis speak, it was quite clear that even though if you're a selfish UFC fan, you just want to see him fight, you can respect the fact that, hey, he's going to go a different route. No problem. I want to see him fight. He wants to do something else, is fine. But some of the slander he was getting was way over the top. Way over the top, the slander he was getting. A lot of it, I think, is to do with him being a big, hulking black dude from Africa who speaks English with an English accent. Sorry, with a French accent, right? With a bit of a twang. He doesn't, you know, he's kind of has to be a little bit precise with his words and whatnot. And people kind of take that as you being stupid. But essentially, he's bilingual, right? He's bilingual. He learned English, I think, maybe in the last 3 or 4 years, his English has really improved. He did all the negotiations by himself with his, you know, close confidants and stuff. No big agent or manager from CAA or WME. All that stuff is to be really applauded. So we've got that stuff to look at. We got some Brendan Schaub stuff to look at. We got some interesting Bryan Callen stuff to look at. We got the Joe Rogan stuff to look at. So many pieces to go through, many things to get in on, and we're just gonna dive on deep in it. But before I begin, today, cold brew day. I put a little bit more milk in it than I usually do, to be honest, because, you know, I'm feeling a little bit sexy. So why not? Let me give that a little 12 and let's suck on that bad boy and we can get it moving. Mamma mia. Okay, cool. Let's go. So, one thing first I want to talk about and mention quickly is this clip, right? Because I'm curious. This somebody uploaded on the No Jumper V2 subreddit. Pick up the No Jumper V2 Madnam. And this is Yuri of No Jumper and RYLEE, his girlfriend, formerly of No Jumper, discussing past their relationship. And Yuri essentially admitting that RYLEE is his first proper girlfriend. And I just want to share some quick thoughts on this. But let's quick play the clip.
I have to get used to it. You're my first girlfriend ever. Never been to Vegas with a girlfriend. You know, never been to Vegas with you. So it's just like a lot to like, I don't know, just accept, I guess. You just got to get over it. It's not that big of a deal, but it's like I don't think it's coming from a place of insecurity. Just I have to get used to it.
So this is all relating to, if you're not familiar, not aware, Yuri is a No Jumper employee. RYLEE is a former No Jumper employee. The way it ended for RYLEE was a bit bittersweet and kind of sad, I'm not going to lie. But essentially, she was a promised more opportunities and more earning potential. She was told not to go out and seek further employment because I think she was looking for some hairdressing or hairstyling gigs or something. Adam 22 said, no, stay, we like you, you contribute a lot to the show behind the scenes, we're going to give you a pay bump and something. And then of course all the drama went down with AD and, you know, AD, Lush and Adam 22 and T-Row leaving, blah blah blah. And essentially the money that they were obviously receiving kind of dwindled, and they had to make some brutal cuts, and one of the people they decided to cut a few weeks after was RYLEE. So she kind of got caught in the crossfire, which is really unfair, to be honest. So in my opinion, I always thought when that shit happened, if I was the boyfriend, or if that's your girlfriend, actually, what you should do is just ride for your girl and just say, you know what, we're bouncing just on the strength of it, just because that's just dirty how you did it, and you wouldn't feel comfortable sitting across somebody who just fired your girlfriend the other day. I know some people say, oh no, but you know, they got bills to pay, they got to look after I just think in terms of optics and just to kind of build a better bond between you, I would just bounce for the sake of it, and then kind of figure it out. Whether it's you having to go get a job at Target, work at some fucking burger shop, it doesn't really matter. You can figure it out. But again, you know, Yuri's not the most, you know, he doesn't have that kind of mindset. He wants to do things differently. No problem. This issue is really interesting because they went to Las Vegas recently, and you know, Yuri's an RYLEE's an attractive girl, and she decided to get a bit dressed up, you know, have some fun while they're going to Las Vegas. And it was very evident that Yuri is a little bit insecure because when she gets dressed up, like most women, if she puts on a bit of makeup and nice dress and puts some effort into what she wears, she looks incredibly good. And obviously she's out there in Las Vegas, and there's loads of hungry wolves guys out there staring, making some comments under their breath, and it was really starting to get to Yuri. And I, for one, couldn't understand it. I was like, part of the reason of being with somebody that is conventionally attractive, if that's your boyfriend or girlfriend, you have to accept that a lot of other people out there will also find your boyfriend or girlfriend conventionally attractive. Now, as long as they don't cross the line and try to holler or speak to your partner in front of you or something and be disrespectful, them looking or saying a comment to their friend or whatever shouldn't be an issue. You shouldn't be going outside with your partner thinking every time some stranger peers at them or leers at them that that's an invitation for you to fight or defend their honor. I think that's a little bit extreme and a little bit unnecessary. And if anything, it kind of shows a little bit of insecurity, not a little bit, a major bit of insecurity when it comes to Yuri and needs an ability just to be chill. And I also thought, really strangely, this is a kind of a bit of a weird thing to kind of psychoanalyze, but there was a picture I remember seeing of RYLEE looking like dressed on the nines, right, with some awful shoes, but she looked incredible, dress, makeup, hair done. And then I remember they're standing side by side in Las Vegas, and then Yuri's standing next to her, and he's wearing like combat pants, a zip-up hoodie, he's got a backpack on and shit with his tripod and his Jordans. Like, he looks like a schlob, essentially, when they're going out on a quote-unquote date night. I'm thinking to myself, hold on, guy, you don't have like one leather jacket, one little cute bomber, a pair of, you know, straight cut jeans, some, you know, your going out shoes, maybe some trainers you don't wear every day, just to kind of put on some nice clothes to kind of feel like you're going on a date night. And I think that will kind of, and the reason why I say that, because I feel like making an effort when you, especially if you go out with a partner that you think is conventionally attractive, is going to get a lot of looks from people. I think part of a way to maybe defend yourself and to maybe make yourself feel a little bit better is to maybe put some effort into your clothing. Put some effort into what you're wearing so that you feel like you belong together outside. You don't feel so inadequate when you're stepping outside. Obviously, that's a bit weird and a bit of a plaster on an open wound. You should be doing the work internally without having to put the clothes on. I understand. But I think that little signaling kind of did cause a problem, because I'm sure some people were looking at him thinking he must just be her fucking content producer or something, thinking that he's just, you know, capturing some fucking footage of her to first so she can throw up on her Instagram, not knowing that they're actually boyfriend and girlfriend. So that's one thing that kind of struck out to me. But the other thing I was thinking as well, to cut Yuri some slack, isn't it incredibly unlucky also? Imagine you're a dude, kind of socially awkward, that Yuri is. Yuri's like 18 going on 30. He's literally 30 years old, I think, but he acts like a 19-year-old, right? I wonder, right? Is it really unfair for you in life that you go through the entirety of life not having no riz, getting no girls, and then the first girlfriend you get is a girl that most guys would want to holler at? That's just kind of unfair, isn't it? Like not karma. That's just kind of unfair luck. You end up, you know, hooking up with a model or somebody people like on Instagram a lot and whatnot, and that's your first ever girlfriend. that's going to take a lot of work, a lot of kind of internal work and inventory to kind of get yourself right into be in a place where you can be an adequate partner to them and not want to fight every single person that maybe leers and kind of stares at their boobies or their bum bum or whatever it may be. That's kind of where he's at in that position. So I kind of do feel a little bit sorry for him in that regard, that he didn't even get a chance to kind of work his way up. He didn't have to, he didn't have to go out with a couple of twos, maybe date a couple of cute fatties and shit. He went straight to the big leagues, and now he's really feeling inadequate about what he's doing, and it's kind of creating a little bit of tension. But I thought in general, that entire stream, I will play a bit of it at the end. There's a bit where Sharp comes on. I thought it was pretty brilliant, to be unfair, that whole entire time that was out there. I really did enjoy it. Sharp came in and kind of delivered some really brutal home truths. But I do think it's interesting watching these guys from afar try and navigate through life and stuff and figure shit out, because, you start to realize that at a certain age, like, money and like career prospects are super important. Like, they do a lot more damage to like your relationship than you think they do. Like, it's honestly true. I wish people would have told me that when I was younger. I wish I didn't kind of think in my head, oh yeah, you need to get a six pack, you need to look a certain way, you need to dress a certain way. Really and truly, having your shit in order as a dude, like having your shit in order, like life-wise, like good relationships, good friendships, good family life, earning some decent money, having good career prospects, having a decent home that you look after, a nice little car that you run around in, being open to go out in places and travel, all this type of stuff are super important. But when you're young and you're a young dumb dude with snot in your nose, you just believe like six packs and whatever and fast cars or whatever is going to get you there. But actually having your shit in order will definitely open you up to more options out there. And also, if you have somebody near you, it will definitely make them want to double down and kind of hold on to you, because they don't want to try their luck elsewhere. That's kind of what I'm seeing there. But yeah, good luck to fucking Yuri. He's gonna fucking need it. Moving on from that one, let's just quickly roll straight onto the next one. Let's talk about this. So what people saying here, what's this? Uche, LMAO, AZ, this take. Okay, well, am I going nuts? Am I sounding like what's his name? What's the guy that died? Hopefully I'm not sounding like the guy that died. Hopefully I'm not getting too crazy. What's his name? I don't know. Again, I don't like talking about that relationship stuff and boy girl stuff, because it's a bit cliche. It's done to death. It's fucking annoying. I hate it all that. Oh, would you split the bill shit? You're not gonna get that shit or comment from me. I try and look at it from the fucking from a kind of bird's eye view, but that's just my general opinion. And confidence is key. Insecurity is a turn off. He already bagged her. Exactly, Stephen Castaneda. That's true. If you already got the girl or the boy next to you, you shouldn't really care what people say. Honestly, you really shouldn't care. I don't understand this whole adage around caring. If you, and just in general, I just think, just a point blank, if you're going out with somebody that's conventionally attractive, other people are also going to find them attractive. Effectively, you should want to go out with somebody that's attractive. That's it. Simple as that. In their own way, whether it's physically, personality wise, people should be drawn to the person you're drawn to because you're drawn to them also. There's not a lot of men, whatever. That should be that should be a no-brainer. But big up Stephen for that one. Uche is telling me here, no, you just saying you felt bad. He didn't bag two his first, cracked me up a bit. Okay, cool. No, but that's true though, man. Sometimes you need to work your way up, You need to work your way up. You need to kind of go from scallywags and shit, bust down a couple crackheads, and then you work your way up. Honestly, as a guy, I don't know what it is about girls, but as a guy, you definitely need a little bit of like work. You need something. Even sometimes having a catalog of L's is better than having 0 L's, 0 W's. Just having a whole back-to-back catalogs of L's can actually help you out as a dude more than anything. I swear on my life it can. But I'm a little bit unique in that one because I grew up in a time and in an area where we'd go out to fucking parts of London, and we'd specifically go out on a Saturday, when we were like 16 and shit, just to kind of go and see if we can holler at girls in the flipping shopping malls. And it would be brutal. You'd be getting so many rejections, and they would be brutal. They'd be in public, because nowadays people can go DMs. People are doing DMs now. People are liking, double tapping pictures, leaving heart eye emoji comments on pictures and shit. It's easy as fuck now. Back in the day, you'd have to go and fucking approach people in real life. Say, hey, hi, excuse me, I just saw you over there and I thought you were cute. Or the worst one, I got one of these ones, which was fucking brutal. One of my friends went over to a girl and said, hey, my friend thinks you're cute. And she looked over and went, who? Like, she's that thing, like, who? She's like, that one. She's like, man. In front of everybody, and everyone started dying laughing. I legitimately went to kind of bury myself underground. First, I went to go over and fucking snap her neck in half, but after that, I wanted to bury myself underground. She was like, man, nah. I was like, oh. You know, so honestly, if people nowadays are blocking you, they're leaving you on scene and shit, that's minor. Honestly, that's minor compared to actually going over to somebody and saying to them, hey, I'm interested, I'd like to say hi, and them looking at you and saying, no thanks. That's more brutal than any left on scene, than any double tap getting no comment, than people swiping left or right, whatever, there's a no on Tinder. All that shit is pales in comparison to somebody looking at you in public and saying no. Or sometimes the worst bit is that you'd have, you know, you go and holler at someone, you're like, hey, what's up? You try and get their number, they give you the number, and then as soon as you text, they give you the number just to get rid of you. As soon as you text, and then you have to decide, should you send another text? Or should you just leave that one? Because you don't want to have a whole line of like, hey, hope you're well. Hey, hope you're well. Hey, hope you don't have done anything bad. Hey. You don't want to have a whole line of those. So you have to decide what you want to do. Should you just leave it at the, hey, nice to meet you, hope we can hang out? Or do you try and persist with that and see what happens? Big decisions to make, honestly. Big decisions. But honestly, man. Yeah, it's bringing me loads of sad memories. But I can't deny it really did give me a lot of what's that thing called? It helped with my game immensely. I can't honestly stress it enough. It was brutal, but later on in my adult years, especially once I developed a sense of humor, it was a blessing because I could go into a house party, I could go into a rave, I could be left on my ones and shit, make new friends, hang out and shit, you know, and just be cool and just be the cool guy to hang out with, to rave with, and to party with. And if anything happens from there, it happens. But I could just, you know, be a bit of a social butterfly, and that came from the kind of, you know, quote unquote, what they would call in the pickup game, the cold approaches. But we didn't even know what we were doing. We were just going out to town centers trying to see if girls would say, you know, give us any kind of shine, any kind of flipping looks back or whatever it may be. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. But hey, what can you do? What can you do? Next on the list, let's talk about this. So this is a little clip taken from Biggest Bro podcast, which is now the new home of Blasey, Housephone, Potlord and YURY. They did a show formerly on No Jumper called Disconnected. Now it's called Reconnected. Get it. And they had this really interesting exchange. I'm not too sure if this is real or if this is them being funny, but essentially what I can glean from this is that Potlord, the guy here down below, somehow managed to get himself a deal with a beer company, and they're sponsoring him to drink the beer on the podcast. And Housephone felt a way about it, and I'm not too sure who's right or wrong in this situation, but it's just interesting to see them play out this argument in real time in front of their fans in this way. It just feels a little bit strange, and I'm wondering from Housephone's point of view, considering, you know, he has a well-documented history of being a bit of a party boy and enjoying the flipping drogas and the chicas and whatnot. I'm wondering if this is like weirdly crackhead behavior, that he's really pressed about the money and about the sponsor of, you know, the sponsorship potential, the money potential that his friend is getting with his beer thing. I wonder if this is like a weird crackhead thing, like you checking on your friend, asking if they sent you the money and all this kind of, you know what I mean, you know, that kind of like nitty behavior where like you're pressed about the P because you need to pick up. This is a clip I'm going to play it now, courtesy of Biggest Bro YouTube channel.
We're going to put a picture of Toke like in somebody's history book. You gotta somebody got to Photoshop Toke as Martin Luther King with a surfboard.
All right, now you're going too far.
Somebody already did. No, it was Malcolm X. Somebody already did. With
you do kind of look like Martin.
Hey, you know
a little bit.
Hey, you know that pic where Malcolm X is looking through the window with the gun? You gotta just put a surfboard in his hand instead of the gun.
I mean, or a fat tire.
Put a fat tire in his hand, please, and send it to me. Hey, no, I call them flat tires because them niggas ain't sponsoring me. So
they gonna drink it if they do it?
Oh my nigga, give me one right now. Fuck you talking about?
Take that nigga to Mammoth, man.
Bro,
You want to go to Mammoth?
nigga, yes.
All right, let's go.
The
then.
more content we got together,
Bro, you
the
is not about
better.
to snowboard.
Nah, I'm not gonna lie. I've been on my shit, bro. I've been in the gym. I've been in the gym twice a day.
I believe you. You look more healthier.
Yeah.
Thank you, bro.
You feel me?
You'll
Hey, yo, big up bodybuilding news. You made a really good point there. It's hilarious how all these guys who took Adam's business acumen for granted haven't realized how hard it is to actually run a successful business. Of course, this is the first thing that I'm kind of noticing. Adam has his faults, and a lot of these guys have their faults. Joe Budden, all these people. But what you essentially get from working with those dudes is kind of plug and play. They have a built-in audience. You just turn up, do your job, and you kind of leave, and then you pick up your checks or you invoice later on. You know, it's kind of easy. But you realize when these guys kind of run on their own, the standards kind of drop, the quality kind of drops, the entertainment isn't the same. I think the only person who's been able to really level up and actually kind of show his worth has been Terrell on his show Back on Fig. So far, the rest of the dudes, they've been a bit faltering, especially Biggest Bros is a good example. They've had some extenuating circumstances. Bloods has been off for a few weeks because of his friend passing away, unfortunately, and some other family stuff he's going through. But you are noticing that once these guys step away from the Adam and the no jumper umbrella, once they're doing it on their own, it's a little bit amateur hour. It's a little bit dead. It's a little bit boring. And look at what they're doing. They're squabbling over this flipping brand beer sponsorship thing that Potlord's getting over whatever money they're making. It's probably not that much, probably a nominal fee, but this is actually real kind of beef that they're playing out in front of the cameras. So let me know what you think in the chat. Is this real beef, or are they kind of just bickering as friends do?
Snowboard though.
I don't know, bro.
That's like
Fat Tire, get
That's-
at his Biggest Bros, man.
I gotta get back on the skateboard
It's called Fat Tire Beer.
first, and then I'll hop on.
yeah. You could do a kick flip. You could
Or
probably do
you
that.
can wait. We going to Mexico, you feel me, next. No, in 2 weeks.
Nigga, this
Definitely.
He just
nigga's
blew
on
it.
tour.
Man, Fat Tire, man. Shout out to them, bro. They be sending me everywhere, man. Shout out to them.
look at Hustle. Look how angry he is.
Why they not paying us?
Man, hey, that's
you
not
shout
up to
them
me.
out. You should. Yeah, it is up to you.
That's not up to me, bro.
It is up to you. You shout.
I tell y'all
'cause you know
niggas
why?
every week.
No.
Let's do a meeting. No one wants to set it up. It's
What
crickets.
What do you
in the
mean?
group chat.
It's your shit to
It's
set up.
crick-
It's your jug to set up.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna set it up then.
So accept the meeting, man.
All right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
You set the meeting up and you tell us when we going.
All right, for sure.
Feel me?
And then I hope it won't be crickets in the group chat when I'm like, all right, let's do this. And
No, nigga, but you got to be on. Like, bro, we all four busy ass niggas. bro.
nigga, I literally just had a phone meeting with them before I started the podcast.
Yeah, but nigga, you not telling us nothing.
He
about
lying. We was watching the game.
Not before that. Before that though,
it. This nigga just be capping,
Before
bro,
that.
for no reason. Why, bro?
bro. This nigga is crazy.
Why you
man.
do what? Like, why
You're
you-
crazy,
Bro,
Like
if
I
you
said,
could
shout
get
out
us-
Fat Tire. You be so mad
If
about
you
this
could
nigga.
get
You
us
be
a
mad.
bag,
He be
'cause
so
I know,
mad.
'cause I know he could get us a bag off, and because basically, they
Bro,
get-
he has the most sponsors ever.
Bro, look, they getting free promo basically off us because he just coming on here and shouting them out because they fuck with him. But nigga, you're not fucking with the whole camp, so you can't.
Oh,
get,
so they like, look, we gonna get one.
Yeah,
First of
they
all,
like, we just gonna give this drunk ass nigga some beer.
No,
We
first
gonna
of
get
all,
Is that technically okay to do? I'm not too sure. If you run a podcast with your friends, but then an individual sponsor hollers at you, one of the co-hosts, and says, hey, we want to sponsor you because let's give it a bit of background also. In terms of their personalities, Potlord is known to be the beer drinker. He's always drinking Corona and whatever else, right? He drinks a lot of beer. So it's not out of bounds or out of ordinary for a company that's kind of doing a little bit of grassroots guerrilla hand-to-hand marketing to have somebody plugged in on the inside working for the social media marketing team is like, you know what, Potlord would be a good person to kind of sponsor and give some beers to and whatnot and fly out and whatever it may be and promote the brand. That's not really that far out because he's the only person who actually drinks beer. I think, you know, Blasey drinks tequila, Yuri drinks whatever's free, House Phone, I don't know, you know, he's more on the flipping, you know, on the balloons and shit. But this is not that bad of an idea. I guess if you want to be a friend, you could go out their way to kind of be like, hey, can I get my friends involved and kind of force the hand of the beer company to be like, hey, can we do the friend thing? But then they could also hit you back and say, no, we just want to work with you. And that should be allowed, I think. You should be allowed to have your own sponsors and the sponsors that you have on the podcast as a podcast itself. But I think this is also an indication of maybe the lack of money that they're receiving. Because I think if you're receiving money anyway, you're not going to be caring about what your friend or what your co-host is kind of doing deal-wise on the side. But I think because the money isn't as substantial as maybe House Phone would want. This is why he's kind of spurging out, but it's kind of giving me crackhead. I'm not gonna lie, it's giving a little bit of desperation, a little bit.
Drunk ass bitch to
That's
beer.
not how it happened.
And that's all.
No.
and
Let's
that's-
make him a
that's
surfboard.
free.
He'll do it.
No.
Free
This
promo.
nigga think I need him for everything. First of all, they hit me up on Instagram because it was like, "Yo, we fuck with you and your family
Yeah,
with your
so listen.
snowboarding." First of all, nothing to do with a podcast at all.
So listen.
Nothing to do with a podcast at all.
So go promote they shit on your shit. Stop
Nigga,
promoting them on our shit.
I do promote them on my shit. I'm gonna drink the
Stop
beer
promoting
whenever.
them on our shit.
Okay.
They not paying us.
Next time you
They
promote
not paying us.
This
next
message
time
is
you
brought
promote
to you
some
by
shit-
Fat Tire.
Next time you promote some shit like you do with like that bullshit shirt you tried to promote with the two sleeves, I'm gonna be like, hey yo, this
Nah, that was-
bullshit
nigga,
shirt
that
not
was
paying
my
us.
shirt.
This bullshit shirt not paying us.
No, but guess
Don't
what?
It wasn't
promote
his
it.
shirt?
If they pay
No, it
me,
was the
if they pay me, that's different. They're not even paying you. They paying
Nigga,
you
what
in
are you
beer.
talking about? Yes, they
They
do.
paying
nigga.
you in beer.
Okay.
Wait,
Nigga, they
House
paying me
Phone.
in beers.
So
They
you-
paying me in beers.
wait,
They
hold
pay me
on.
in chips.
House
And they
Phone
pay me in
power,
money,
you
nigga.
power tripping?
You're crazy.
I'm not
You're
power
crazy.
tripping. I'm
You're
not power
crazy.
tripping.
Look,
No,
look,
you
look,
mad.
So he's getting mad that they're only paying him in beer, but then he also wants the money.
Hold on, wait,
He
wait.
mad.
Wait,
He
stop
mad.
yelling,
He
stop
power
yelling.
tripping
He
though.
mad.
I'm not
You want
power
me to show you?
tripping.
You want me to show you how much
No,
I
no.
paid a month by these niggas?
But guess what? We as a whole are not getting paid.
Wait a minute, wait a
but
minute,
look,
So
wait a minute.
we as
Hold
a
on,
whole
hold on.
don't need to be
Hold on, House
promoting
Phone.
this stupid ass beer, nigga.
House Phone, hold on,
Fuck
hold
them.
on. But did he just say that you were promoting a clothing line that wasn't yours?
Nigga,
Did they pay the team?
nigga, we are on a fashion show. What do you mean?
Come on, bro.
We not on a beer.
Come on,
We
bro.
not on a beer
Come
tasting
on, bro.
show.
And that's a good point, because one thing I realized also, when they get close scent, I forgot the name of the brand, but I think it's like an LA brand. I think it's called like Hellfire or something. It's, you know, your standard LA kind of streetwear shit, loads of over-dyed, distressed, sun-dried flipping t-shirts with heavy metal motocross-esque kind of font and designs on them, but they love that brand. And every time those guys send them a gift package, they kind of fight over it, and they don't, you know, sometimes they'll take the whole packet for themselves and just wear it, but they won't actually divvy it out to the rest of the host. Or sometimes they'll get a brand that they kind of fuck with that kind of gives to them. So that's pretty fine. But then when it comes to somebody else doing it, he gets an issue with it. So that's a little bit, you know, I don't know. It's still giving desperation and a bit crackheady for me.
Come on, bro.
What are
We're
you
not on a
talking
weed
about?
show. We shout out weed all the time. Like, what are you talking
You
about?
can't be a dictator,
Like,
House
come on,
Phone.
bro. Shut up.
I'm just saying, nigga, give them
Lil
to pay all
Hitler.
of us. That's all I'm saying. The fuck?
They're not paying you shit now. You just said fuck them, you dumbass bitch.
I don't give
Let me hold one.
Listen, all I'm trying to do is say get them to pay all of us. Why not?
Okay, and I said let's set up the meeting, and
Okay, so
you
let's
went on
shut
a
up.
whole
So let's
crazy
shut up.
rant.
All right, man. Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, that's giving pain. That's giving poverty. I would never even want to let it be known. Like, I'm so proud and I'm so fucking, yeah, I'm so proud and have too much. Yeah, I've just got too much of that shit to ever let anybody know that I'm hurting in that way and to ever address it like this on air. If it was something that was really annoying me, I would pull somebody to a side and say, hey, we get deals in on this show. We try and make sure that we try and spread the love across all the hosts or on the entire show. If we can't do that, then fine. Let's just kind of work it out for ourselves. But it's not something I'm ever going to be airing out on air and making it seem like I'm pressed, because it's giving crackhead. It's giving like you want to make sure that you get the deal, you have something lined up so that you can get your 8-born before the weekend, or that you can buy some shoes and shit. It's giving like you actually need the money. And one thing that I never try and act like is acting like I need the money. You always have to act like you don't need it, even though when you're crying and desperate for it. Like, you never want to see somebody, you know, you never want people to see you hungry or starving or whatever it may be, especially in this sense. This is pretty sad, to be fair. But again, it goes to show what Bodybuilding News said. This is clear example of just how difficult it is to run these things with friends once you kind of leave the no jumper Adam umbrella, and you're also not somebody who's a natural leader, who has any sort of business acumen, who knows how to play your positions, who knows how to turn on the business head, the friend head switch here and there. There's going to be loads of issues down the line, but it has been interesting watching these no jumper dudes from afar. I'm not going to lie, to see how they've been navigating the, you know, podcasting streets without Adam's sort of like, you know, help and protection. And I think for the most part, they're all going into, you know, be in better places, but there has been a lot of stumbling blocks for a lot of these people. They're definitely seeing like, you know, the grass isn't always green on the other side. Like I said, I think so far since the breakup, the biggest kind of, you know, clearest kind of level upper has definitely been Tyrell and Smack and what Heather's doing over there on Back on Fake. Everyone else is kind of not really proving that they can kind of do it on their own, in my personal opinion. But hey, what can we do here? What can we do? Bodybuilding News said here, we're saying here again. Big up Bodybuilding News. It says here, I wonder if they have an LLC and what the term splits are. They thought all they needed was some max. Everyone wants to be a boss until those invoices are due. Exactly. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that Biggest Bro podcast, if I'm not mistaken, I think they've broken even. If I'm not mistaken, that space is actually a space in Blasie's office. So technically they're using a space in Blasie's studio office. I'm sure he can kind of write that off in taxes, but I'm pretty sure he's the one invested in mics. He invested in the cameras and whatever else setup they need. Maybe RYLEE working the boards. Like, that's what he did. Initial investment, which is still a lot of money to get those SMB, what they call those SMB Sennheiser mics. They're like $400 each, I think, a piece, whatever piece of equipment. It's going to maybe cost you $5,000, maybe $10,000 to get set up. And I remember they said recently in another couple of podcasts that they have already broken even. So that's fine. Anything else above that is just profit. But, they curse and swear freely. They talk about racist shit. So I'm sure most of their streams get they get flipping, they get that yellow monetized sign, which means you get, less ads on your thing. Maybe some stuff gets age restricted. So I'm sure the AdSense isn't as great as they'd want. So a lot of the money would need to be generated through, sponsorships and ads and shit. And still, with 4 hosts and you're paying people and whatever, you have to make a bit to kind of make everything kind of make sense. And in the beginning stages, I'm assuming it's going to take a while for them to kind of get their feet under the table and get some momentum, and then to be able to have the deals come in. But for now, look at them. They're fighting over fucking beer sponsorships. Like, looking a little bit rough out there, mate. It's looking a little bit rough. But again, what the hell do I know? Let's move on from that one. Let's quickly talk about this. Again, another example as to why all these people going out there saying, oh man, we want to abolish the police. You guys are absolutely crazy. For sure, police in all countries across the world are fucking heinous for the most part. Especially here in the UK, we have some fucking very, very questionable police practices, police convictions, crimes, whatever it may be, dodgy to the core. We've had a recent scandal at the moment with a lot of police officers being done for rape and whatnot. It's getting flipping crazy out here. In America, the same thing. The police brutality thing is crazy, because I think for the most part what we're seeing, especially with kind of this global recession going around, that the whole police brutality thing, although it does sometimes disproportionately affect black people, it is just across the board. Police are shooting and killing people, whether you're white, brown, black or whatever. People are dying at the hands of police all the time. So for sure that's true. But there's no denying, if you take away the police, if you take away the threat of being convicted and serving a heavy sentence for crimes, and you put the onus on the people, things are going to go left very quickly. And this is another good example of it, courtesy of TMZ. San Francisco shoplifter shooting. Video shows moment alleged thief is killed. Somehow the security guard, no charges. Like, are you absolutely crazy? So the article says as follows. I'm not gonna play the video because the video is too graphic, but it says as follows: a security guard fatally gunned down a shoplifter. Imagine this, a security guard gunning down a shoplifter. Think about how nuts that is. Think about how crazily you have to fucking care about your job that you're shooting shoplifters. A security guard gunned down a shoplifter at WALGREENS in San Francisco, and the entire violent encounter was captured on surveillance video. San Francisco District Attorney Brooke Jenkins released the footage on Monday to show why she declined to bring charges against Michael Earl Wayne Anthony for killing Banco Brown at a store April the 27th, and what Anthony was said as self-defense. So essentially this is black on black crime, so there's going to be less outrage around this, because when the optics are white man killing black person, people go crazy. But when it's black and black crime, people just pretend nothing's going on. Oh, what's that? Is that a sky? Huh? Right? People don't give a fuck. So no one's going to care after this week. So it's really, really crazy. But it continues. The video starts off with Anthony blocking Brown and carrying a bag of alleged stolen items from the exiting store. Anthony then goes after Brown, repeatedly punches him and places him in a chokehold. Just imagine how much you have to care about the job you're working at and the place of work, that you're gonna go and grab somebody behind the neck like this and start stomping them on the floor like you're fucking in the UFC or something. This is crazy. And look at what the guy stole. Look at what's stolen on the ground. A couple of energy drinks, it looks like. Maybe some crisps. Maybe some, I don't know, some gummies or something. Like, this is what he flipping killed the person for. Maybe $12, $15 worth of stuff here. Couple of energy drinks. Maybe this stuff here, some gum. I don't know. Maybe $20 max. Let's say $20 basket. This is what he flipping cost a life. A $20 basket. Fucking nuts. At one point, Anthony lifts Brown off his feet, throws him on the floor, getting on top of him as the two thrash around. Finally, Anthony lets him up, prompting Brown to grab the bag of merchandise and get back up. So he gets back up again, gets his stuff, and leaves. It's about to leave. At the door, Brown whirls around and appears to make a move to Anthony, who then pulls a gun and opens fire. So a person who's come into a shop to buy or to steal some energy drinks, someone saying he died for Prime. Sorry to laugh, but that's fucking bleak. Dying for fucking Prime is bleak. Dying for Prime is up there with dying at a fucking Travis Scott concert. Hearing Travis Scott's fucking awful music ringing through your ears, those fucking auto-tune crowds, like straight up, and you're fucking getting crushed by spotty 13-year-olds is legitimately a nightmare way to go out. I couldn't wish for a worse death. Honestly, I couldn't wish for a worse death. Please. But imagine dying because you went to go get some Roundtree's gummies and a couple of bottles of Prime. Imagine, bro. Imagine. I can't imagine a worse way to go out. Anyway, Brown whirls around and makes an enemy. Anthony pulls a gun and opens fire at him, which is nuts. Anthony told cops that he ordered Brown to give back the stolen goods, but Brown refused and became aggressive. So he smacks him on the floor, grounds and pounds him. The guy is about to leave. Then as he's about to leave, they have another last exchange. You know how men are. You have a bit of a scuffle. Then there's that last kind of like trying to make each other flinch. Especially if you're the one that lost. You're trying to regain some fucking pride. So you do that, you do this, whatever. And then you're going to leave. But nah, the guy decided, the policeman, who's wearing a fucking, he looks like he's wearing, what's that uniform? He looks like a Black Panther. He's got like a fucking, a beret on. He's got his fucking combat. Whenever you see, word to the wise, because I've done a lot of fucking 5-finger discounts in my life. Whenever you go to a fucking store and the security guard has combat pants tucked into their fucking army boots, right? And they have a bulletproof or stab-proof vest, and they have a beret, and they're holding their, and they put their flipping hands in their fucking stab vest like this, like they're working in the ATF or the FBI or something. They have their hands like that on the inside of their fucking vest. Don't steal. Go somewhere else. Go rob somewhere else. If you see a guy or girl dressed up like this, know that they will kill you. Know that they will die for their job. They take their job very seriously. It's not the company they work for. It's the fact that they've been employed to be like a loss prevention officer or something, right? That's their fucking term. That's always going to be a flipping warning sign. If you see somebody that is at the door of a security place, don't do it. Especially the ones who have always got the walkie-talkie on their hands. The ones who are walking around the aisles parading, just looking for an excuse to fuck someone up. Don't do it. It's not worth it. I'm not dying for a Kinder Bueno. I'm not dying for some M&Ms. I'm not dying for a Bounty, a Twix. I'm not dying for it. Those bars are fucking lovely. Some of my favorites. A good Kit Kat will send me loopy, but I'm not dying for it. Anyway, he said he also told police Brown threatened to stab him. So he said the words. This is the thing about America. It's fucking crazy. I'm going to stab you, but you see no knife. And then I lunge at you and you shoot me and you're self-defense. Or the worst one, that one that still fucking crushes my heart, that story of, so the story goes like this, if I'm not mistaken. The story goes something like this. Black girl, it doesn't matter what color they are, but let's just use it anyway. Black girl and black guy walk into a petrol station somewhere, a gas station, petrol station in America. They get into an argument with the teller. White guy comes behind them, waiting in the queue. They get into some sort of altercation, and maybe he's telling him to hurry up. Maybe he's telling him to leave this teller alone. They get into an altercation. The couple, the black couple, and the white guy by himself. The altercation spills outside. Naturally, the two guys start going at it. Then they get into a fight. The black guy gets into a fight with the white guy. The white guy is winning. He starts to beat the guy up. He's now on top of him, right? He's in full mount. Ground and pound on the floor. And guess what happens? the wife or the girlfriend of the black guy starts screaming, leave him alone, stop it. She doesn't stop. Then the girlfriend goes, and I think she grabs the gun either from the boyfriend or from the car, but then she pulls out the gun and shoots the guy 2 times. Boom, boom. Obviously he drops and he dies. And somehow that woman wasn't charged, I'm pretty sure. And I went to myself, hold on. If somebody's beating you up, if you get into an agreed fight, if you get into a fight with another man and that guy's winning, you shouldn't be able to have your friend pull up a gun and shoot the person beating you up because you're losing. That's not how life should. That's fucked, in my opinion. That doesn't make any sense. If you're winning, that's how scared I am in America. Like, you can win a fight, you're winning a fight, and if the person pulls out a gun and shoots you, you're obviously dead, and then they don't go to prison because it's self-defense technically, because you're beating them up. But it's actually a fight that you both got into. You kind of agree to get into this physical combat, because that's what happens with men. Men don't argue like women. There's always a threat of violence, right? As Jordan Peterson said. With men, we always know you can only go so far and then argue with somebody back and forth. There's always going to be an underlying threat of violence. If you go too far, you know, yeah, exactly. Mega fan, mutual combat. Mutual combat. Oh, that fucking skank BGL. Oh shit, I got to reply. Yeah, cool. I've got to reply to Thingy. But yeah. Anyway, let's continue. D.A. Jenkins clearly believed Auntie's story of self-defense because she did not charge him with the crime and released the security footage. Police reports and witness accounts to prove the public that she made the correct decision. How can you see that video and think that that was not murder? I don't know. The person had no weapon. The person posed no threat. The security guard was clearly superior to him in any way, shape, or form. Like, what the fuck? How can that not be murder? But not everyone was convinced. Sharman Watts, a member of the CSP Board of Vision, issued a statement calling Brown's death as execution and questioned whether there was any perceived threat. Yeah, again, it's black on black crime. No one really cares. It will kind of die over time. It'd be more advantageous for optics if the security guard was super white, blonde, blue eyes and shit. That would definitely help to get some people stirred up in terms of controversy, but no one's gonna fucking care. But RIP to the victim. Honestly, you didn't deserve to go out that way. Dying for Prime and some Roundtree's gummies is legitimately a nightmare. Like a nightmare. Like, honestly, I can't imagine a worse way to go out. Big up. I can't say big up, take that back. Anyway, I'm just saying filler words, big up. I can't say big up to his family or something. That's not the right way to go about things. What's here? Earth Mind is saying the racial dynamics are tough when you have a jury that is going to have a face media pressure for their decisions. Yep, good point, Earth Mind. Natashki saying physical violence can literally kill you. Yeah, you're right, Natashki. I don't know. There's something about the optics of me getting into a fight with somebody and them losing and my life being now in danger because I'm winning, because I dare to, like, I don't know, practice with some mitts from time to time. I go to a fucking Muay Thai gym here and there. Do you know what I mean? Like, just because I have a little bit of fucking, you know, a 1 month Groupon Muay Thai experience, you know, it gives me a little bit of an edge. That also puts me, at an advantage because I can defend myself, but it also puts me at a disadvantage because if I'm winning, someone can legitimately just stab me in the neck. You know what I mean? Someone can legitimately center mass. You know what I mean? Or center mass 3 shots and just take me out completely. And I'm just out on the floor. Like and subscribe. Big up Evolutionary Commission.
Security guard lives matter.
Don't say that. Big up Evolutionary Commission. Security guard matters. Oh. Abolish the police, but don't abolish the fucking security guards, right? The black security guard industrial complex is real. Honestly, there's some black security guards out there. Once they get that badge, yo, these motherfuckers turn into fucking Captain America, man. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy, I swear to God. But yeah, big up Illusionary Commission. I honestly applaud you and I appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Moving on, let's talk about this clip here, courtesy of Twitter, featuring the one and only Elon Musk saying that he's happy with the consequences of his tweets and what he says. And I kind of ride for it. I kind of have to respect it, man. You can't, it's impossible not to like Elon when he says stuff like this, to be fair. I think he comes across very, very based, as the kids like to say on social media. Let me see if I can get it up here. I'm just refreshing it. But I actually do like this, because this is what you should be doing when you have money. You should be saying fuck you and doing what the fuck you want, because if you've got money like his, you're never really going to ever go broke. So whatever fucking hit you take is always temporary. There's always a fucking, you know, you're always going to come up. So there really is no risk, really. Do what you want, say what you want, have some fun, and tell the haters to go fuck themselves. Let's play the clip. Hold on. Let's let it load. Come on, you cunt. Come on, you cunt. Please load. Come on, come on, come on. It's taking fucking ages. There we go. Finally got it. There it is. Load up. There you go. Boom. This is from a new interview I think he did as well with I forgot who it was. Some business channel, I'm pretty sure. Let me see if I can play it. It's loading now. Come on, you cunt. Oh, for goodness sake. Also got to take off this jacket because I'm sweating like an absolute dog. Let's see if it loads. Oof, look at this. Okay, there we go. Cool. There we go. Finally got it to load. 2 minutes later.
Your tweets hurt the company? Are there Tesla owners who say, I don't agree with his political position because, and I know it because he shares so much of it? Or are there advertisers on Twitter that Linda Yaccarino will come and say, you got to stop, man, or, you know, I can't get these ads because of some of the things you tweet?
You know, I'm reminded of the scene in The Princess Bride. Great movie.
Great movie.
Where he confronts the person who killed his father. And he says, offer me money. Offer me power. I don't care.
So you just don't care. You want to share what you have to say.
I'll say what I want to say, and if the consequence of that is losing money, so be it.
Okay.
And personally, I think that's the greatest way to kind of live life, in my personal opinion, especially at that level. And I think it's good in society to have examples like this. Like Rogan's another one. I have a lot of criticism about Rogan sometimes, but overall I still think he's a G. He's still my favorite, and I listen to the podcast every single week. Whenever it drops, I'm always there. I fucking love it. And I've always said with Rogan, anybody else in the stand-up community, if they were given the same amount of power, influence, prestige, clout, whatever you want to call it, that Rogan has, they would go fucking crazy. They would go crazy, in my opinion. They would go insane with it. But the fact that he kind of somehow operates at some level of an even kill is pretty admirable. And also the fact that he's not as, I don't know, obviously his money, there's money motivated in some sense, but he doesn't make it his entire perspective. He doesn't make it his entire identity. And I think the same thing could be true of Elon Musk. The fact that he's essentially, you know, he's obviously addicted to the fame. There's no denying that. I think he would deny it, but he does love the attention. He does like being a celebrity. He does like being in the news and being spoken about. But I am also liking the perspective of, hey, I've got enough money where I can essentially say and do what I want to a certain extent. But if that means it's going to cost me more money, then what's the point of having money? There's no point of having as much money he does if you can't just say the things that you want to say. Regardless of how redacted they are, regardless of how far-fetched they are, regardless of how many people they may piss off, the fact that he's able to say it is good enough for me. And I'm somebody who can, you know, be selective with the things I like and don't like about people, but still like them overall. I don't need them to always agree with what I have to say. I don't need them to always align with what I'm thinking and what I'm feeling. As long as I'm able to get the things I like from that person, I'm perfectly fine. And I think in this society, that's not really a thing that people do. People either love you or they hate you. There is no real middle ground. But in general, I do appreciate this perspective from him. And I think that's a great way to go about things. This is how you should be acting. This is the purpose of having fuck you money. So you can say fuck you. You can say what you want. You can be a little bit, you know, skirt the lines. You can kind of flip and flop between the lines and between the takes, whatever it may be. And I'm a big fan of that. So big up Elon. I like that side of him. I like that side of him. Moving on here. What people say. Oh, because they're saying in the chat. I guess people don't agree with me in the chat about my Elon take. I'm guessing I'm getting black take, bad take. What's black take? Is black take like when black people don't speak sense? You say black take. Okay. I'm getting black take. Elon is not human. Tao of autism. People don't like Elon here, mate. A big evolutionary commission. I appreciate
Elon is Lexi Fredman, but with an internet connection.
You come out. Okay, that's a good one. Elon is Lexi Fredman internet connection. Okay, that's fair. Okay, fair play. Hey. We're gonna get to disagree on here, isn't it? Right? You guys cannot be fans of Elon, and I can be fans of him, so it's all good. Let's continue here. What else you want to say? Let's move on from that one. Oh, let's talk about this, man. This is fucking my favorite. So, as most of you guys know, Donald Trump had a town hall interview style thing with CNN. For some reason, they did it in a state which I think is maybe Republican. I'm not really too sure. Don't hold me on that. Again, didn't do none of my research. But a lot of the people in the audience were clapping at what he was saying and shit and agreeing with everything he was saying. So I think he was kind of playing to the home crowd. And if he wasn't playing to the home crowd, that definitely showed that he's still got the juice. One thing that was for sure when I saw flipping Trump do that CNN town hall was that he is legitimately leaps and bounds better than fucking Joe Biden. I think if they end up going head to head, it's pretty easy who's gonna win, especially when you consider how terrible Joe Biden has been in terms of his public perception and how he's been viewed and the optics around him and Sleepy Joe and falling down and losing his marbles and looking kind of drugged up and whatever. There's something crazy going on there, right? I'm not really too sure. But essentially, Trump put on a bit of a performance during the town hall and came, I think, off really well. The only issue I have with him, essentially, was the continual going on about the election being stolen. Personally, I feel like he needs to change his tune a little bit on that. I know it was the first question asked at the town hall. I understand he needed to kind of address it, especially on that public platform. But I think he needs to kind of pivot away from it, because I think most people who don't make politics their entire personality, who aren't watching the news 24/7, are going to look at you and not understand why you just can't accept defeat, especially so many years on. You can't just accept defeat, lick your wounds and just come back stronger, because the truth is, I think we all know, even if you're a Democrat, whatever it may be, you know more than likely if Trump ends up winning the Republican nomination, he's going to fucking destroy Joe Biden. There's no doubt about it. Like, let's just put that out there. Joe Biden doesn't stand a chance with that guy. If they have to go head to head, especially with the war in Ukraine going on and Trump's position on that being a little bit more, let's look after our home base in that regard, that he's definitely going to win on a lot of those issues. I think so. But anyway, let's play the clip here with Trump talking about the fraud claims of the 2020 election, and we continue.
Monday, after being found liable for sexual abuse, former President Donald Trump was back in the spotlight in a CNN town hall last night. For many viewers, the 70-minute interview.
Also, not to like put any cold water on accusers, but am I the only person that feels a little bit like that sexual abuse allegation thing was a little bit convenient? I don't know. I feel like they've been trying everything to kind of make stuff stick on flipping Trump. Personally, if I'm being honest, I don't think he's a raper. If I have to just view people from the outside looking in, is he a bit of a creep? Is he one of these kind of billionaire guys who thinks because he's got money he can have who he wants? Probably. But is he somebody that's going to be actually pinning women down and kind of holding them against their will and whatnot? I don't think so. He doesn't strike me as that kind of dude. He strikes me as the kind of guy that kind of gets some level of pleasure of seeing the person that he's into actually be into the thing that they're doing, right? He kind of takes a bit of pride in kind of being a bit of a prize, especially considering how fat and ugly he is. It's kind of a bit of achievement. He's been able to pull the women he's been able to pull over his flipping lifetime. I think so personally. I just think that kind of conviction was a little bit convenient. It came at a really good time to kind of slap him on there. You know, he's a sexual abuser. He went through the civil courts, not criminal. I don't know. It just seemed a little bit too convenient personally for me. Maybe it's just me. I'm not too sure, but it just seemed a little bit too convenient.
Interview provided their first long look at the front runner for the Republican nominee since he left the Oval Office. But the message was mostly the same, with the former president talking about his own record, inflating it, and repeating lies about the 2020 election.
That was a rigged election, and it's a shame that we had to go through it. It's very bad for our country. All over the world, they looked at it.
It was not a rigged election. It was not a stolen election. You and your supporters lost more than 60 court cases on the election. It's been nearly 2.5 years. Can you publicly acknowledge that you did lose the 2020 election?
Let me just go on. If you look at True the Vote, they found millions of votes on camera, on government cameras, where they were stuffing ballot boxes.
Republican officials debunked those claims about fraudulent ballots.
For more, we are...
Okay, anyway, it doesn't matter. So, me personally, just looking at outside in, again, I'm not an American, so I don't have any kind of in-depth insight into all this stuff, so I'm just looking at it from the outside looking in perspective. If you had to ask me, was the election rigged? I don't think so. What I think happened, which is something that I don't know why he doesn't accept this, especially, I don't know, especially all these years since, he's incredibly unlikable. I think both people have understood that when it comes to Trump, when it comes to Biden, they're both incredibly unlikable. Same with Hillary Clinton. I think it was a period in time where she wasn't really aware of it, but I think now with some time away and every time she pops her head up, people just boo. People know, right? You have to know that you're kind of unlikable. And I think because he caused so much carnage in the 4 years that he was president, the Democrats did everything in their power to make sure that he didn't get a second term. He was just too unhinged. He couldn't be controlled. He couldn't be reasoned with. And they didn't like it. So they did everything in their power to make sure he didn't get a second term. Does that mean they rigged the election? I don't think so. Does that mean they did everything in their power to make sure he didn't get a second term? Yes, that's true. But it's not exactly rigging an election. He still lost, but I think he lost more so because he's not likable. And if you be honest as well, most of politics is trying to be likable. Right? The whole kissing, shaking hands, kissing babies term comes from that, right? You need to be somewhat likable. You have to be on both sides to be able to kind of bring both parties together, to bring the country together. If anything, he was stoking up division. He wasn't trying to help or aid things, right? The two, you know, both bad people on both sides stuff. He never tried to be somewhat reasonable and somewhat presidential in how he acted and what he said. And I think in general, it just scared people. It was too much. I think now, fast forward, it's actually funny. I think people kind of want that now. I think they kind of got all the plastic, sterile, boring politician speak from Joe Biden, and having somebody that kind of flies off the cuff like Trump does, says what he wants, you know, speaks from the quote unquote heart, whatever it may be, is somewhat refreshing, I'd guess, in some way, shape or form. But the denial from Trump's side of things to accept, hey, I'm unlikable, and I understand why they did everything to kind of make sure that I didn't win the second term, but this time around, I'm going to make sure it's undeniable. Cool. But to say it's rigged is a bit of a stretch. And it's also an unwillingness to kind of put your hands up and say, you know what, I got defeated, I fucked up, I didn't exactly help the people I need to help when I was in power anyway. You know, the Jan 6 people are still in their fucking white people Guantanamo Bay suffering. He has done nothing to get those people out, and he fucking essentially played a role in them fucking storming the Capitol. All that shit is pretty bleak. You know, there's many things in terms of censorship and shit he didn't really come in and step in on. There's many issues that he could have addressed that he didn't address. So he, I think, should accept, hey, I lost fair and square. But was the election rigged? I think that's a bit of a stretch. But we can't deny also it was a hell of a performance on that stage. He essentially had a host who was not being charitable, who was trying to make sure that she kind of backed him into a corner, and he expertly was able to kind of dismantle and kind of flat back and stuff, to the point where now CNN hosts are having meltdowns over the whole interview and shit. It's causing a whole bit of stir. So we definitely saw who the box office guy is, and it's definitely Trump. It definitely isn't Biden. So I think the Democrats are probably shaking because they're hoping Ron DeSantis wins. If Ron DeSantis wins, Joe Biden wins easy. If it is Trump that wins Republican ticket, It's going to be a long, long day for fucking Joe Biden, mate. Long, long, long day. What do you guys think here in the chat? Definitely rigged, says D6. The FBI was being corrupt, says Max Fisher. But Trump is lying, just building a wall and locking people up. Clinton, there were a lot of laws broken during the election. You can't deny that, whether that made a difference. Oh, no, for sure. For sure. I'm sure the laws will break. I just don't believe the conspiracy that, you know, they fucking rigged the election so you can lose. I think that's just too far-fetched. There's too many people that you have to, you know, get to agree to this fucking complex plan to fucking rig the election so he doesn't win. I just think in general, he legitimately is just incredibly unlikable, that both sides of the aisle, even towards the end, there were people within his team that were breaking ranks and kind of saying that he was a horrible person and shit, writing books, going on doing interviews, going on podcasts. So clearly, he did upset a lot of people on both sides of the aisle, and I think that is essentially what led to him, you know, being defeated by Joe Biden personally. And I think, you know, at that point it was kind of embarrassing also because Joe Biden's Joe Biden, but to say it was a rigged election, bit tough for me to kind of, you know, accept that one. But again, I could be wrong because I'm an outsider. I'm super uneducated with politics and I don't give a fuck. But hey, be illusionary commission.
I don't want anyone to win war, less people dying, DT.
I don't. Yeah, exactly. Big up, illusionary commission. I appreciate you. I really do appreciate you. Thank you. What people are saying, because all that are bought and handled by the higher ups in suits. Max Fisher says, yeah, you're wrong. Fair enough, I'm wrong. That's all good. Cheese Food says American politics has lost all credibility since the invasion of Iraq. Yeah, for sure. Definitely agree. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a idiot from across the pond. Moving on, we have this news courtesy of Global News Wire regarding CENAT and ISHOWSPEED. They have announced an exclusive streaming deal with Rumble. This is again proof that Rumble is trying their best to kind of steer away from being the home of conservative voices or whatever, of cancelled people, and trying to become an all-around streaming platform, which is a pretty clever tactic, I think. You're better off doing that and just having it being a base where you can kind of be free and say what you want, as opposed to kind of only representing one political point of view. I think that is going to lead to more longevity and to the possibility of actually competing with the likes of Twitch and YouTube. So as follows. Rumble, the popular video sharing platform, announced today's collaboration with CENAT and ISHOWSPEED for an exclusive joint live stream show on Rumble. The official trailer for the and SHOWSPEED will be released on all major social media platforms and gives fans a glimpse of the crazy things to come up with two creators. CENAT was recently named one of the 20 most currently influential creators right now by Rolling Stone and number one most subscribed streamer in Twitch history. ISHOWSPEED is number one US-based gaming streamer on YouTube and has amassed more than 1.3 billion views. Crazy. The two streaming heavyweights will launch their first Rumble stream on May 26, 2023. You can subscribe to their channel here. It's interesting because we haven't seen that yet, have we? Streaming platforms signing two people. Usually it's only one person gets the deal and you just do your normal streaming show, but now we're going to get two people being signed up and doing basically a show together. Obviously most of you have seen some CENAT content. He's really fun shows on Twitch where he invites guests and stuff. He does skits, he does pranks. There's like a cast of people that kind of roll in and roll out. That's quite cool to see. So I'm interested to see how this kind of develops and sort of kind of goes on. It continues here, says, being able to have full creative control was important for us, said CENAT. I'm grateful that we get to do what we always do and combine audiences on a new level with Rumble. We are very excited to partner with Rumble on this show, added ISHOWSPEED. We know our fans are going to love what we have in the works. A few surprises, plus it's always crazy time when me and Kai are together. This is a historic moment, something that was nearly impossible a year ago and now a reality today. As we look ahead to expand our audience and content offerings, Rumble is excited to have the two top content creators on our platform, said CEO of Rumble, Chris Pavlovsk. Pavlovsky. Both Speed and Kai have done something that could change the landscape of the internet forever, and we're looking forward to what's coming from the partnership. So obviously, this is a big deal. I think overall, I think it definitely will kind of add to some competition out there. I'm interested to know how much money do Rumble make. Rumble must be making a hell of a lot of money. The fact that they kind of, you know, they gave DJ Academics a pretty decent deal. They also gave Kai Cenat and these guys a decent deal. I read on internet, on social, that it could be about 20 million allegedly for this streaming contract, which is fucking nuts. I saw Aiden Ross mention that allegedly Kick offered them 40, but they turned it down. Not sure if that's true or not, but regardless, this is pretty sick overall. Maybe I might have to start a Rumble. I might have to go in there and start a Rumble and see if I can get some fucking reparation, affirmative action fucking bucks as well. Maybe they'll look at me and think, hey, you know, young black man here from a low income area. Let's give him a little bit of help. Let's put a couple of meals in his pocket. Fuck, you know, that would be awesome. Honestly, I'll be all over that, mate. Help my mum out, you know what I mean? Get myself a little place, get myself a nice little mini micro, right? A nice little Peugeot 306 GTI, right? 98 model. Ooh, living life nice and comfortably. That'd be absolutely awesome. Let's actually check the flipping trailer. Actually, I thought the trailer was actually amazing. The trailer was quite funny. This is again courtesy of them. There it is here. It kind of gives you a brief example as to what you can expect for them. Just loads of craziness. This trailer is fucking crazy. The Kai and Speed show is called. Let's play it. I'm sure most of you have seen it, but let's play it anyway.
I've been thinking, since you been, let's start our own show. No, man, I'm getting out. Professional football players. Professional footballer? Man United. Striker. Bro, get off Ronaldo's dick. You ISHOWSPEED from Ohio. The only thing that you striking is Messi hitting your mom. All right, so we starting a show. What the fuck we doing? Wait that nigga. I'm trying to fucking stop it! I don't know what the fuck is going on! Oh my god! Come on, B, catch up! God fucking damn it, bro! I wasn't fucking ready! What the fuck? Bro, anybody gonna watch this? Yeah, you right. You born as fuck anyways, bro. Bro, you from Ohio. And bitch, you from the Bronx. Bro, fuck you. What the fuck?
Not bad, isn't it? Not flipping bad. A little bit crazy, a little bit excessive. You have to be kind of into that sort of level of content. It's going to be a lot of noise, a lot of screaming, a lot of overreaction shit, but kids these days love it. They fucking eat it up, clearly, and it's got a flipping audience, and clearly it has, because they're fucking backing up the Brinks truck for them. So I'm eager to see what's going on. But if you hear of any flipping deals happening there where they're flipping highlighting and trying to perform or highlight and spotlight, you know, disadvantaged people, give your boy a call, right? Let me know. Get at me if they're running some deals from people from disadvantaged neighborhoods, from rough upbringings, with mental health issues. What else do I have wrong with me? Who left school early, you know, all those things, right? Like, who come from a gang-riddled neighborhood, who have friends that have been to prison and murdered, whatever issues going on. If I get some sort of like shine from it, let me know. If there's any sort of incentives going on out there, any programs, whatever, let your boy let your boy know. I'll start screaming and running around my room also, mate. Trust me. I'll start screaming and running around my room. But big up Kai Cenat and ISHOWSPEED. Sick to see. Hopefully the show goes from strength to strength. And also, like I said, credit to Rumble, man. They're making sure that they're kind of pivoting away from that whole conservative thing, because that's what messed up that channel. What was that platform called? was it D Live? Do you guys remember that? D Live for a bit. There was this thing called D Live, and that was just turned into like all the cancelled conservative voices, right wing, white supremacist type guys who got cancelled on YouTube and Twitch running over there. And obviously it kind of fucked up their platform after. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Beck Alaska might have been the reason why D Live went under as well, if I'm not mistaken. Beck Alaska did what Beck Alaska does and kind of, you know, put some smart on them. So I think if you put your hat on those cancelled guys, they're going to try and push the edge too much, and you're going to end up losing sponsors. You're going to end up getting taken off of fucking Amazon Web Services and Cloudflare and all these flipping shits, and maybe the ability to make money and to have a bank account might be taken away from you. So you have to kind of play nice. So the best way to go do it is to kind of make sure you appeal to both places, but also just make sure it's a neutral ground. So this is pretty smart from them overall. But yeah, let's move on. Yeah, exactly. Good question, 7 Dirty. It's not good to associate anyway politically. Bingo, bingo, bingo. I think it's difficult though, isn't it? Because I think streamers just demand so much from their platforms. But I think essentially, if you're providing people with a platform to put stuff on, you should just let it be apolitical. Do whatever you want, both sides, middle, whatever. It shouldn't be, you shouldn't be pushing one type of narrative, as Brendan would say, or POV. You should just be apolitical, be neutral, let it be what it is, and kind of let the chips fall where they are. But, you know, I guess there's more money, maybe being a little bit more left leaning. I'm not really too sure if that's the case. Maybe I think that maybe makes more sense, right? Because everybody's a bit more left leaning in society and trying to be understanding of things that way. So if you are a little bit more politically left leaning, then it kind of will help you, especially with all this kind of, you know, stuff going on in media and culture war. But I think overall the things that are going to win in this new era of content, or these platforms, especially with the likes of Kick and what's that thing called, and Rumble doing bits, I think even TikTok to a certain extent, they're also, I think, a platform where you can kind of get away with a few bits and bobs that you probably wouldn't get away with on Twitter or on Instagram. That definitely kind of works. And look, even Twitter now, let's not deny it. I think Twitter is, I think I've seen way more kind of what you deem to be quote unquote dog whistly racist content on Twitter. There's loads of these weird accounts where these guys like fetishize like places like Switzerland and shit, or like Finland and whatever other places in Europe where there's not a lot of immigration. There's a lot of those kind of accounts, right, where they have these kind of Roman they have these kind of, you know, Roman flipping people as they're flipping avatars and shit. So a lot of these weird dog whistly racist type of accounts have popped up, but we can't deny Twitter was way more fun now than it was before. Under Elon, it's way more fun because why? He just let shit run. It's already crazy on there because you see fucking full on porn on there, yeah, day to day, which is, it takes a while for your eyes to get used to it. But I think Twitter's way more fun, and I spend way more time on it now than I did on any other social media platform, because it's just flipping the wild west. You can kind of say what the fuck you want on there to a certain extent and get away with a lot more than you did under the previous regime. And I think that kind of makes for better content, better lols, better, you know, time online, time spent scrolling, all that sort of shit going forward. But again, what do I know? What do I know? Anyway, moving on from that one, moving on. We got to talk about this, innit? We have to talk about this. Big up Ja Morant, who now, according to Kwame Brown, is now affectionately known as NBA Dumbboy. That might be one of the best names given to somebody that I've ever seen. Big up Kwame Brown, bruv, calling Ja Morant NBA Dumbboy. But he got suspended again for a new possible gun video. I think most of you have already seen this video of Ja Morant in the car with his friend. And bless the friend. Bless the friend, man. The friend tries. I think people are getting on the friend a lot, but the friend did try to move the camera. He didn't know flipping he's going to point it at the fucking, or show it on the camera. And if you look at the video, I think the guy had like 100 people viewing. So it's not exactly like he's well known within that kind of Ja Morant circle. Maybe not a lot of people on stream, maybe before he could get away with it. So he does try and move his camera, but Ja Morant has always got that fucking blicky on him. He's always tooled up. He never feels safe. He's from the mean streets. He's got to let people know he's packing, so he always keeps it on him. It's fucking hilarious. I fucking love this shit, because this goes back to my thing that I said previously, where I'm coming from a point of view where I think, personally, this is a weird take, but I honestly think you should let people crash out. I think crashing out sometimes and self-sabotaging shouldn't be seen as like a cry for help. Oh, I have mental health issues, I'm going through problems at home, and no, sometimes people just want to crash out. And I think it's fun to crash out, and especially to watch it from afar, to see somebody as talented as Ja Morant with guaranteed contracts, millions and millions, Nike endorsements, all this stuff, whatever, fucking it up in real time, despite all the advantages he's been given, is really cool. I'm not going to lie. Just to kind of see somebody that comes from such level of privilege wanting to so badly connect and be a part of the street life is legitimately hilarious. I swear on my life, I love to see it from afar. And I don't see why people kind of get on their soapbox and keep preaching and whatever it may be. After the first time, fair enough. Sitting down from the interview, have an intervention, talk to him man to man, have that black man conversation to him, talk about how much it means for him to get his family out of poverty and to be inspiring generations to come and put his family in position, blah, 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 blah. Give him all that speech, right? BLM, whatever, responsibility, be a man, blah, blah, blah. Cool. After the second time, you have to just accept that this is who he is. He's always going to be this guy. If it's not this gun shit, further down his career, there'll be something else will happen. That's just who he is. And I think it's perfectly fine. If it ends up costing him his career, it is what it is. It happens all the fucking time. In real life, it happens. I just don't understand this need to educate and whatever, like help him. Like, he doesn't need our help. He's got enough people around him who have sense, who he's choosing not to listen to. If that's what he wants to do, let him do it. It's just funny to see it watch happen in real time. I swear to God. And the reason why I think it's funny, because I've got a personal experience with a similar thing where, you know, there was these two kids I grew up with in my area who were both really good at football, what you guys would call soccer. And they were representing England. They were playing professionally when we were younger. The kind of kids where they would have to leave school or class midway through to jump in a coach and go and play a game somewhere, right? They'd be really kind of playing at professional level from that age, and it would fill you with jealousy. You're in school and flipping maths, doing algebra, and the friend next to you playing professional football has to leave middle of the class because he's got a game he's playing. He's representing his country, representing his borough, representing his football club. It's like, fuck. And these kids eventually ended up kind of pursuing professional football. They got to a point where they both represented England. They both got to a point where they got professional contracts with a professional club when they're adult age, like, you know, over the age of 18, and things were going well. One guy ended up being an actual legit professional. He just retired recently. And the other guy ended up kind of like flaking out, right? Mid-20s, whatever. And one thing I remember that always struck me is that the guy that went on to kind of become like a proper legend at his club and, you know, played for, I think he maybe had a couple of caps, I'm not really too sure. But in general, you know, played at a really good level. The one thing I remember about him is that he was, you know, he was married from super early. He had kids really early. He's still with the same girlfriend he had when I knew him back in school times. He was driving sick cars, living in crazy houses and shit. Just, you know, he kind of completed life very quickly. But he was also very grown up and took his professional sports career very seriously. The other guy, I remember one time randomly, I was in my area. I don't know how old I must have been. Maybe I was 21 or something, walking around. And I randomly bumped into him in the street. And this is a kid who I remember growing up with when we were 16. Again, playing professional football. He was already on the path to go near places. He came from a really good family. Even though he was Jamaican, you know, he didn't come from your stereotypical Jamaican background. His parents were well-educated. They were split up, but they were well-educated. They took him to all the places he needed to go to in terms of training. He always had flipping, you know, good clothes on and sick trainers. He was never wanting. We lived in a nice area. Everything was fine. So I remember randomly bumping into him on the street, and he had no top on, and he was flipping with a massive pit bull with a chain. Like, he had, like, you know what people like, you know, to show that they're hard, they will, like, sometimes in my area they'll have like a bike chain as a leash. He'd have that. So he had the pit bull walking down the street with his top off. I don't remember, it was summer, but top off, flexing, holding the pit bull. And I remember like bumping into him saying, "Whoa, bro, what going on? Like, what's up? I ain't seen you in a while." And he was giving me a talk. He had a couple of gold teeth in. I was thinking, what the fuck happened to you? We were all really good boys. We came from a really nice area. Why are you trying to cosplay as you're like some goon? What's happening here? And I couldn't understand it. Like, why would you want to pretend you're gangster now at 21, which is kind of lame? It's kind of like joining a gang in your mid-30s. It's like, ugh, right? It's something that you have to join just through pure circumstance. That's why it usually works, right? If you join a gang, it's because you're just joining it because it's just through circumstances, living in a shitty neighborhood, you've got no one else to hang out with, you get bullied into it, there's no one else to, whatever. It's just what it is. You don't join it by choice in your mid-30s or even your early 20s. It's essentially lame. I see him at the age of 21 with his top off and a pit bull with a chain. I'm like, what are you doing? But it reminds me a lot of John Morant. Like, and then later on, I found out, you know, he flopped in football, things didn't work out for him. But this legitimately sounds like the same thing. And I legitimately think it's okay for people to crash out. I just don't understand the need to kind of lecture people and tell them what they're doing is wrong. But they know. They just don't give a fuck. And that should be perfectly fine because it's entertaining to us. And also, some people just never figure it out. No matter how many chances they get, they never figure it out. And he might just be one of those people. I don't see the problem in it personally. It's obviously disappointing to see because of his talent level. I'm sure a lot of, you know, people out there who wish they had his talent would, or maybe didn't have a bit of his talent, would do way more with it. I understand. Big up Crash 984.
What's your friend's name? DMX?
yeah. Big up Crash. Man, but big super chat. Yeah, it was DMX. Yeah, sorry, it does kind of sound like him, innit? It does fucking sound like DMX. But let's continue. Let's read the article here. It says, Memphis Grizzly guard Ja Morant, 23, is under scrutiny for his NBA again after he flashed an object that looked like a gun. Look, big up the New York Times. In the carefree manner during Instagram live video posted on the weekend. The video, which appeared to be posted on Saturday, came just after 2 months the NBA suspended Morant for displaying a gun on Instagram live video filmed in a nightclub near Denver. He expressed remorse then, saying the gun did not belong to him and that he would be doing better. Oh, I fucking love it. The gun's not mine. So he gets caught with the gun on Instagram live. So let's picture this, right? Superstar NBA player, baller, sick athlete, comes from a really good background, went to private school, got the full ride, everything nice and cushy. Professional basketball player doing the thing, wants to cosplay as a goon. You get caught with the blicky on Instagram live, and as soon as you get caught, you snitch. It wasn't mine. You start copping pleas. You start having sit-down interviews, heart-to-heart, talking about your upbringing, how hard life is, and mental health and all this malarkey. You go incredibly soft quickly. As soon as you get caught the first time, you snitch, you cry, and you say whatever, right? You do all that stuff. It wasn't yours. You do better. This is hilarious. On Sunday, the Grizzlies said in a statement that they had suspended Morant from all team activities pending the league's review of the new video. Memphis was limited from the playoffs last month after losing to the Lakers in the first round. Mike Bass, a league spokesman, said NBA was aware of the post and was gathering information. Oh, so this happened off-season, technically, right? This happened off-season. So I guess there is some defense to say if it's off-season, it shouldn't be an issue, but clearly it is. The NBA have made it clear that they don't like it. I'm sure it's not illegal. I'm sure there's not a stipulation in your contract that you sign that you can't wave a gun around if you're a professional athlete or if you're a professional basketballer. I'm pretty sure that's not the case, but the NBA have made it aware that they don't like this. They don't like this shit. So if they warned you the first time, you should be knowledgeable, smart enough to be like, you know what, cool, no problem, let's just keep it moving. I'm not going to do that again. My bad. It won't happen again, whatever it may be. The fact that he's doing it again, it might just be him. He might be NBA dumb boy for real. That might be okay. I don't see the issue with it. In March, the league suspended Morant for 8 games after the nightclub video. NBA Commissioner Adam Silver noted Morant's enormous following and influence in the announcement of suspension, which classified the gun incident as a conduct detrimental to the league. Okay, cool. So technically, it is a rule break because it's classified as conduct detrimental to the league. The Instagram live video was posted early on March 4th when the NBA said Morant had been in an intoxicated state. Morant's suit checked into a facility in Florida for counseling. He went to do counseling. He said he was sorry. He snitched and said the gun wasn't his. Jesus Christ, is a lot. He says, this is from last time. I'm going to take some time away to help and welcome my learning better methods to dealing with stress and my overall well-being. Stress and well-being, I fucking love it. I don't know, man. I just think at a certain point, you know, I wondered, again, let me know for my American listeners and viewers, is this more of an example as to how lenient the NBA is compared to football. I feel like American football, for better or worse, they are incredibly protective of their image. They don't want any bad press. So if you bring any sort of bad attention, bad press to them, they're just going to kick you out. We saw already what happened to the guy that was kneeling, right? Like, most of it is because they didn't want the trouble and the issues around him kneeling and what that meant and the conversation around. They just want to play the sport. They don't fucking give a shit about politics and race, whatever. They don't give a fuck. So I wonder if Ja Morant was playing in the NFL and he did that same thing, would he be done now? Would he be absolutely done? Would he have already got kicked off a team? I wonder if that's the deal. Big Evolutionary Commission.
Take ball out a hood, but can't take hood out ball.
Yeah, exactly. True. Exactly. He's not even from the hood. That's what I've read. I read he's not even from the hood. He's from like a suburbs. He grew up he grew up as a middle class kid. What people are saying here, Luis Shires is saying NFL players beat their wives and kids every year and they sweep under the rug. Yeah, that's true. Maybe that's not a good point then. Maybe I'm redacted in that regard. You're right, actually. There is a lot of domestic violence there. NFL is more cutthroat. Ja would have been done for sure. Okay, Tango's kind of agreeing with me there. Aaron Hernandez did a number. Holla. Yeah, true. Charles Lucas and NFL Crash says the NFL is more sensitive to their image because people are literally dying to play the sport. Yeah, good point. Good point. Anyway, I think my final conclusion is that let the guy crash out. I think giving people lectures online, trying to speak to their better nature, trying to reason with them is ridiculous, especially when they're in this self-sabotaging spiral. Sometimes people just don't know what they've been given until it gets taken away. It's just one of them brutal lessons you learn in life. Sometimes you take a job for granted, you get fired. Once you get fired, you're like, fuck, I should have stayed that job. I should have fucking settled down and put my head down. Other times, you have to kind of go through this shit to realize what you have. And also, when it comes to sports, I'm a big believer. Again, I've maybe because the area that I've kind of grown up in, there's been a lot of guys and girls that I know who've kind of pursued professional sports. Some of them have achieved their dreams, some of them haven't. And sometimes seeing somebody who isn't able to achieve their dreams to be a professional sports person is kind of sad, really upsetting, and it can really bum you out to see somebody who kind of puts all their chips into being an athlete and it doesn't work out for them. It's kind of difficult to kind of wrangle, and it kind of bums you out the same way if you meet a friend who's trying to pursue being a rapper and they're in their mid-30s. There's nothing worse than that, right? Saying to, promote my mixtape, share this, share that. It can kind of make you feel sad inside. But one thing people don't talk about enough are the people, and I know a lot of them, who are just gifted in whatever sport they play, but they don't like the sport. So imagine that. Imagine being gifted in playing a sport, but you're not really in love with it. You just have natural ability to play it, natural acumen. You have God-given IQ, God-given explosiveness, speed, strength, agility, coordination. And you have to go through the camps. You have to train, go to games, analyze tape, press conferences. It could just get tiring after a while. Like, I don't give a fuck, and that can maybe show, you can maybe kind of subconsciously show that through your actions, that you don't really give a fuck. That might be one of them. Yeah, exactly. People are saying in the chat, Ben White for Arsenal is a good example. That's a good example. You just don't give a fuck. Oh yeah, true, Teju. Ben White dipped from England. Yeah, they never really understood. They never really explained why that was, right? He left the England camp midway through because because he wasn't on it anymore. Was it actually an issue back home? Who knows? But there is a real big issue with that also. Being a professional athlete at the top level and not loving what you do. Because it's already, like, imagine you now at work. You don't like what you're doing at work day to day, but you turn up there because, you have to fucking pay the bills or whatnot. But imagine it on an athlete point of view, what you're putting your body through, abstaining from alcohol and drugs, having to eat a certain way for the majority of the year, missing out on trips and holidays, not seeing your family and friends, maybe not being able to see the important moments of your kids growing up, blah, 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 blah. The hate, the fickle nature of sports anyway. One day love you, one day they hate you, all that stuff. If you don't love the sport, it can be hard to just turn up every day. Maybe that's part of it. Who knows? Either way, let the guy crash out. It's fun to watch. If he figures it out, he figures it out. If he doesn't, hey, it's fun to watch. I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to pretend I care. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to pretend I care. Anyway, moving on from this one. Look at this headline, actually, from the Ja Morant stuff. Look at this. People writing these horrible fucking op-eds about it and trying to make it seem like it's a bigger issue. It's a bigger issue. No, it isn't. The guy wants to crash out. It is what it is. Look at his headline from The Guardian. I know it's The Guardian. Look at his headline. Ja Morant, masculinity and the misguided way of the gun. What? Nigga, what? Look at the opening paragraph. I will get to the messy tale of Ja Morant shortly, but first a personal history. I grew up in South Dallas. Our house was repeatedly broken into. Drive-bys were the regular occurrence. Man, shut the fuck up, man. Who's this guy as well? Who is it? Who's this guy? Lee Escobedo. Shut the fuck up, man. Personal history. I grew up in a rough area. No one cares. No one fucking cares. It's not an excuse. We all grow up in rough circumstances, right? Whether it's one parent household, parents that don't give a fuck about you, not enough money, not enough opportunities. We all have our fucking personal struggle. This whole fucking poverty struggle Olympics shit that people do where they try and one up each other. Oh, I had it hard. No, I had it harder. No one cares at a certain point in time, especially after the age of 18. No one fucking gives a shit. Go out there, work for your shit. If you have opportunity, hustle and work for it. Hold on to it. If you have a family to look after, make sure you're able to provide for them, look after them, care for them, kids, whatever it may be. Hold them down. That's what you need to be doing. Look after yourself. But all this fucking shit, blaming society. Look at this headline. Masculinity, the misguided way of the gun. Are you having a fucking laugh? Fuck off. Honestly, who gives a shit about all of that stuff? Honestly. Anyway, moving on from that one, let's talk about this a little bit. Let's see this. So this is courtesy of the Firing the Kid sub. Big up Bob Win 770 for posting this. This is Rogan talking about mediocre comedy out there. Mediocre comedy out there. I think this is fucking hilarious, man, that Rogan's talking about this, to be honest, considering a lot of people out there have now decided and figured out that Rogan maybe isn't the funniest guy in the world, and they don't like all this bloviation and pontification of comedy when he's not exactly good at it himself. But I would like to know what you guys think in the chat. So let me know what you think about this clip.
A lot of mediocre comedy out there.
She never says no, because if she did, I'd rape her.
There was a lot of people that were doing what sounded like an impression of what a comedian should sound like.
How does this work? When he comes, his whole body just erupts.
Make everybody laugh before we're about to spar.
I'm not that retarded! It looks fucking stupid! I'm not looking for a country motherfucker. I'm just trying to enjoy the great outdoors.
And make my friends laugh when we go fight in tournaments.
I'm at home, my phone buzzes, and I go, ah! This is just being gay. That's all. Ass in the air.
Okay, so it's paused there, but you got the gist. Let me just stop it somewhere here so it's got the face, so it's not fucking going crazy. Bear with me a second here. So, my hot take. I don't think. Oh, what did you say here? AZ, did you see Chappelle is opening his own club? No, really? Is that true? Okay, let me make a note of that. I didn't know. Is that true? Chappelle's got his own club opening up as well. That's fucking awesome. I'm absolutely happy about that. Let me write that down. Chappelle opening his own club. All right, cool. Big up, Uche, for that. I appreciate you. Thank you for the heads up on that one. I'll definitely check that out. Is that the link for it? Okay, cool. Bear with me 1 second. Bear with me a second here. If that's the link for it, let me get it up on here. Bear with me 1 second. Bear with me 1 second here. Is he opening his own club? That's actually pretty sick, to be honest. I'm not really too. Okay. Oh, this is good. This is what that Comedy World channel, right? What's it called? Comedy World, Juice World, or something. Let's see if it loads. Bear with me a second. That's pretty quite interesting, actually. Let's see this. Big up Uche there for the fucking save.
What's the deal with airplane peanuts? The village of Yellow Springs, Ohio has officially approved Dave Chappelle's plans to turn what used to be a firehouse into his own state-of-the-art comedy club.
Oh, wow.
The stage?
I don't know. When asked about the reasoning behind opening his own club in Yellow Springs, Chappelle said, quote, "A lot of local talent wants to climb the ladder, and there are people who are trying to make it but can't because of a lack of places to perform. I'm trying to make a way for our local talents to be showcased, as well as my friends' talents." He then went on to mention the potential for some of the biggest names in comedy to come visit his new place, saying, quote, "If we build this thing, the greats will come." And this wouldn't be the first time Dave Chappelle's convinced a bunch of big-time comedians to come up and perform with him in Ohio. Back in 2020, Dave put on a series of shows in Yellow Springs during the pandemic called Chappelle's Summer Camp, which at the time were some of the only live stand-up shows happening anywhere on Earth.
I did the Camp Chappelle thing this past weekend.
Big up, Listener Commission.
Chappelle been against affordable housing near him.
Yeah. I don't blame him also. If I was Chappelle and I had these money, get these paws away from me. I'm one of the paws. I live in affordable housing right now. But if I'm Chappelle, I'm telling, get the paws way, way, way away from me. Wherever you guys are, I don't want you near me whatsoever. I don't want to see no poverty, no stenches. I don't want to see anybody on fucking bicycles or scooters and shit. Get away from me. I'll be saying the same thing.
Out in Yellow Springs, Ohio. And I had an amazing time. Got out there Wednesday, brought the whole family, got tested before I got on the plane, got tested afterward, went out Wednesday. I wasn't even supposed to be on the show, jumped on that show. I just had a great time. It was such an amazing mix of just comedians, rappers, poets, musicians, the whole thing, and I just felt like everybody was sort of pushing each other. Just had a great time, and I really want to thank Dave. He was so ridiculously generous to myself, my family, everybody involved, and it was so much fun to be doing stand-up, getting laughs, and there was like no phones. Everybody's phone was locked, and it was a level of freedom in stand-up that I have not felt since white female comedians have started complaining.
I love this. Amazing news, to be honest. I did mention this previously in another stream where I said I wonder if Joe Rogan opening up a club will then spark a whole sea change and movement and trend of other comedians opening up clubs. But then I think we spoke about it on stream. A couple people said, it's just expensive to kind of open up your own club. So it does make sense that only the top echelon guys, the Rogans, the Dave Chappelles, have got the money to be able to afford to put together a state-of-the-art club. If I'm not mistaken, look at the screenshot here, taken from Joke World. Let's mute this quickly. That picture there, looking like the mock-up of what the club will look like, that doesn't look like some ring-ding place. It looks like he's legitimately going to knock down whatever this place was before, this bar or whatever, and build his own state-of-the-art club. Right, it's going to be legitimately really swanky and well done, which you can only imagine doing if you have a lot of disposable income, if you have some deep pockets, because building and regulations and improvements, all that stuff is going to cost you millions, I'm assuming, to get done and kind of get up and going. And you also have to kind of have the knowledge that you're not going to make any money, maybe for the first couple of years, maybe even more. So you definitely need a lot of money to kind of weather that storm. But if you are somebody that's looking to push the comedy scene, or you just selfishly want a place for you to perform and to do your own thing, I think your own club is definitely the way to go. Personally, it definitely is the way to go. And then you can then do smaller tours for people around the country, or it can become a little bit of a destination place. But the other thing that I really do like, that I'm liking a lot of the time that I'm seeing people mention, I think I heard Eric Griffin mention it on the flipping what's the show called, on the Golden Hour. He said how, I guess, Rogan, when he books you to do a weekend, he always makes you take on his openers, so you can't bring your own people. I like that, because what that means is that all the people that perform at the Comedy Mothership Monday to Sunday, the regular guys and gals, they get an opportunity to open up for some sick comedians who are doing weekenders, whatever, and in front of a sick sold out crowd. So you get the experience of doing a shitty Monday to Thursday night, and also you get a chance to do like a peak Thursday to Sunday weekend where a famous person is coming and doing an entire weekend or whatever it may be. And that is the same thing that I would want for nightclubs. We don't really have a resident DJ sort of like program that they used to have in the past, which a lot of kind of great Berlin DJs that I kind of love now kind of grew up in that kind of tutelage of being able to play at a club weekly in front of a packed audience and get your kind of, you know, bearings, understand how to read a crowd, and then that experience can then allow you to go and tour and become your own artist and whatever in your own right. But I do love this idea. I absolutely love it. I think it's awesome. I can't wait to see more of it, and I'm hoping again more comics do the same thing in different parts of America. And I'm liking the fact that they're in, I guess, what you would deem to be non-coastal elite places, right? Starting out in Texas, of course, Austin, Texas with Joe Rogan, Ohio here with Dave Chappelle where he lives. I'm liking that they're popping up in these kind of non-Bay obvious areas. So they're kind of making these areas destination places to go and visit just because of comedy. Like, I'm considering, imagine, I'm going to add it to my list of places that I want to go visit. Definitely Austin, Texas, primarily to go check out the Comedy Mothership and just see Texas and just see Austin, the city. But, you know, the club has become a destination enough for me to travel from where I am in London to go there. And now Ohio is definitely going to be a place to go and visit because of Dave Chappelle's potential club opening. So I'm really encouraged to see it. It's really cool, I'm not gonna lie. But it's also clear that money is a big factor in it. We're not gonna see the other comics maybe a couple of rungs and opening them. You really need deep pockets to kind of make this work. Actually, you know who I think who could make it happen? You know, I think I'm gonna make it happen. You know who I think can make it happen? Weirdly enough, who's got money enough to do this, who's actually wealthy but kind of acts a bit broke. Doesn't act broke but tries to be the everyman. Bert Kreischer. Weirdly enough, the way Bert Kreischer talks about stand-up, the way he goes on and on about fucking specials and filming and doing sets and blah, 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 a club would actually suit him better as well. He would actually benefit from having a place to kind of call home. He would actually benefit from having a base, and he could, you know, have it a certain way. He could make it social. He'd probably have the only club that would allow you to use your phone. So you could be sharing clips and shit online, like all that stuff, especially on his show. He'd have a neon sign inside that you could take pictures in front and shit. There'll be a photo booth. There'd be a cardboard cutout of him somewhere with his belly out so you could stand next to him and take pictures. There'll be drinks at the bar named after him and shit. Like, I think Bert Kreischer could definitely be somebody who could open a comedy club for sure, for 100% sure, man. What were you saying here? Samaril's on the TV at my gym the other day. Okay, Kusha's saying she doesn't think Bert Kreischer's got the money. Okay, I wonder why. I think Bert Kreischer's definitely up there in terms of maybe obviously Rogan and Chappelle at the top. Then of course the likes of Fluffy, Sebastian Maniscalco is definitely in there. But I definitely think the Bert Kreischers of them lot can definitely be able to afford that if he wanted to. Bert last stand-up was awful. His podcast has gotten progressive. Yeah. Don't get me started on that, Max Fisher. I was one of those weird fans of Bert Kreischer's podcast. I actually don't mind it. I actually legitimately think it's pretty decent, but it got too unbearable over time. It's just impossible to kind of handle that guy day to day, man. It's just too much. Bert Club hands out extra phones at the door. Big up signal intrusion. Exactly, that's definitely true. Oh, imagine that. You don't have a phone. Don't worry. Here's one. Here's an iPhone 11 so you can take some pictures on. Okay, so Uchi said no. I meant Sam. Okay, cool. No worries. Oh my god. If you don't have a phone, they give you one at the door. That's fucking hilarious. What was I gonna say here? Okay, cool. Let's go back to the Rogan clip. So, let's play the Rogan clip once again. Let's do it again from the beginning. So Rogan is here pontificating and bloviating about stand-up, and somebody from the Frantic Kids subreddit put together this cool little clip and edit compilation of him talking about good and bad stand-up, you know, cut in with a few of his bits that people think are awful, and there's a conversation going around of if Joe Rogan's funny. Is he funny or not, or is he just a brilliant podcaster that happened to kind of segue it into stand-up, which kind of sounds similar to like another guy beginning with B, surname beginning with S. But let's continue.
There's a lot of mediocre comedy out there.
She never says no, because if she did, I'd rape her.
There was a lot of people that were doing what sounded like an impression of what a comedian should sound like.
How does this work? When he comes, his whole body just erupts.
Make everybody laugh before we're about to spar.
I'm not that retarded! It looks fucking stupid! I'm not looking for a country country, motherfucker. I'm just trying to enjoy the great outdoors.
And make my friends laugh when we go fight in tournaments.
I'm at home. My phone buzzes. And I go, ah! This is just being gay. That's all. Ass in the air.
Okay, so my hot take on this is this. Bear with me here. I don't think Rogan is not funny in the way people are saying. Because I think nowadays, because Brendan is so bad at stand-up comedy, and because Rogan was predominantly the person who was kind of responsible for putting Brendan out there, him and Bryan Callen and shit, it's kind of making Joe Rogan's kind of overall, you know, comedic integrity and whatever, it's calling into question because of how bad Brendan is. So I think Brendan has kind of fucked up our barometer of what good and bad is, right? I essentially think, having watched a lot of stand-up comedy specials over the years, having trying to get into watching them more often because I do the stream, I've kind of come to the conclusion, I think a lot of people have, especially over the years, that a lot of stand-up specials are really hard to enjoy at home anyway. To watch them at home and to kind of laugh, especially if you've got your phone in hand, you're not paying attention, it's in the background, it's just difficult to kind of connect with specials. And most of them technically, maybe on the kind of, you know, conventional sense, aren't funny. But I think the major part of it is that a lot of these guys are really funny when you're in person. If you're watching them live, I think you could definitely catch some LOLs. You've got some beers down you. You've got a couple of chicken fingers in your stomach. You're definitely going to be able to laugh at a couple of their jokes. I think when you're removed from it at home, watching it from your laptop or your smartphone, it's a bit hard to connect with them. The greats can do it. Some of the best people out there that are really funny can do it, I'm sure. But overall, it's really difficult to find genuinely good like stand-ups or specials, sorry, that you can recommend to loads of people that you would think loads of people would agree it's funny or not. So I think a lot of stand-up specials are quite subjective, and comedians. I legitimately think they're subjective. So I think there are people out there who enjoy the Rogan's way of doing stand-up, the whole shouty thing he does, the physical comedy side of things, the humping of the stool, the weed jokes, all that shit. There are people out there that enjoy that level of comedy. It's not for me personally. I think it's redacted as fuck to hear a guy who just started smoking weed in his 40s talking about I'm so high and shit. It's kind of cringe, right? It's like him coming out in a pair of weed socks and shit. It's just a little bit lame. The obsession with talking about monkeys and, you know, all that shit, like DMT, whatever, the stuff he talks about in his podcast, I just can't do with it. But I also don't think it's his fault. The fact that he's got the most popular podcast in the world and sometimes the fucking lines get blurred, it kind of is what it is. But I'm sure people out there do enjoy it. Is he not funny in the way that Brendan Schaub is not funny? No. And I don't think that's fair to say, because Brendan Schaub is not funny in a way that we can all agree Brendan Schaub shouldn't be doing stand-up comedy. He shouldn't be doing stand-up. Brendan Schaub is nearly 10 years into stand-up, and all he's got to show for it is fucking, putting sriracha on fucking cookies and calling it a Mexican cookie. That joke about fucking the Texas, you know, mayor and shit, whatever, horrible jokes. And he's nearly 10 years in. So clearly he just doesn't have it. And I think there is something to be said for starting stand-up, you know, in your mid-30s, when you are a professional athlete your entire life. It's just really difficult to become funny. But we can categorically say, all of us can agree, that Brendan Schaub is not funny, will never be funny, no amount of time will make him funny, and he shouldn't be doing stand-up comedy. That is a wrong way to judge comedians. You shouldn't be judging them from, are you Brendan bad or are you some, you know, Dave Chappelle good? That's not the good barometer to say, personally for me. Whereas I think like there are, like, because I don't think, you know, I have to question your level of redactedness if you genuinely think Brendan Schaub is funny. Like, I have to generally question your ability to kind of look after yourself if you legitimately watch his special and you're laughing, you go and buy his tickets and shit, go and see him all around the country because you think he's funny. That just doesn't make any sense. But I definitely do think there are people out there that will enjoy Rogan's version of stand-up. For sure. What do you guys think in the chat? Is my take redacted? Do I have a point? Or what else? Let me know in the chat. What do you think here? Yeah, we're not the same people if you generally think he's funny. Yep, agree that, Natashki. What people are saying, yeah, Bappa has given us more lows than any comedian ever has, not deliberately. Big good point, Tyler Durden. Cheesy take, says Megan Fan. Fair enough. All my friends think I should be a comedian. Sounds like all my friends say I'm a good comedian. I'm a good enough cook up in a restaurant. Exactly, Robert Means. Agree. Red Band hangs out comics. Ucha saying if there are people out there who like Very then there are deaf people who like Brett Rogan. Okay, I agree with that one. Crash says he makes jokes on his radio show. Vagabond says he could be this is the constructive criticism. No, Vagabond, I don't agree with this one. This is something people have to let go as well. This idea that Brendan's going to listen to constructive criticism and he's going to suddenly be a good stand-up, it's not happening. If it would have happened, it would have happened already. The guy's never going to be funny. Never, never. Think about it. He's nearly 10 years in. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Gringo Pappy marks his 7 or 8 year as a professional stand-up. 7th or 8th year. Usually the second special is better than the first, usually, for the most part. Especially if you wait the designated time. I think most stand-ups say they wait around, over 5 year mark before you do your first special. But usually the second special should be better than the first. Obviously the first one maybe is your life's work, but in terms of your stage presence, the way you kind of, your breath control, your pacing, maybe in cleverness and how you're using lines and words, all that stuff should be a little bit more fine-tuned. Think about it. Gringo Pappy, how much better is that than You Be Surprised? Not much. My hot take is that You Be Surprised is better than Gringo Pappy. I know it's an hour long, but I legitimately think he came across, it's hard to even say because You Be Surprised is so bad, but I generally think You Be Surprised is better than Gringo Pappy. I think he's actually regressed. He's actually got worse over time, if that's possible. Like, it's weird to say, he's actually worse if possible. So this idea that he's going to get better with constructive criticism, let's just mark that out. It's not happening. He's not meant to be a stand-up. He should be just be doing live podcast shows, which he would make a killing on, I think. There's I think there's more T-Fat-K fans out there than Brendan Schaub fans. Especially if you combine Brendan and Bryan Callen's fan base. Bryan shouldn't be going on fucking Crowder and getting cucked, personally. He should be going on the road with Brendan, right? And getting cucked by somebody that he actually knows and that he actually likes. And they should be doing shows under the T-Fat-K umbrella and doing live podcast show things with skits and bits and shit, whatever. That's what they should be doing. Brendan he's in no place to be going around on tour doing stand-up on a stage like he's a serious stand-up comedian. It's not the lick. It's never going to work, in my humble opinion. But like I said, I don't think Rogan's as bad as people say he is. I just think it's for a particular type of person who's into that kind of shouty comedy. It just sounds like what we saw in the clip. That Kai Cena and ISHOWSPEED trailer I showed you guys earlier. I saw a few people in the chat saying they didn't like it, pass, skip. They weren't fans of it. But that type of comedy, that type of humor on the internet, that whole screaming and being over the top, some people do legitimately think that's funny. That legitimately is a good sense of humor for them. That kind of makes them laugh. It kind of makes them cry. It makes them LOL. It makes them LMAO. Like, legitimately. It's not for me, but it definitely does. So I'm sure there are people out there that appreciate Rogan talking about weed and and practicing fucking stores and shit. For sure. But I generally don't think he's as bad as people say they do. And again, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Okay, here. Let's move on from that one. Oh yeah, let's see. And then obviously to add on to this one as well, there's this page as well I want to quickly check out and see what people say regarding it. This is an Instagram post courtesy of the Instagram page Unathletic Brand. I think this is where I kind of saw the general conversation around Joe Rogan and his comedy, whether or not it's funny or not. This is a funny meme with Winnie the Pooh. Joe Rogan talking about stand-up comedy and Joe Rogan performing stand-up comedy. This is the thing. I think when Rogan's talking to the right guest, like I think when Rogan spoke to that guy that's a germaphobe, I forgot his name. I think that whole comedy shop conversation was really entertaining. I really enjoyed that. It depends who he's speaking to. I don't actually mind the whole business of stand-up conversation. It kind of works sometimes. But it's just funny how people get really pissed off when he starts talking that way because they think his comedy isn't that great. But I legitimately do think a lot of the reason people act that way with Rogan is because of him promoting and pushing and platforming fucking Brendan Schaub. I think the fact that he told Brendan Schaub to be a stand-up comedian and essentially co-signed him in a weird way has sullied people's impression of Rogan in general, which I think is unfair, because if you really kind of do the science and the law, Rogan never really ever said that Brendan was a good stand-up. He said he's a funny guy on podcasts and shit and whatever, but I never once heard him say Brendan is funny on stage, you should go watch him perform, buy his tickets. He's never been that guy. He's always gone out of his way to never really say that. And I think he knows deep down that that guy stinks when it comes to comedy. Let's see what people say in the comments here regarding this post. So I'm curious to see that. What people are saying here. All this Rogan bashing, I know who your first sponsored athlete should be. Okay, heard it both ways. His podcast is overrated as his comedy. Process that information in whichever way you choose. Do you guys think that? I don't think that's true. Do you guys think Joe Rogan's podcast is overrated? I think in terms of like, I like to rate podcasts in terms of like background listening ability. If I put it on in the background, will you make me want to turn it off? Because you just kind of leave it just to kind of listen to in the background as you're doing other shit. And I think Rogan's got a pretty good, decent replay value when it comes to background, you know, sounds. The only times I want to really turn it off is when there's too many ads. What do you guys think? Oh yeah, that's good. Good point, Teju. Thank you for the tip. I should do a poll. Let's see what the crowd thinks. So I don't think it's overrated at all. That's an interesting point there. Let's see. Do you think Joe Rogan's podcast is overrated? No, podcast is overrated like his stand-up comedy is. Let's see. Let's see what you guys say here. I'm curious to see what the crowd thinks here. Let me know via this poll chat down below. Do you think Rogan's podcast is overrated like his stand-up comedy is? Yes, no, Axe J. Let's see what the crowd thinks. Let's continue here with the comments. It says here, comedians have a pivotal role in society as a translator of the zeitgeist to the people at large. We are fulfilling the eternal archetypal role of the court gesture. Okay, cool. This guy makes a good point. Exactly, humstall while howling like an ape. Okay, fair play. I see what these people are saying here. Another one. Heard it both ways. Oh wow, I've never seen both spelled that way actually. I see it spelled the BAWLTH way, but I've never seen it spelled the BOWF way. Both ways. I love the pronunciation and spelling here. It continues, no stools are safe. Papato is a murderer bee. Absolute beast of a comic. Thank him. Thank him B. Comedians are Netflix, papa. What are we doing here, papa? We don't matter. Dicey. Talking about comedians, son. Honestly, this is fucking amazing. Pick up the comments. There's loads of homeless cats in there. But I guess the crowd have spoken. A lot of them don't fuck with Rogan's comedy. But let's see what the poll's saying. What are the people saying here? I don't think his podcast is overrated at all, man. I think that was a horrible thing people are saying here. Okay, so far 50% people saying it's overrated. Wow. Okay, we've got a lot of people here not fans of Rogan, and I guess. Obviously, topics get a little redundant, says Robert Minas, but there's so many hours of content that's normal. Yeah, exactly. And also, I just think in general, for the level of guests and stuff, I think overall, I think he does a really good job. Max Fisher said I would overrate it as well. Max Fisher, what do you say here? I would be over it if it thought Will Ferrell was a comedian. Paul Rudd's a great comedian, Max Fisher says. He looks like a Hobbit's farm. Charles Lucas says it all depends on the guest, but it doesn't have the pull for me to watch every episode, only if topic interests me. Can you imagine how many LA comics have been living in fear? Those boys have been raping, bullying on Rogan's name. True. Shared cow. At some time in the past, it made more sense to hold the podcast and Joe Rogan in high regard for his role in society. To be honest, not... Yeah, okay, Ty Durden said the truth. To be honest, not as fun since Spotify. I think a lot of people... Once they lost Rogan in their rotation on YouTube, I think they found other things and they realized Rogan wasn't really as important. I think that's what happened. The kind of absence and the kind of time away with him being on fucking Spotify really kind of damaged his reputation in some people's point of view. I think so. Because he was so omnipresent on fucking YouTube, you just were forced to watch him. Then once he went away and you start to see other shows pop up, you're like, hold on, these other shows are much better. And they, you know, especially when it comes to just being just for the funnies. If you're just there for the funnies, you don't care about fucking you don't care about culture war shit, you don't care about cancel culture shit, there's so many other podcasts you could be listening to. And I think nowadays the last thing I want is to hear a comedian telling me how I should live my life. I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to hear some fucking comedian who's a 1%er, right, who lives in a gated community telling me how I should live my life or how I should go about raising my family or whatnot. It's just too much. I can never take that shit seriously. So maybe there's a bit of that also in it. People are saying here, what? Those Natashki, those ice baths don't seem to be helping because he's aging aggressively. That's mean, Natashki. That's mean, but very true. Trace Curl says, I miss Jerry live and Jerry chat. Yeah, to me too, man. That Jerry live, we took that shit for granted, man. Cancel culture really fucked him over with that one, but mostly that Spotify contract was just too good to turn down. That legitimately might be the best deal in the history of podcasting, to get given 300 million, which Bert Kreischer fucking leaked because he fucking never keep a secret. He got paid 300 million to license his podcast on Spotify for a number of years. 300 million, which means when the contract's up, if he wants to leave, he can leave and go back to YouTube or do whatever he wants. To license his podcast for 300 million for whatever, 5 years, 6 years, whatever it means, was the best deal ever. He would be dumb not to take that money, to be fair. Even though I remember reading he was making already 30 to 50 million anyway a year off the show, year by year. So he would have got to that if he wanted to. But shit. Exactly, in Tashki. Not including the brand deals. It's just too much, man. It's just too much. I don't blame him for taking the deal. So, yeah, Rogan isn't as bad as people say he is, in my opinion. But I also understand why people not really big fans of him. Let's go back to the poll again here. Fucking hell, 49% of you people are saying the podcast is overrated. Shit, okay. I guess I must be the only person that still tunes in weekly to the pod and just has it on in the background and shit. Passively listening to it whilst I'm doing my other bits and bobs. Maybe because I work from home as well, I'm just always listening to stuff. I just have that on because it's like 3 hours. That knocks out some time. I listen to my other podcast. I might put Red Scare on, Perfume Nationalist, How Long Gone, a few other bits and pieces, right? I'll just have them in the background just to kind of, make time go away. Matt and Shane's Secret pod is really good as well. That's a really nice one I've kind of discovered over the last recent years. So yeah, maybe that's why. I'm not actually listening to it. I've just kind of got it in the background as I'm working and shit. So maybe that's the reason why I'm not really that bothered with the dip in quality overall. Maybe. Let's move on from that one. Let's move on. Let's talk about... Yeah, that's on. Big up Thief Keith. I've heard people mention War Mode, and I think I might actually be subscribed to it. What's War Mode? I've seen people mention War Mode a few times. Who's let's see, actually, let me just see on my Overcast thing. Who's War Mode? I think I might be subscribed to it. Yeah, I actually am. I'm subscribed to it now. War Mode is the official War Mode podcast. Please enjoy. Who's the host of War Mode? It doesn't say it on the thing. They don't even put descriptions on there. I love pods that don't have descriptions. It's fucking the best. They do the even the least amount of effort is too much. You get it edited, you get it uploaded and shit, but no descriptions. There's literally no descriptions, nothing. It's just the title of the shows. War Mode is Matt and Shane's buddies. Okay, cool. Oh, okay, is it? Okay, cool. I didn't know about it. Thanks for that, Thief. I'm going to definitely check that as well, add it to my list, but I've seen War Mode mentioned a few times by people, so I'm definitely going to check that out. But yeah, what's this thing called? Shades Cow said, it's an addiction to the app. YouTube dominates, especially compared to Spotify. He moved with no video on Spotify. This means it wouldn't switch over. I would. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I get what you mean. Shades Cow. I definitely understand what that means. Okay, there's loads of conspiracy theories on War Mode. Okay, cool. I'll check that out. I'm curious to check that out. But if you haven't as well, if you look into some shows to check out there, definitely check out the ones I already mentioned. Of course, the War Mode is another one to kind of add to a list of stuff. Like, I like to listen to podcasts personally for me that just don't try and talk too much about politics. No more culture war to shit. Not much about the fucking cancel culture shit. Like, I like just like, if you're going to be a comedy based podcast, make me laugh. Like, legitimately. Say some shitty shit. Like, make me laugh, fuck around, like, whatever. Don't start talking about Russia and Ukraine, Roe v. Wade and shit, like, gendered bathrooms, whatever, like trans issues. Like, just allow it. please, just give me the funnies. If I want to listen to my new shit, I'll go to get new stuff. But if you're a comedian, just give me the funnies. Give me the LOLs, please, I beg you. You're a professional comic, aren't you? Come on, man. Make me fucking laugh. That's all I ask for. That's all I ask for. Okay, cool. Let's 47 votes so far. If you haven't voted, please make sure that you do there and let me know. Do you think Rogan's funny or not? And we're gonna end it in the next 5 minutes or so. Moving on from that one, let's actually talk about Brendan Schaub, funnily enough, doing a fucking U-turn on the whole Francis Ngannou shit. I felt like, again, this is a really weird hot take from me, but I legitimately felt like Brendan was kind of questioning Francis Ngannou's intelligence because he's African, because he speaks English with an accent, and because he's a big black guy. I legitimately think so. Because for some reason, he couldn't comprehend why Francis Ngannou was maybe approaching his negotiation with, you know, different, you know, MMA organizations differently than other people. He wasn't just looking to secure the bag. He wanted to fulfill these other stipulations about getting his opponents a guaranteed purse, getting himself a board in the seat, getting himself a seat on the board, you know, having some options that he can maybe pursue once he kind of hangs up his gloves and shit, you know, stuff that maybe not your general fighter would be into. And like I said at the top of the show, I think if you watch Francis Ngannou's first interview with Ariel Helwani, regardless of whether or not you think he should be doing what he's doing or not, you could respect and understand his perspective of like, cool, he's approaching it from a very, very different point of view. He's really walking the talk. He's really kind of backing, you know, himself and trying to kind of look out for fellow fighters by making sure they've got a purse secured, trying to look after the future maybe or potentially of MMA and whatever else in Africa, and having his career prospects kind of lined up once he hangs up his gloves, knowing how brutal the sports are, you know, having an option to do boxing at the same time, all these things he wanted to do, but none of it really concerned money. It was all stuff that was kind of outside of the purview of just fighting in the octagon, and Brendan couldn't wrap his head around it. And legitimately, I think a lot of it was kind of weirdly dog whistly type racisty type stuff, because I don't think he would have said the same thing if that was some white dude doing a deal with fucking CAA or WME. In my opinion, I don't think so. It came across a bit strange, and I'll play the clip for you of what he's speaking about, but let's look at his 360, and he looks absolutely ridiculous. He's got this fucking onesie on that looks a little bit too tight, because obviously he bought this when he wasn't, you know, sipping on whiskey every single day. But this is Brendan Schaub now deciding to be, you know, Francis Ngannou's friend and talk about and kind of congratulate him for the deal in general. No shame, this guy. Absolutely no shame. Let's play the video.
Brendan, can we get your reaction on Francis signing with the PFL?
Francis news is finally announced. It's a long time.
Who's the guy behind the camera? Is that the new BGL? RIP BGL. Put RIP BGO in the chat. RIP BGO in the chat.
Coming. I think the great Chael Sonnen broke this a few weeks ago, so it shouldn't be too shocking to anybody. But Francis signed with the PFL. Shout out to Francis Ngannou. He said what he was going to do. He set out what he was going to do. He got a lot of hate, a lot of pushback.
Yeah, a lot of hate from you fucking redact.
His agent, Markel, and him got it done. Don't forget Markel. He was a big advocate getting Francis to kind of go on this path that hasn't been done before. Shouts out to them. Francis, Markel, the PFL for taking a chance on Francis. All of it's all good. Biggest contract, guarantees his opponents of $2 million. He gets a portion of the gate, pay-per-view percentage, guaranteed money. It's completely game-changing for the sport MMA.
So what's your issue then? What's your issue then? That's amazing stuff. You talk about fighters having a union, pushing for more equity, pushing for more ownership. What is the issue then? Fair enough, like I said, if you're selfishly a fan of the UFC and MMA or a fan of heavyweight fighters in general, not seeing him fight for another year is going to be a bit disappointing, especially seeing what John Jones did moving up. You're like, damn, man, imagine what we could have had. I understand, but what's there to hate? Let's hear.
It's huge. It's massive. This is all good. My question is not with Francis. We know Francis got a great deal, so hats off to Francis. The question is it a great deal for the PFL?
What? He never said that. He never cared about the organization he was standing with. Never. Never. He was saying from number one that if Francis doesn't do a deal now, it's going to mess up his leverage, which made no sense because the longer it went, he didn't sign, the more leverage that he had because he had more opportunity to say, hey, I want this. If you don't give me this, I'm not going to sign. So the fact that he didn't sign with anybody, didn't give any promises, gave him opportunity to negotiate with other people. But for some reason, Brendan thought differently. Just take the bag. Just take the bag. No one's going to care about you after a year. No one's going to care about you after a year. Worst take imaginable. Let's hear him continue.
Say no. The leagues that throw all this money at the fighters, Affliction, other leagues, they're not around anymore. So I don't know if you can sustain a business model giving Francis all this money.
Who fucking cares? He got what he wanted. This is the whole conversation. People were saying Francis was dumb and didn't know how to negotiate and he was being greedy. He proved to you that he wasn't because he got loads of shit guaranteed and given to him that wasn't necessarily the big pay deal that he would have got in other places, but it kind of guaranteed some things and put some things in place that will benefit him in the long run. That's what he got. Yes, the PFL, is it UFC? No, it's not. No one's saying that it is. Is it one championship even? No one's saying that it is either. But what he's done is that he got what he essentially wanted. People said he couldn't do it and he did that. That's what he's done. He's proved everybody wrong in that respect.
All this power. I don't know if it's capable. I hope it is. I hope it works out. It would change the game forever. And shout out to Francis for taking the risk and being the guy to do it.
Stop sucking
also,
up.
Something to note, it says he won't fight through 2024. PFL is a tournament-style platform. That's their business model. It's a tournament. So France is going to skip the tournament and go against PFL standards. And they're saying there's going to be a heavyweight tournament, then the winner of that fights Francis. I'd rather see Francis in the tournament. Other question, who's he going to fight? Name 5 PFL heavyweights. Go.
Name 5 UFC heavyweights. Go. Name 5 one championship heavyweights. Go. The heavyweight division across the board is fucking shit. Most people can see that now, especially with the previous fight cards and stuff. Like at the top level, the lack of grappling, the lack of jiu-jitsu and shit and wrestling overall at the heavyweight level makes it a little bit of a dead rubber, essentially. If John Jones was 10 years younger and decided to go up to heavyweight, he would dominate for a very, very long time. Come on, man.
I can't name them either. So they're gonna have to make PFL an attractive kind of secondary option outside the UFC, which they've done because now you're guaranteeing them these huge paydays. So I think you're gonna see some free agents come over to the PFL for that guaranteed payday of $2 million that Francis said is in the contract. My question again is, name heavyweights who are gonna be free agents soon that you would pay to watch Francis fight on pay-per-view. So shout out to Francis, huge success.
Look at this fucking backhanded fucking compliment and, you know, praise he's giving the guy. When he was on this show, he was sucking him off. And now all of a sudden, because he's friends with the one championship dude, he's now deciding to fucking dismiss him and kind of, you know, give him these weird backhanded compliments. Awful, dude. This is definitely hater energy.
He beat all the haters, beat all the criticism. It's never been done before. Hats off to the king, Francis Ngannou.
Why don't you say I apologize? Why don't you say that?
The question is this model sustainable for the PFL? History would say no. Let's find out.
So, in case you guys have forgotten and are not aware of what was said the first time around, I've actually pulled it up because, you know, it's good to have these receipts and just kind of go through how fucking bitter and pissed off and weird Brendan sounded when he was talking about it the first time around. Before we do that, let's quickly end the poll regarding this Joe Rogan thing, and let's see what you guys said in the end. Let's get this up on screen. Come on. So the question was, do you think Joe Rogan's podcast is overrated like his stand-up comedy is? Big up to the person in the Instagram comments for giving me the idea for that poll. And it says as follows: the final result so far, 49% of you say Joe Rogan's podcast is overrated. 38% say it's not overrated. And 12, of course, axe J. Shit. So the general consensus is most people think Joe Rogan's pod is overrated. That's pretty wild, man. I really didn't expect that, to be fair. But big up everybody that voted. I appreciate you ending the poll right now. I do appreciate every single one of you. So let's go back to the episode, right? This is the episode where Brendan essentially just can't wrap it. Look at even the fucking screen pause here. He's got a headache. He can't wrap his head around. Why doesn't John Africa just sign the deal? Why doesn't this big black nignog just fucking sign the deal? You need the money, right? You're from Africa, man. Africa ain't got no money. Just sign the dotted line. Come on. This is what it's given. Let's hear him talk.
You gotta go order a shirt ASAP.
Lisa Mechie shirt.
Yeesh. Unless they sell it at the venue. I don't know how that works. Such a good dude. He's an outlier amongst all the the faces of the people that own all.
So this is him sucking off the one championship dude, right? So everything he's talking about regarding Francis and the inside information he's gotten, he's basically exposed his source. He's so redacted, he can't even be subtle about it. You clearly know that all his information regarding the inner goings on of Francis's negotiation with One Championship came directly from the CEO mouth, essentially. That's what he's doing. He's not even subtle about it in any kind of way.
All these fight organizations or just pro sports in general. You know, the commissioners of all these leagues, the owners of the UFC, owner of PFL, Bellator, all these owners, ain't no one stacks up with Chatrik. When you look at degree from Harvard, what he came from, none of them.
Insane, yeah.
An actual mixed martial artist, like trains every day, has a background in mixed martial arts. Isn't doing this to be famous, isn't doing this to make money, could have sold a long time ago, doesn't do that stuff. He's doing it for the game.
His passion, yeah, that's what he said.
Straight passion. Yeah. He's my favorite, my absolute favorite. And this is what frustrates me. You know, we shot with Chatri and Mikey on Friday. And at the time, we were talking about Francis Ngannou. And with Francis, my take on Francis right now, I'm sure there's going to be current events, so I'll jump into it right now. And then we'll get into UFC 288. My take on Francis is this. The longer that it goes on that he doesn't have a fight coming up, the worse it is for him as far as leverage. People forget this game evolves so fast.
It's not the worst take ever. How can you have less leverage if you wait longer to sign with somebody? If you're negotiating, if you're in demand. Fair enough if you're not in demand, but if you're in demand, if you're Francis Ngannou, you're the hardest hitting man on earth. You knock people out with a touch. People are curious to see how you're going to fare up against somebody who's maybe more grappling centric, who maybe has got more, has better skills in wrestling, in jiu-jitsu, whatever it may be. People are just curious to see the matchups that you're going to have in general, because it's like a freak show to see this guy get in a ring and swing wildly and try and take people's head off their shoulders. Why would you lose leverage by refusing to sign the first deal you're given on the table? That's not just giving you more. Honestly, this guy's meant to be, and this is the thing that really is disappointing about Brendan and the Schaub Show. Technically, Brendan Schaub Show should be the best show under the Thick Boy banner, because he's a former UFC heavyweight. He's a former professional mixed martial artist. This should be the best show he has. This and Food Truck Diary should be the best, because this is where he's an actual bona fide expert. He's done the thing. He got into the octagon and fought other dudes. He knocked out some guys, got knocked out himself, right? Legitimately was ranked. Like, he legitimately should be producing the best level of a show on this show. But instead, it's one of his worst. He hardly does any research. He doesn't really have any good takes. He reads the cards off Wikipedia. He does the show like hungover or high or sleepy and shit first thing in the morning, which I don't understand, because he's clearly not a morning person. It's legitimately the worst low effort show ever. And for the longest time, Showtime paid him for this shit. Look at the quality that they're doing, Brian Campbell and fucking Luke Thomas, or BC and Luke, as Brendan calls him. Look at how good that show is. That's on Showtime, that now took over from him. He was getting paid from Showtime to do this show, and it was so amateur hour, so bare minimum. It's a real disappointment. Continues.
There's other headliners. There's other big names out there. The boxing game, he's the, he's fun, but he's the side piece. He's not wifey. He's the side piece in all of this. So the more this goes on, and we don't hear his name in the big fights in boxing, we haven't heard for a while now. Deontay Wilder teased it, but then now he's ranked #1, so I don't know what's going on there. Probably fighting a big boxing name. But the longest goes on for Francis, the worst it is if you're a Francis fan. It's not good. So when Chatri, when he came in, me and him were talking about it, he goes, yeah, I'm supposed to meet with Francis in LA. He's in LA. We've been trying to meet for a while now. Finally, we're making it happen. You know, we have an offer. And he's like, money's not the issue. We can pay him more than anybody. UFC says they offer him the highest contract ever, heavyweights ever in UFC. We'll destroy that. We're offering more money than he can imagine. So money's not the issue. It's these other things outside of that makes it tough for us. You know, some of his demands, and it's not my place to air Chatri's details out with the negotiation.
Why are you even talking about this on air? If you've got the ear and the fucking confidence of the CEO of the one championship, and he's telling you things behind the scenes, on the sly, in secret, why are you letting it be known that you're also speaking to him in that way? Why? Why don't you just talk around it in vague terms? The guy is so redacted. And also, it's coming from one person's perspective. He essentially is still a promoter. So you still have to sell your organization, make it seem like you're offering whatever you're offering. You have to play the game. It is what it is. So the fact that Brendan is willing to take and believe everything the one championship guy is saying, but then doubt Francis Ngannou's intelligence and business acumen because he's not signing the first deal he gets is legit crazy.
It's not what I do. But some of the demands that he told me that Francis made blew my mind. I was like, oh, that's the problem. There's the problem. Now, I don't think Markel's not his age anymore. I don't know who he's listened to. But it's not, I'll put it this way. It's not good. Nobody is going to sign him for that. Nobody.
You see what he said there? Nobody's going to sign him for that. But that video that you played, did he apologize and say, I got it wrong? I fucked up. Well done. You proved me wrong and you proved everybody else wrong. No, he didn't. He tried to kind of pretend that this didn't happen. Video evidence of him saying nobody's going to give him that deal. It's crazy. It doesn't make any sense. Just sign whatever you're given. You've got no leverage. You dumb black cunt. That's what essentially he's saying. I'm saying the words, obviously. I'm adding some spice to it. But that's what it's kind of giving. John Africa, you don't know what you're doing. You don't have CAA. You don't have WME. How can you do a deal by yourself? It's impossible. How can this black guy with no English do a deal by himself? That's what essentially he's saying. Despicable.
Nobody. It's not happening. So at some point, he needs to get off his high horse and go, I'm still a fighter. I'm still a fighter. I need to do what's best for me. And now I know he wants to do what's best for the fighters and equal rights and all that shit when it comes to fighter pay. All good, dude. But what's going to happen is your voice is so much more powerful. If you want to make a change, become world champion, one championship, beat Deontay Wilder, and then keep harping on this. But right now, there's not a ton of...
No, that's incorrect. You always negotiate from your strongest position. The strongest position he has now is when he hasn't signed or fought anybody. There's no guarantee he's going to win all these fights. He might get sparked out by the first heavyweight opponent that he is matched with in fucking PFL. He might get completely obliterated in boxing when he goes to fight Deontay Wilder or flipping, Tyson Fury. There's no guarantees. So Brendan's telling him, sign the deal first, fight those people, win those matches, then negotiate. Are you insane? Why not negotiate for your strongest position? You had to vacate the belt because you couldn't sign a deal with the UFC. You then go and negotiate with other organizations to get this incredible deal where you get equity, where you get a seat on the board, where you get fighter compensation, you improve the the fight purse, bloody blah, blah, blah. All of that can only be done when you don't sign.
No leverage there. And some of the stuff that he's asking for, I've never even heard of fighters asking for ever in my entire life.
He's such a
I've
hater.
heard of some crazy shit from comics with the writers when it comes to green rooms for fighters, NFL players. I've heard of crazy shit. You hear this, you're like, oh, nobody's gonna take that. And
you hear that? Let's go back to that again.
I've heard of crazy shit. You hear this, you're like, oh, nobody's gonna take that.
Well, somebody did, my friend. Somebody fucking did. Again, no putting your hands up and saying I'm sorry, apologizing for your terrible take, apologizing for insulting his intelligence and making it seem like he's a fucking dumb black guy because he doesn't have a white man doing his business deal for them. None of that. Just good deal, backhanding compliments in that fucking romper that he's wearing that's too tight.
And Chaudhry came out today and said, met with him. After careful reflection, we decided not to submit our final offer. Francis is a good guy, a good champion. I wish him continued success and happiness. At the end of the day, I didn't feel Francis and I were fully aligned on non-financial matters.
That's the big one.
It's nothing personal. It's just a lack of alignment. That should be alarming if you're in the Francis Ngannou camp.
No, it shouldn't, though, because it means that all you need is somebody to give you the deal that is non-financial to meet those terms. The financial side of things, everybody can kind of, figure out. I think the UFC probably maybe offered him more money. Maybe, who knows? Guaranteed money, fight purse, whatever, potential. I'm probably sure they did. But it's the non-financials that he was always hung up on more. Like it or not, that's what he was legitimately going for. The board seat, the potential to grow the sport in Africa, whatever else, right? All that stuff is the stuff that he kind of, obviously the ability to go and fight and do boxing, that he cared about more. But when you're Brendan, all you care about is securing the bag and being able to afford to buy new luxury cars and have a bigger house, then of course somebody turning on the bag can be a bit crazy. But it is refreshing to see Francis Ngannou does exist, a person like that does exist. I think so.
So already, outside of pay, so we know it's not pay, outside of pay, Francis can't go anywhere and make more money than he was going to make in one championship. So that's off the
But he already told you he doesn't care about money. This is the thing I don't understand about this guy. Is he that dense? He already said he doesn't really care about money that much. Or he's given us the impression so far he's not really, moved by money in the way other people are. So why would it matter?
Table. Let's take a little break from chat.
Anyway, that's it. Let's move. Don't want to go over it a million times. Brendan's always going to do what Brendan's going to do. But again, like I said, it's just disappointing because I legitimately think that show should be his best show, but it's not. And he just kind of does the bare minimum. And, it kind of shows in the show that he produces. But again, another example as to why that whole Francis Ngannou thing is really important when it comes to equity and shit and giving yourself an ability to have an exit plan or a fail-safe if things go wrong in the octagon is what's currently going on with fucking the UFC. Look at this. This is a post somebody uploaded on the fucking Friday Kid subreddit of the recent fight card. And in one of the corners, there's an advertisement here for Bert Kreischer's Machine, the Machine movie coming out soon, May 26th. They're advertising comedy-based movies in the ring, octagon. And I'm pretty sure none of the money that they've made or that they've charged Bert Kreischer's team or whoever to put this ad in there is going to make its way to the fighters. So for some reason, Dana hates having ads on fighter shorts. He thinks it makes it look cheap for some reason. But he's okay splaying logos and brands all over the mat, all over the corners of the octagon and raking in that dough for the UFC. None of that money goes to the fighters, of course. So I think if you're a fighter, you should look after your best interests, whether it's financial, whether it's protecting yourself career-wise, whether it's giving yourself the ability to do other things outside of, MMA. It's a short career, especially nowadays. You should do as much as you can to get the best deal for yourself and not listen to these absolute redacts like Brendan Schaub telling you to just secure the bag, go for whoever's offering you the most money and just pray for the best. Don't do that. That's the worst thing to do personally for me. But yeah, big up Francis Ngannou. Hopefully it works out for him. Hopefully it works out. Eddie D said, have it on high authority that the Machine movie will be box office poison. Another hot take from me. This is fucking hot take night, right? Hot take night. I'm being a bit of a hot take McGee here. I think the Machine will do really well. I think the Machine's going to do really well. Personally for me. And I think, unfortunately for us, we're going to hear so much more of fucking Bert Kreischer over the next couple of months or few months. I think that movie is going to do really well. I think so. Because I think there is a real dearth and a real lack of that type of comedic movie in the cinema, especially if they kind of go out of their way to push the line in terms of comedy, if they go out of their way to insert a lot of adult humor in it, make it fun, make it kind of politically incorrect or whatnot, I think a lot of people will run to it because there's a real lack of that in the cinema nowadays. I just came back from watching fucking Guardians of the Galaxy, and that was legitimately one of the worst things I've watched my entire life. I know I'm the worst person to judge Guardians of the Galaxy because I hadn't watched any of the previous movies. I think there's 2 previously. I never watched them. I went into Guardians of the Galaxy completely blind, not knowing anything about the movie, and I legitimately was about to fall asleep halfway through. Way too long. The jokes were fucking corny and horrible. They kind of made me, what made me think when I watched Guardians of the Galaxy and people were laughing in the cinema along to these shitty jokes and these musical interludes. It kind of made me think, this is why people like Taylor Swift. Yo, big up Austin Casey. I appreciate $5.
Schwab looked pregnant in that jumper.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he did a little bit, didn't he? He looked a bit bloated, that guy. But big up Austin Casey. Appreciate the $5 donation, mate. I legitimately left Guardians of the Galaxy thinking to myself, this is probably the reason why I could never be a Taylor Swift fan. Because it's legitimately like normie people content and entertainment. I just don't get it. But I think there's a big audience. Like, I think there are more, yeah, this is not hot take or not clever thing to say, but there's more normie people out there than there are people who are, I don't know, whatever you'd call me. There's more normies out there. And I think normies want to be entertained. They want to kind of be, they kind of want to be, what's that thing called? They kind of want to forget their everyday struggles and just kind of be transported and mesmerized by whatever you're showing them on screen. Give them explosions, give them gaffes, give them laughs, give them in cringe, whatever it may be. They're going to flock in their flipping hundreds and thousands. I legitimately think The Machine is going to do amazing in the box office. That's my personal prediction. I could be completely off. Unlike Brendan, I will apologize if I am off, all right? I'm going to hold my hands up, but I legitimately think The Machine is going to do great in the box office. And we're going to, as I think Eddie D or Charles Lucas said, we're actually going to do a poll on that one as well. Let's do another fucking poll. Back-to-back fucking polls. Do you think Bert Kreischer's movie, The Machine, I don't know, will do well at the box office? Yeah, will do well. Do you think Bert Kreischer's movie, The Machine, would at the box office, right? Well, at the box office. Let's see what you guys say here. Let's see what you guys say here. I'm curious to see what you guys say. I personally think it's going to do fantastically well. Honestly, personally for me. And it's going to be so frustrating because anybody that doesn't like Bert Kreischer, you're going to not be able to get rid of him. He's going to be everywhere. He's going to milk that success until the cows come home. And I predict as well, another prediction here, there's going to be a sequel. I know it's hard to take. It's hard to take. There's going to be a sequel. I guarantee you. There's going to be a fucking sequel. It's not going to end. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, I think I remember reading somewhere that Bert and Tom Segura signed a deal. Didn't they? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Let me Google that. For a movie, right? Like a 2 Bears 1K thing. Bert Kreischer. Let's see. Tom Segura movie deal. Let's see. I'm pretty sure I saw that sometime. Let's see if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, see? There we go. Plus, Bert Kreischer confirms rumors that a movie with him and Tom Segura is in the works. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw like something on fucking Variety or something. I'm pretty sure. But anyway, that's confirmation there. So they've got a movie coming out together, Bert Kreischer and Tom Segura, and he's also got his own movie coming. I legitimately think it's going to do amazingly well in the box office. It's going to get a sequel, and there's going to be another movie with Tom Segura and Bert Kreischer. So you're going to not get rid of, and you're going to be able to, it's going to be impossible to avoid Bert Kreischer in the next few years. Watch. Watch. If you don't like Bert Kreischer, you better make sure that you kind of mark his name as spam or something on all your social media platforms and accounts, because he's going to be fucking everywhere. So what people are saying in the poll, let's see. Let's take a quick look at this so far. I'm curious to see what you guys think. 23 votes so far. Wow. Most people don't agree with me at all. 61% said no. They don't think he's going to do well at the box office at all. Okay, cool. I'm just on my own on this one. I'm on my own. But yeah, I guess big up him. Moving on from that one, let's talk about this. Yes, let's talk about. Let's go here. We talk about the UFC thing. We've done the Bert Kreischer face thing. Let's do this one. This clip is taken again from the Fire Kid subreddit. Big up XOXO Fawi. I can't say that word, but you know who you are. XOXO PHAGGOT. Thank you for uploading this. This is titled "Some of This Feels Directed at Bapper." Now, I'm in two minds here. This is taken from a recent episode of the JRE featuring Steve-O. I'm of the belief, because I think there's some people out there that think Joe Rogan. No, I think I said it personally. I said before, sometimes I wonder if some stand-up comedians get a little bit annoyed with Joe, how he kind of uses his podcast as a way to kind of speak about people without speaking to them directly. Like, he'll complain about people's sets and stuff and what people do behind the scenes and how they act and stuff, and maybe they're too thirsty or they ask too much. But I don't think some of these people he bothers to say it to them to their face. He just knows because his podcast is popular and because everybody in the industry listens to it, it's going to get back to him somewhere around the other, or they're going to figure out that he's talking about them. But I also think, but I'm also somebody that also believes that Rogan isn't afraid of confrontation. And if you ask him, if you put him back in a corner, he's going to tell you exactly what he thinks. So I don't think nobody does not know where they stand with him. But you have to be willing enough or brave enough to go and ask him. But I think a lot of comedians look at him like he's a deity and don't want to say anything to upset him in any way, shape or form. So they avoid it and just pretend everything's cool. And then they moan and complain on their podcast like Eric Griffin did. And then suddenly when Joe Rogan books them, they're all fucking happy again. But this is Joe talking about, the struggles of having a club and shit and comedians and how they're acting. And legitimately, this is funny because hey, big up Richie, appreciate the $10, brother.
As you said the same thing about the Balenciaga flats, that they would be everywhere, but I guess that didn't come to fruition. Same for Bert. Sorry, mate.
Okay. Ouch. Big up Richie, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the $10 donation. You are correct, sir. And I have to take that one on the chin. I got to take that one on the chin. You're legitimately correct there. I did say those Balenciaga ballerina pumps would be everywhere. But I guess when I meant everywhere, I meant Instagram. You want people in the science. I didn't say everywhere in the world. I just meant everywhere on Instagram, And I see them on Instagram. On my side of Instagram, they're very popular. Maybe on your side, they're not really popular, but on my side of the algorithm, they're fucking popular. So that's what I meant, So technically, I didn't lose. But big up Richie, I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. I hate that people remember what I say. I wish I could just speak, and not be in fear of people remembering the words that I say, and holding it against me. I wish I could do that, or just be like DSP, Darkside Phil. If you disagree with me, you get banned. That would be the best way to go about life. You disagree, banned. Oh, I did say I didn't know. Fucking hell. That was a fucking horrible take. Balenciaga ballet pumps will be... Anyway, yeah, whatever. Moving on. So, let's play this clip, and then I'll let you guys know what I think as we continue.
Mind.
Yeah.
It's like you seeing the world. It's like you can't really... you really shouldn't use other people's premises and try to copy their shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a fucking problem with people. We've had problems with people where, they'll, guys opening for guys will start doing bits on the same subject these people cover after they even setting them up the same way. Like, I had to talk to a guy about it recently. I'm like, hey, motherfucker, you got to stop doing that. Like, you're literally, this is like you're in the neighborhood of stealing. Because you're working for a guy and you're doing his premises before he does them. It's called stepping on premises.
You know what's funny about these fucking stand-up comedians? Imagine doing this at Joe Rogan's club. From what they're saying, again, this is the first time I've heard about this. I didn't know this was an issue, personally, for me. I didn't know this was an issue. Maybe you guys know if you're more plugged into stand-up, but I didn't know it was an issue of like, if the person who's the headliner has a joke about, I don't know, fat single mums, you can't have a joke in the same, with the same premise. Obviously, it's not going to be word for word, but even if it's not word for word, you just can't do it. You have to kind of let them be able to just do their fat single mom's joke when they come on, type of thing. And because you open for them long enough, you should know what their kind of material is and should know what to avoid. Cool. So it's a surprise for the audience. I didn't know that was an issue, but it clearly is a thing. So imagine being a stand-up comedian, being invited to one of the most popular, popping, fire hot, fucking murder-filled clubs in the whole of the United States. These guys saying it's the best club in the world, which is ridiculous, because, you know, for them, they think the world is fucking America when it isn't, regardless who move. But imagine being a stand-up comedian and doing something that all comedians think is like a faux pas at Joe Rogan's club. That goes to show how fucking entitled and warped these guys are. You'd think people would be on their best behavior, but they're actually doing the same things they do in their entire career. Now Rogan's starting to realize why some of his guys aren't where they should be. Some people that he probably thinks should be way more successful or bigger, he probably realizes why they're not, right? In Brendan Schaub terms, their work ethic isn't the greatest and shit. He's starting to realize it in real time, kind of thing, that these guys aren't what is cracked up to be. And it's all starting to make sense why people are where they are in their career, why people talk about them a certain way. It's all starting to click a little bit. But imagine that even at Joe Rogan's club, these guys have bad behaviors. Crazy.
I'm happy to report that is not a concern.
Well, obviously, of course. But my point is that, like, for some people, they just can't do it for whatever reason.
Right.
I don't know why. That's the bummer. Because, like, even though I'm encouraging people to do stand-up, there's, like, certain people that, like, want to do sets on my shows. And I'm like, no, I can't have you on. Like, you're just not good. Like, and how do you say that to someone? You put me in a position where you're asking me to perform on my show, but I can't have you on. Or I'll have you on once or twice, and then I'm like, this is not, you can't do this.
Dude, it's the worst.
It's horrible.
When you've got...
Now, the funny thing about this is that I'm one of the people who says that I don't blame Joe Rogan for encouraging his friends to pursue stand-up comedy, or people he just likes. Hey, I think you're funny, pursue the thing. It's not his, that's not his issue. I think the main issue has been for him over the years, especially recently, the fact that he kind of pushed Brendan into stand-up comedy, and the fact that Brendan's so terrible but was given positions and opportunities that were far above his actual ability to do stand-up on stage. It kind of made people question Joe Rogan in general, question his integrity, question the sanctity of doing stand-up in the first place. It just made people really pissed off overall that this guy was so terrible at stand-up. He got given the biggest cosign of all cosigns from Joe Rogan, and now he's starting to realize the monster he's created, because at the end of the day, Brendan hasn't got any better, really. I've always said, and I'm still going to stick with it, that You'd Be Surprised is a far better special than fucking Gringo Pappy. Yo, big up Crash 984. Appreciate the $1 super chat.
Same as a DJ set. Save the hits for the headliner.
Okay, cool. There we go. Crash put it in a fucking amazing way. That's a better way to think about it. I didn't think about it that way. That's actually true. When you're opening, like I do a lot of warm-up DJ sets, you're not meant to play fucking floor to the roof, fucking floor to the floor bangers. You should be trying to warm up for the headline to come and flipping slay. That's actually a great way to do a flipping set, but sometimes it can be hard when you're a warm-up DJ. You don't ever play for a packed crowd. You're suddenly paying for a packed crowd. It can be very hard to avoid the temptation of not just going it can be very difficult not to do that. But the great people out there, the ones who really want to pursue this stuff correctly, they make sure they kind of temper it down a little bit and just chill and relax and provide the platform for the third person to come and do what they do. So yeah, big up Crash 984. Appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. So going back to this, I completely understand his position. I understand what Rogan's talking about. I understand what he's saying, honestly, but he can't be blamed for some people taking his advice to do stand-up, but they're not pursuing it the correct way, or just not getting better or not being good. But it also must be a really mindfuck in his position to be in a place where there are some people who are asking you to perform and you're just not good enough. Now, I've had a couple people leaving comments on my videos. I'm hoping these people are insiders, hoping not just trolls. And I've seen some people on the subreddit saying the same thing. Some people are saying, I'm hoping this is true because it'd be so funny if it is true. There is some rumblings out there that there are some people at Joe Rogan's comedy club who have made it known that if Brendan gets booked to perform there, they're pissed. Like, I don't know if they're going to leave or anything, but they've made it known that he has no right to perform there because he's not at adequate level. Like, they want to have a, what's the thing called? Like a quality standard. You have to be at a certain level to perform. And I guess the barometer is like, you can't be Brendan Shaw bad and perform at the Comedy Mothership. That's what people are saying. And it's been kind of relayed to Brendan that's the case, allegedly. The other thing I've also heard, which I kind of believe, is that Rogan has told Brendan, hey, you can't headline, but you can open. You can come and do my show and open and shit, or somebody else. But allegedly, Brendan is like, nah, I don't open for people. If I want to open for you, but I'm not open for anybody else. Like, I'm a headliner myself. He wants to have those weekender that people like Rogan's giving to his friends and stuff, right? Because I think Callen's got one coming up in August. He said already that, you know, if he's going to do a weekender. So that's what I've also seen on the East streets, that he's told, hey, you can come perform in my club, but you can only perform in my club if you don't mind being a fucking, what's it called? An opener. What do you guys think about that? I don't believe, okay, Ucha's saying I don't believe the second one. Brendan should take that. Exactly, Charles Lucas. I'll take that. If I'm Brendan Shaw, I'm taking the opener thing. I'm taking it personally. I'm taking it straight away. To perform there. I'm taking it. Tyler says, if I'm Bappa did go to Mothership, it would be as the biggest spectacle ever because of the controversy, which is so backwards. It's very true. Which Bappa would give his last script to Addies to invite his Mothership. His last script. Oh, it's very, very true. Shaw would be lucky to be opener, to be honest. But he actually needs it. If anything, I would take the opener and then I would use this opportunity to reset and say, cool, let me start again. Let me actually do it the right way, because this has always been the issue people have had, myself included. Why not just do stand up the right way? Why did he think he was an outlier? He always said he was an outlier. I'm the special one. I come at it from an unconventional point of view. I don't need to do open mics. I don't need to do, shitty sets in places where people don't know me. No, I need to always perform in front of a crowd that knows me, in front of, around all my famous comedic podcast friends and shit. That's going to give me an inflated sense of self and kind of give me a warped sense of where I am. Like, that's what he always did. He never went through the actual, the method that most people go about doing stand-up for the most part. The tried and tested method. He thought it was the outlier, and it obviously blew up in his face. But, I don't know. Those are the things I've heard on the East streets. But I think the first one is probably true. That a lot of people have made it known that Brendan shouldn't be performing at the Comedy Mothership. I'm not sure they went up to Bryan and Rogan and said, you can't book him. No. I just think they're saying, hey, if we're gonna make this place the mecca of stand-up, if we're gonna make this place the best comedy club in the world, there has to be standards. We can't just be having any Tom, Dick, and Harry performing here. It has to be the best of the best, for better or worse. Especially Rogan, he's got the money to absorb some of the costs and the pains and whatnot. You should do it. Why not? Will he get treated like he was special, Rogan or Callen? This is the end result. Yeah, true. Can't put the genie back in the bottle. Very true. Crash 984 there. This place has standards. Yep. You talk about the nope, that's coming next. I hate to say it, but I like Bappa's stand up. Excuse me? What did you say? Tyler Durden says, hate to say it, but I like Bappa's stand up better than Rogan's. Can we have a poll? Fuck off. No way. That is terrible. I hope I'm not the only one that's thinking that's a terrible take. Maybe you're right, Tyler. You legitimately think Brendan's stand-up is better than Joe Rogan's? Yo, I want to hear this poll. Please let me know in the poll. That's an amazing take. Brendan Shaw is the best stand-up. Like, if you had to compare You'd Be Surprised and Gringo Pappy, and what's the one he's got? What's it called? Something I don't know, whatever Rogan's fucking specials are called. Fuck. Okay, cool. This is fucking incredible. This is fucking incredible. I can't believe this is a crazy hot take. No way. Okay, let's make this poll here. Do you think Brendan Schaub is a better stand-up comedian than Joe Rogan? Oh my god, this is insane. Legitimately. I said my hot take was that Brendan Schaub is better than Matt Rife, right? And I think some people in the chat were having fits about that and not agreeing with me. This is a crazier one. Let's see what people think here. I don't think it's even close personally for me. Wow. Let's see what people say here. Bear with me a sec. Boom. Let's see. What do you guys think? What do you guys think here? I'm so curious to see. Yeah, exactly. Eddie D. AI Schaub is better than Schaub. AI Schaub might be better than Brent Rogan. Yeah, AI Schaub is probably better than Joe Rogan, personally for me. I'm definitely gonna say that. But yeah, let's play the end of this clip.
Had someone opening for you that's not doing a good job.
It's the bummer.
So uncomfortable.
And it's another thing that people who suck do. They like to take people on the road with them who suck because they want to come in and rescue them. Like people that are like mildly competent, they want to bring like the worst opening acts so that this audience has to suffer through 20 minutes of nonsense.
Well, right. Like a lot of people are threatened by someone getting on there and killing it.
Yeah, that's another famine mentality thing. I try to bring the best fucking people I can find.
Yeah.
I try to bring just straight up killers, headliners, and that's
Ian Edwards.
Yeah, everybody, all this Joey Diaz.
Cool. So and I had something for Rogan, to be fair. Maybe I'm one of the only ones, but I do feel kind of bad for him because you would imagine most of the people who are asking to perform at the Comedy Mothership are probably shit. Because the people that he wanted to perform there, he's already asked them himself. So now you're in a position where you're able to tell your friends who you like, I'm not going to let you perform because I don't think you're good. And because no one's ever had that conversation with them, it's going to be hard to take, when your friend says, nah, I'm good, man. I can't let you perform at my club. I don't think you're good at stand-up. Or you're not good enough to perform at my club kind of thing. It's like, ugh. That's a bit hard to take. But let's see what people are saying in the poll here about the Rogan thing. This is fucking crazy. What? 45% of people think Brendan Schaub is a better stand-up comedian than Joe Rogan. Nah, this has to be skewed. You guys are insane. No, 45%. This is insane. This is insane. You guys are fucking insane. This is definitely a troll. Should I replay Gringo Pappy again? Do you want to be abused? Do you want to all run away from the stream? Should I fucking what's that word called? Should I kill the dance floor? Should I clear the dance floor and play Gringo Pappy from the beginning to the end again? Like, should we do that? You don't want that. You don't want me to play Gringo Pappy again. Honestly, you don't want me to play Gringo Pappy again because that special was fucking awful. Oh my god. Rashad said they're on the same tier. Again, don't agree. Cloud, they see me trolling. They hating. Rogan, Brendan Schaub's the best stand than Rogan. I can talk. Amy K, big up Amy. What's up? I mean, it's Mexican chocolate chip cookies via demonic stool humping. Either way, you answer as a troll. No, actually, yeah, true. It's Mexican chocolate chip cookies or demonic Kardashians on the stool. That's what he's got, right? That joke about saying about the Kardashians turning into okay, Rogan. Again, not for me, but hey. Yes. I can't believe this. This is fucking incredible. I really can't believe this, man. Okay, now it's neck and neck. Cool. The trolling has stopped now. It's now 42% of people saying yes, that Brendan Schaub was better stand-up comedian than Joe Rogan, and 42% saying no. So I'm glad to see that there was some like what's the thing called? Like Donald Trump said, people are trying to fix the election was rigged. This is what the poll was rigged. The poll was fucking rigged. Let's continue here. Yeah, Richie's saying it. That's still bad for Rogan. Yeah, no, of course. To be fair, no one here is going to convince me. I've already said my piece about Rogan. You can have your opinion, but I've said it already. I don't think he's not funny. I just think that kind of humor is for a certain type of person. That whole shouty shit, that whole screaming shit, humping stools, talking about smoking weed and being high in your 50s, like that's for a certain type of person. It's not for me, but I know some people like it. Him doing ancient history and UFO jokes and shit, some people like that sort of stuff. It's like an extension of his personality on his podcast on the stage. Cool, whatever. It's not for me. But to say he's not funny, and he like, which means, you know, he's not writing jokes or doing, that's a bit of a stretch. It's not my cup of tea, but I understand other people might like it. Exactly. As Akshan said here, there's only 1,000 of them. Only 1,000. And they all speak English. You know, you don't hear them talking about other comedians from other places around the world that are killing it. Only the English-speaking ones are worth paying attention to, because, you know, no one else does comedy apart from people that speak English, isn't it? Right? Oh, bloody hell. Anyway, let's go on to the other stuff here. Oh, I've got so much to talk about, man. Fucking hell, so much time has gone by. It's already... let's go to the other stuff here. We've got to talk about... Oh, yeah, we have to talk about this. Fucking hell, we have to talk about this. Please. Ooh. Big up. Hey, big up Jihad. Appreciate you.
Rogan's comedy albums were legit, better than his specials.
Okay, I've not heard any of his albums, to be fair. I might have to check that out. Maybe I'll do that as another review. I'll actually check out a Joe Rogan comedy album. I remember there's one with like a pink poster, a flyer. I'll definitely check that one out. But yeah. Next one. Let's move on to this one. So this is a clip from Louder Crowder. Personally, I think, maybe I'm in the minority here, but I legitimately think this relationship between Bryan Callen and Steven Crowder is doomed to fail. But in a good way. Because I feel like Bryan Callen for the longest time has gotten away with murder. Because he's so lazy and does the bare minimum. The bare minimum, and he's super lazy, right? And for his entire life, I feel like Brendan Schaub has done the majority of the work, of the grunt work. He just turns up, does his funnies, and keeps it moving. But whenever Callen's had to do stuff on his own, it's always failed. He's never consistent with it. Like, you know, look at his podcast. He had some show that he did, Driving with Callen, where he was doing a podcast, driving in his car, talking to his friends on loudspeaker and shit. And it just never worked out. He got another podcast he did, the Callen Show, didn't work out. He did that show with that guy, Hunter Matz. I think it was like Mixed Mental Arts or something. Didn't work out. And imagine Bryan Callen was doing podcasts at the same time Joe Rogan was. He was doing it super early. So he should be really rich beyond belief when it comes to all that sort of shit. But he's not been consistent enough, never done it well enough, never held it down on his own, always needed some help and assistance. So for me, I find this very humorous and extremely hilarious to see him squirm and be kind of put under some level of professional pressure from Steven Crowder. I know Steven Crowder is a woman abusing, wife abusing, pregnant woman abusing piece of shit. I understand that. We all know this. But I do love the fact that he's doing this passive aggressive, sassy shit to Bryan Callen and making him feel awkward because he's not doing the bare minimum. And this is a really good example of it, right? A really good example of it. Let's play the clip here.
Here we go. It's been a while since we've done one of these because it's not election season, but this is a big one tonight. So you can use the hashtag Crowder Town Hall tonight. We're going to be streaming at 8 Eastern because we're in Central, so I always have to go through the anguish of adding one. They'll be doing a Donald Trump presidential town hall, Republican town hall with GOP voters, and we'll be streaming it live and live fact-checking the fact-checkers. We have a promo code going on right now, louderwithcrowder.com/mugclub. You enter in the promo code Crowder Town Hall, right?
You get 10. Yep. Now, the only reason why I left all this intro in, just remember, this is a live stream of Crowder looking over or replaying the Donald Trump town hall with CNN, right? So it's a whole live stream. So as you can see from the video, if you listen to this via just the sound, I'll describe it to you. It's Crowder and Callen sitting on these comfy chairs. They've got flags behind them. They've set the studio up in a certain way. They've got hashtags. They've got an itinerary list of things to go through on the little flip chart. It's an actual show. And I think the other guy, Dave Landau, said on his podcast when he went with Michael Madison shit, he basically said, you know, Crowder's a bit of a tyrant. He's a stickler for doing prep work, for rehearsing and shit. Again, he's a piece of shit, don't get me wrong, but he's got a way that he does his show, right? He's got a way he does his show. You have to do it the way he does it, and he gives you all the prep you need, blah, 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 blah. So in this premise, in this exact example, he already gave Callen, I'm sure, a PDF, an email of all the talking points, of all the topics they're going to cover throughout the entire show. All it required was Callen pulling up on his phone and quickly checking it on the way there. Or maybe reading it over a cup of coffee in the morning. Or just looking at it before he went to bed. Just the bare minimum. And of course, Callen didn't do shit. The first time he actually looked through it was at the show. And clearly, Crowder didn't like that.
Yep. Crowder Town Hall, you get $10 off. Or we still have the promo if you send in your screenshot of proof of purchase of any right-leaning streaming service to, what is the email?
It's a free mug club at ladderwithcrowder.
Free mug club at ladderwithcrowder.com. We give you 3 months free. If you don't like it, you can bounce. So just send in your screenshot. A lot to get to tonight. So what do you expect? Comment below. Hit like. If you're on YouTube, you should head on over to Rumble. There you go. Ding. Before I get to the drinking game rules, we have Gerald A. in studio, and he is sick. He's playing his flu game tonight.
I am playing my flu game, but don't worry, I came prepared. The cure's all that ails you.
Yes. Yeah. I don't think that's actually how it works, but maybe if it's mold with spices.
Well, maybe some rum would do that. I don't know. Or
I have no. Oh yeah, spiced rum. That's right. But not all rum is spiced, Gerald. Already, he gets it wrong.
He
gets it wrong.
What kind of pirate are you anyway?
Well, not a good one.
I think it's implied. Also, to my left, your right. See, you have to do the stage. You're technically upstage a little bit for the audience. We do a little bit of stage terminology. Oh, are you playing his theme music?
Yeah, why not? Bring it on.
It's Bryan Callen. He's going to be in New Brunswick, New Jersey.
Now, give Crowder some benefit. Give Crowder some benefit of doubt here. You can understand why he gets a bit pissy when Callen said he didn't check over the notes, because look what he does. He's prepared a little graphic of Bryan Callen's up and coming dates. They've given him a fucking theme tune, right, in terms of that plays over there, a nice little graphic there with some text where to go and buy his tickets and shit. Like, they've put some work into fucking preparing his little slide, his little section of a show. And Callen, all he needs to do was just check over the notes, the itinerary, the docket of what to say during the show, and he couldn't even do that. Look at this.
See, I'm thinking of the province.
Stress Factory.
May 11th through the 13th. You can go to bryancallen.com for more dates. Looking forward to tonight?
I'm excited. I have my clipboard. I don't know what's on here, but it looks official. So
well, you would if you did the
I'm
prep.
gonna lick my finger when I turn the page.
Now,
they don't call him the best color man in the business for nothing.
Just don't do it with a comic book, because that takes its street value from $15,000 to nothing.
I didn't know.
I found that out.
But it's my saliva, and I'm a celebrity, so.
So we have a drinking game tonight, by the way.
Cringe. Look at that again. You would have known if you'd done the prep. Oh, I fucking love it. The first time he looked at it was when he got there.
Stress Factory.
May 11th through the 13th. You can go to bryancallen.com for more dates. Looking forward to tonight?
I'm excited. I have my clipboard. I don't know what's on here, but it looks official. So.
Well, you would if you did the
I'm
prep.
gonna lick my finger when I turn the page.
Now,
they don't call him the best color man.
I fucking love it. You would if you did the prep. Bryan Callen, always a fucking cuck, always doing the bare minimum. And again, this goes in complete opposition of this whole thing that these comedians have, especially these LA type of comedians. They always talk about being the most hardworking people. No one works harder than me. I work harder. You know, being a stand-up comedian is so hard. We do the most hardest job in the world. We have the pulse of the nation, and blah, 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 blah. Brothers and sisters, most of these guys don't know what hard work is. They sometimes, very rarely, do more than 5 hours of recorded podcast content per week. Most of these people have producers. They have editors. They have videographers. I'm doing everything on my own. From fucking scheduling this fucking stream that's always late, I apologize, to making the thumbnails, to clipping stuff, to titling stuff, all by myself. They have to just turn up and just be funny on camera for 5 hours a week, sometimes less. And they call that hard work. Some of them don't even write material, new fresh bits when they go perform at flipping clubs. They just give their fans the same tired shit they've heard for years and years and years. They perform it at on fucking autopilot. They think that's fucking hard work. Come on. And this, you're going to go to a show with a guy who's paying you money It's essentially a job. It's essentially also a bit of an exit plan and a route, right, out of flipping, doing the shit you're doing with Brendan Schaub and maybe evolving as a person. Because again, Bryan Callen is 50 years old, maybe heading into his 60s. He should be technically doing this type of shit. Yeah, I know it's a little bit cringe. Yeah, I know he's trying to do the whole right-wing grift thing. We understand that. But let's be fair to Bryan Callen. He should also be doing this. He shouldn't be talking about guys' dicks and shit and whatever else he does on The Fire and the Kid. He's too old for that shit. He should be evolving and kind of leveling up, and this is what he should be doing. But when you level up on this level, you need to kind of bring a bit more professionalism. But he can't do that. Bare minimum, boy. He can't even look over a docket, a couple of sheets of paper, going over the topics and what he should be speaking about. 0, 0, 0. And I love the fact that Crowder is at least holding his feet to a fire and making him feel awkward about it. I fucking love it. I honestly do. It kind of proves that Bryan does actually like being dominated by other men. Those cuck allegations are never going to die. Anyway, let's end this poll quickly before I play the last Callen clip. What are people saying here? Do you think Brendan Schaub is better stand-up comedian than Joe Rogan? Thank God the trolling has stopped. 48% of people say no. Thank God. Common sense has prevailed. I appreciate all of you people. I was going fucking crazy. I thought you guys were being serious. But thank you once again for trolling me effectively. Bravo. Let's end the poll there. Let's end the fucking poll there. Anyway, moving on. Moving on. Next clip to talk about here. Another one of fucking Callen getting cucked out. Crowder, obviously, most of you guys know from the Dave Landau shit that he has a button where he presses, where he tells people to shut the fuck up. And I guess it's a comedian shut the fuck up button, because usually that seat is reserved for whoever the comedian is that they're going to have on the show during that season of the show. And now Bryan Callen's the guy. And he doesn't have this when he's doing the show on the live stream, sitting side by side. So he has to do this weird passive aggressive stare thing and kind of get Callen to shut his dirty stinking mouth, right? So let's try and see if I can get this on here. I'm going to try zoom in because I know my stuff is blocking the screen a bit, so please forgive me. Let me get it in this way. Hopefully this kind of works a bit for you guys here. Let's do it this way. It's on streamable, so yeah, let's see. This is Crowder trying to tell Callen without telling him to be quiet.
Man.
So lowest rated month, they fired Brian Stelter. They fired Don Lemon. CNN Plus was canceled after 2 weeks?
1 month. Less than a month, I think.
It was less than a month?
Yeah.
So they need Donald Trump, and he really is giving them a leg up. And you guys comment. Look, you tell me what you guys think. I have two minds about it. I think he should have done it independently first.
So you know what I think would have been a great thing to do, and I'm serious? He should have said, pay me $1 million.
Yes.
For real. Like, you want me on you, pay me. Pay me half the advertising revenue.
Was just awarded to that crazy broad Carol.
$5 million.
Pay me, I don't know, $5 million.
And I'll do it.
Or maybe 5 million batteries you could give me.
He's not funny, Crowder, right? Clearly. But you know what I've realized with the guy, which is quite obvious, especially if you worked with really horrible bosses and stuff, he clearly wants to be the kind of, alpha's not the right word. He always wants to remind you that he's in charge. He never plays second fiddle. So when he speaks, you're meant to always quiet. You're meant to be quiet. You can kind of calibrate yourself. And I don't know if you guys have worked with managers like that. I've worked with managers like that who have this. They can't ever be one of the boys or one of the gang. They always have to be like the manager. So you know when they walk in, everyone quiet. When they say stop, everyone stop. Even if they're joking along, if they say stop, it's stop. When it's them to them be funny, they'll be funny. You laugh. So that's the issue that Callen's having. Callen thinks he's talking to a comedian, that they're the same person. They're kind of peers. They're not. Crowder thinks he's better than Callen. He thinks he's like he's a master and the head of a network, of a production studio, right? He's these big wigs in Hollywood. That's how he kind of carries himself. And he also has, I feel like he has a little bit of a frustrated comic energy in him, if that makes any sense. Do you guys think that? There's a little bit of a failed stand-up comedian energy. So he wants the stand-up comedian next to him to laugh at his jokes, but he also wants to prove that he's funny. So that requires complete silence for everybody around him. Like, no, I speak. And you see it a lot sometimes in exchanges. He'll raise his voice a couple of octaves. Right? He'll raise his voice a couple of fucking decibels, just to make it known that I'm in charge. You know, just you kind of make it known. Like, it's really, really subtle. Again, if you haven't worked with people who are passive aggressive, you won't notice it, but he's got a lot of that in him. Let's continue playing the clip.
Pay my legal fees.
Yeah.
Energizer, none of that generic shit.
So there's two things that I like about this. One, this could be an epic troll, right? Because he knows CNN is going to get absolutely lambasted, right, for this. And
he already have.
Right, and people are going to be mad at him. But pair this with, he said he's not going to do the first debate, and the first debate in August is on what network? Fox.
Right.
Right? So it's a bit of a power play, but it's also a pretty cool troll because CNN can't win.
No, it's true.
Yeah.
What happens is
everybody who likes CNN is pissed off.
He knows that they have to watch this rating spike, and then like a fart in the wind, gone forever. It really is. I mean, it's so much more because it's more painful to have loved, Brian, and lost. They say.
That's right. Touch me again. I love
Some
that.
say that. Well, I don't want to put battery.
Oh, sorry.
By the way, your sweater's pilling.
Yeah.
Ever heard of dry cleaning?
This is cashmere.
Cashmere.
Notice how I say cashmere?
Yeah, I do.
I got it from the Kashmir Valley, everyone.
I don't even think they call it that there.
Not true at all.
I have no idea. So use the promo.
Soft on the top, so hard.
Crowder Town Hall.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. At louderwithcrowder.com/mugclub.
He's trying to. So he did that thing where he invited Bryan to talk, but then he went in to shut the fuck up. Listen, do it again. Look, it's not even Bryan's fault in this one. He kind of gave him an opening. Bryan tried to kind of banter, and Crowder was like, no. You're not meant to laugh. You're not meant to talk. You're meant just to laugh.
Yeah, I do.
I got it from the Kashmir Valley, everyone.
I don't even think they call it that there.
Not true at all.
I have no idea. So use the
Look at Bryan's
promo
face.
On the top, so hard.
Crowder Town Hall.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. At louderwithcrowder.com/mugclub. And of course, Crowder Town Hall is the hashtag. Is she preparing right now? The one in the white pantsuit?
I don't know.
Look at Callen's face. Look how uncomfortable he is. Look how uncomfortable he is. Please, once again, please, watch Callen's face. Watch Callen's face.
I got it from the Kashmir Valley, everyone.
I don't even think they call it that there.
Not true at all.
I have no idea. So use the promo
So soft
code
on the top, so hard.
Crowder Town Hall.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. At louderwithcrowder.com/mugclub. And of course, Crowder Town Hall is the hashtag. Is she preparing right now? The one in the white pantsuit?
We have to screen grab that picture. We have to. Oh, that's fucking beautiful. That's the best thumbnail. I need that. But yeah, big up Callen, man. He fucking loves getting cucked, man. He fucking loves it. There's something about him that legitimately loves being dominated by other men. I'm convinced of it now. I believe that fucking narrative that exists out there, that Bryan Callen is an actual cuck. I believe it. I honestly do believe it. He absolutely loves it. And I think it's cringe personally because the guy's in his 60s and Steven Crowder's like mid-30s, and he's essentially letting himself get, rid from flipping pillar to post by this guy. But oh my God, this is it. I fucking love it. I really do. Because at least Crowder's kind of holding him to some level of standard. Do the bare minimum of work or you don't get dogged in front of all your friends, mate. That's all you got to do. Okay, so heading into the last bit of the show, let's go over this blockbuster, crazy article courtesy of the Rolling Stone. Let's go over that, right? Because this is ridiculous. It seems like Chris D'Elia can't catch a fucking break. Just when he thinks it's about to end, it hits him over the head another fucking time. Now, 10 additional women claim the comedian preyed on them. 10 more. Added to however many more were featured in that documentary, however many more came out initially, however many more contacted Alice Hamilton, however many more are all over the place. Some of them DM'd me, but I'm not in a position to kind of platform and tell anybody's story in that regard. And it's just not my place, and it's not really something I want to do in that really shape or form. But there's many victims out there, many. And somehow this guy just keeps his head out of water. I'm not really too sure how possible that is. Maybe it's the whiteness of his skin, who knows? Maybe there's other factors at play. But I'm actually curious at this point, why hasn't this guy been arrested? I'm not calling for him to be arrested in that regard. He has to deal with his situation how it is. But how the fuck has he not been arrested yet? Please, somebody tell me this. Like, what's going on? Anyway, let's continue. This is courtesy of Rolling Stone. Do everything I say. 10 women claim Crystalia preyed on them. It says here, Jasmine Wolf was visibly uncomfortable. Sitting in the driver's seat of her car in an open parking lot, the 28-year-old looked around and drew a quick breath. Glancing at her phone, perched on the dashboard, recording her, awaiting a reply on the other end of the device was comedian Crystalia, who Wolf says had instructed her to send over an explicit video of herself in public view. Huh? Crystalia is asking girls to send pictures of themselves fingering themselves in the car park or something, in the parking lot. Yo. Wolf only had seconds to comply. If she didn't send over the footage fast enough, she knew he'd become furious. She had already told D'Elia that she wasn't comfortable being in a plain sight of passers-by. D'Elia says he didn't care. Minutes later, a nervous-looking Wolf stares into the camera while wringing her hands. She says, "It doesn't matter if I'm feeling sad or if I'm feeling pouty. It should have been about you. No, it should have been about you, and I'm sorry," she says in November 2021 video, reviewed by the Rolling Stone. This woman is apologizing to Crystalia for not sending him. Yo. Okay, let's continue. Wolf claims the apology was scripted by D'Elia, who was angry that she dared to push back against his request. Okay, the only way this makes sense is if they've already had this relationship before. If they already have a relationship where they send each other nudes and shit, fair enough. But still, this is fucking insane. This is some cult shit. Like, this is like that guy on YouTube. Who was that guy on YouTube that had a cult? I don't think he's still around. I think it's like his name is like Onion or Ossian or something. Remember that dude on YouTube who had like these young girls living with him in the house and shit? Very, very suspect. I'm not sure if he's still around. Ossian. If you guys know your YouTube lore, do you guys know what I'm talking about? Oh, I forgot his fucking name. There's so many creeps on YouTube anyway. Actual, like, you know, creepy creepos. Onision, that's it. Fucking big up Robert Minus. Onision, that's the guy, yeah. That sounds like an Onision level type of shit. Anyway, let's continue with the article. The two had met in March 2020, with Wolf responding to one of Crystalia's Instagram stories during the early days of the pandemic. Again with the Instagram DM shit, boy. Fucking hell, man. The amount of people that have been preyed upon in that app personally via stand-up comedians must be in the fucking millions by now. If you're a wife or a girlfriend of a stand-up comedian, the last thing you want to see is your partner's DMs. They must be crazy. If Eric Griffin's out here saying that he was doing some mad shit before he was married, and Eric Griffin looks away like Eric Griffin looks like, right? And he looks like he's got zero game. Imagine him just complaining at girls all the time, trying to holler at them. But imagine, Eric Griffin said there was a period of his time where he was a bit thirsty and going crazy on the DMs. Imagine what other people are doing on the DMs. These stand-up comedians must be absolutely running rancid, rapid, whatever that word is, on fucking DMs. So if you're a partner or a wife of a stand-up comedian, make sure you don't check their DMs, because it's going to break your heart. The stuff you might see, you might find out your husband is a fucking animal. It continues. She was familiar with D'Elia through the sitcom Whitney, and recently finished the second season of You, which he guest starred in. Cooped up at home in Canada, recently separated from her husband, who she was still living with for the sake of their young daughter. Okay, this woman's a little bit sussy as well. You're going through a breakup, you're living at home with your husband because you want to look after your kid, but then you're also DMing random comedians to fuck and shit, or to flirt with. Like, you need to get your priorities in order as well. Put down your phone, look after your kid, go get a job or whatever. Like, what the fuck is she doing? Like, this woman sounds like a fucking whore. Anyway, let's continue. Who was still living the sake of her daughter. Wolf described as needing a distraction. Oh yeah, that's it. Is this going to be another mental health shit? Somehow Crystalia was meant to be a mental health fucking savior. Needed a distraction. Being a mother is the hardest job in the world. Yeah, all right, cool. One-off message to an attractive comedian seemed harmless. Fuck off. If we're allowed to call Crystalia a creep and a potential pedo, we can also call this woman a fucking whore. You're not divorced from your husband yet. Get divorced, be actually single, don't live in the same house, and then try and holler at stand-up comedians. But actually, maybe get your life in order, get a fucking job. If you don't have one, maybe get a house, maybe move out, maybe actually move on and then go from there. Come on, man. What's she doing? Let's move on. This is funny though, this bit, right? She needed a distraction, and a one-off message to an attractive comedian seemed harmless. Within minutes, D'Elia responded. Within minutes. Wolf says the conversation moved to Snapchat. So quickly, he fucking moved her down the funnel like a good salesman, right? He got her in the funnel, moved her down it quickly, sealed the deal. You know what I mean? Let's get creepy quickly. Like, he wants to get from zero to creep fast. To Snapchat. By the end of the day, D'Elia had requested nude photo. Oh my God. You see what I'm saying about a whore? Within minutes, D'Elia responded, Wolf says. The conversation moved to Snapchat. By the end of the day, D'Elia requested nude photographs. Wolf obliged. A one-off message to an attractive comedian seemed harmless. By the end of the day, she's got a fucking ass out. She's spreading her cheeks and showing her fucking bussy to fucking Chris D'Elia. Imagine your mum is upstairs in her room taking fucking selfies of her fucking vajayjay and sending them to fucking Chris D'Elia, while your dad is downstairs making waffles for you. Or like, your dad's downstairs thinking about ways to get his wife back. Little does he know, she's in her room fingering herself and sending videos to fucking Chris D'Elia. Everybody's sick. Anyway, we continue. It almost felt like kismet. Wolf says of their budding relationship, particularly because D'Elia had allegedly explained he was similarly a constrained situation with his partner Christine Taylor. Oh no! Chris D'Elia gave her the old, I'm going through some stuff too. It's complicated at home. He gave her that thing and she bought it hook, line and sinker. This woman sounds like a complete dullard. I'm not going to lie. She sounds like a little bit of a, you know, there's a little bit of a pea rattling in between her brain there. That she already was obliged enough to send nude photographs to a comedian she doesn't know in one day. And then believed him when he said he went to leave his wife. Anyway, Wolf came to D'Elia, said that he's only living with her for the sake of their newborn. They spoke constantly, every day, sending Snapchat videos back and forth. I really needed something positive in my life, and it seemed like this was it. I had somebody who seemingly could relate to as much, so I thought I was going through in my life. Yo, one thing I want to note here is that this also was around the same time, it sounds like, when D'Elia was saying that he was in recovery. He was getting the help that he needed. So all that time that he was trying to pretend like he wasn't out there cheating anymore, doing this crazy creep shit, he was doing it at the same exact time. So that video of him crying, being upset and shit makes so much sense. But also think back at it. Do you guys remember the previous episodes of the Golden Hour? I felt like Chris was in a really pissy mood. He was making some weird comments and shit, right? Just weird. So I legitimately think that he was aware of this article coming out, and he probably got given a heads up by the journalist. Hey, do you want to comment on this? So that's why he's been a bit in a dour mood on the Golden Hour podcast. I think so. This explains a lot, personally, for me. We continue here. It wouldn't be until June 2020 that Wolf learned the seemingly spontaneous way she came to know D'Elia mirrored the claims of many other women. That month, a woman named Simone Rossi kicked off an outpouring of allegations against D'Elia on Twitter, pointing out the irony of D'Elia playing a comedian who preys on underage girls in Netflix U when she claimed he had messaged her for photos when she was 16. Soon after, dozens of women began sharing stories anonymously of their alleged encounters with D'Elia, who they said sought them out as teens and young women on social media, soliciting nudes from them and making unwanted sexual advances. The Los Angeles Times and the Daily Beast ran initial reports containing interviews with some of the accusers, and CNN followed up with a piece that had allegations of D'Elia exposing himself to women over the years. D'Elia vehemently denied the allegations and released the email exchange between himself and his accusers, which his attorneys claimed exonerated him. You know what's funny about the initial claim of him getting exposed? He was the first victim of cancel culture, of like pandemic cancel culture, because everybody was at home and bored. And I legitimately think that's what caused his demise. Because when you came out, everyone was at home and bored, and on Twitter and social media more. And this girl essentially was browsing and, you know, didn't know what to watch, checking out Netflix, randomly stumbled across you and see fucking Crystalia plasters all over it and just got pissed and started ranting. And that rant turned into an entire fucking takedown. Honestly, he probably hates the pandemic more than anybody. COVID-19 ridiculously played a huge part in ruining Crystalia's career and how he's perceived. Legitimately, I think without it, I'm not too sure this would have come out, or it probably would have got swept under the rug. I'm pretty sure. It continues here. The casting was phenomenal, isn't it, really? Anyway, it continues. But Wolf's story diverges there from theirs in that she stayed in contact with Dalia. You see what I mean about her being a whore? Am I allowed to say that, or is that unfair? She gets in contact with the guy because she's lonely. She sends him nudes in one day of meeting him online. She believes his story that he's going to leave his wife for her, or that they share some sort of kinship because he doesn't like his wife either. And then after the allegations come out about him potentially being a pedo, she still continues talking to him. Anyway, let's continue. Let's just finish it. Going on to have, but Wolf's story diverges from theirs in that she stayed in contact with Dalia. Going on to have what she describes as an emotionally abusive, manipulative, and controlling relationship with the comic until last year. Isn't that your problem? He already told you what he was by his actions. Other women told you how he is and what he does by the actions he does to them, and you willingly went back. That's your own fault. I'm sorry. Their relationship took place mostly online, communicating constantly through disappearing messages on Snapchat, apart from the handful of in-person encounters during 2 trips to LA. So they actually fucked. Wow. Still, the toll on their relationship took was devastating, Wolf claims. Okay, this is her claim. Let's see if I can eat my words here. I began to actually believe I was nothing and lose such a sense of myself as an individual person, because you can only hear something so many times before you start internalize that. Wolf tells the Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone has reviewed various communication between Wolf and Dalia, photos and videos of Wolf sent to Dalia through Snapchat, and spoken to friends and members of family who corroborate a relationship with the comedian. The only thing I can think that kind of makes me want to swallow my words here is this. How does he, because it seems like he only, from what I can see, if he notices a girl is attractive, follows him, or likes his content, he contacts him. So they have to kind of initiate something in terms of liking something, sending an Instagram, IG, DM, commenting, then he kind of slips into the DMs. If that's the case, how is it that he always seems to come across broken people, or people that are lonely who are going through shit? Because already she mentioned she's going through some stuff with her husband at home. She's having self-confidence issues, wherever it may be. Even if you don't believe her, it is what it is. But what is that all about? Is that just if you're an abuser, you just have this magnet that you attract people that are broken and that need love and I don't know, whatever. What is that? How is he able to kind of always seem to find these people who, are what people would deem to be somewhat damaged goods and take advantage of them? What's happening there? I wonder how that's happening. Or maybe he is currently seeking them out. I'm not too sure. What's this about here? Oh no, go away. I don't want to hear that. Through his attorney, Andrew Bretler, Dalia downplayed his relationship with Wolf and called into question her credibility for entering into early discussions of a possible $100,000 settlement in exchange for cutting off communication with media publications. However, Wolf says she never took any money and ended up blocking Bretler's number when she felt he was being manipulative. Bretler denied he was being manipulative. So somewhere in their conversation, Dalia offered this woman $100,000, or they talked about it as a way to kind of, knock this on the head. This isn't a good defense for Dalia. The fact that money is involved in trying to downplay the allegations against you doesn't make you look less guilty. It makes you look guilty because you're willing to pay somebody to kind of make them shut up, personally. Okay, the answer to the question here. Dalia seems to pray on a week. Okay, cool. Amy, you saying he prays on a week. I understand that, but from what we've seen so far, it seems like they are initiating conversation with him. Not conversation, but interaction. Then he talks to them. So I'm just curious, how do they find each other? I guess it's just a common thing in creeps. Like hurt people find hurt people in a weird way, maybe. I'm not excusing his behavior. I'm just wanting to know, like, how do they, because it seems like he seems to have a lot of luck with these women. That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, he doesn't seem to have a lot of fails. A lot of these women actually go and meet him up. Like, they meet him up, suck him off, they fuck, whatever. Like, shit happens. So I'm wondering, like, how does it happen here? I don't know. Maybe I'm wording the question wrong. Uja's saying here, most really young girls are like that. That's why they creep. That's why creepy old guys prey on them. Okay, that's true. Easy to manipulate. That's very, very true. Dan says they have such a sixth sense for them. True. Cloud K20 says, I mean to take your pic. It's all over social media. Z says he seems to know who to target. Maybe he's a sociopath. Some people send news famous people out of the blue. Exactly. Broken people want wild romance. Other broken people take advantage of. Yeah, okay, that's easy to describe. Yeah, Amy's got it there. I guess you're right. Severa Design here says the thing about it is that Dalia is addicted to sex and will go after full predator mode, damn near breaking the lines of what is legal. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's to me. It's just. I don't know. I can't wrap my head around it, and I guess we shouldn't be able to because the guy's a sicko. It continues. From this piece, Rolling Stone has spoken with additional 9 women who detailed experiences with Dalia that have left them shaken, including 4 women who recall having unsettling encounters and communication with Dalia when they were teenagers. Fucking hell. So he's a legit pedo. Some women, including those who have previously spoken out against Dalia, declined to participate in the story, citing fear of Dalia and legal reasons. Jesus Christ. Several women alleged Dalia took advantage of godlike status he had with his fans for his personal sexual gratification, dangling tickets to his show to at least one woman who claims Dalia outright asked if she would perform a sexual favor in exchange for a free seat. One fan alleged was 28 when Dalia pressured her into giving him oral sex before one of his shows. When she began to cry, she says Dalia allegedly told her, if you just do everything I say, it'll all be okay. This sounds like you're going to be my girlfriend now. That sounds like that kind of vibe, innit? Jesus Christ, man. Jesus Christ. When approached to comment, Dalia generally denied the claims made against him, but did not provide direct response to Rolling Stone's multiple detailed reports, as they always don't do. Bryan Callen did the same thing. Gets accused of rape, just says, trust me, bro. Everything goes back to normal. Cool, no problem. Got a specific allegation beyond questioning the credibility of some of the women coming forward. He previously claimed that all the sexual encounters were legal and consensual. In addition, Rolling Stone has learned the FBI has interviewed several of Chris D'Elia's accusers and potential witnesses. In a statement to Rolling Stone, FBI spokesperson said the agency neither confirms or denies the investigation and protected both integrity of the investigation and reputation of potentially involved in it. D'Elia did not respond to this allegation. Yo, the FBI is looking into this. Okay, for me, this is somewhat comforting a little bit because it's getting a bit crazy now, considering all the initial allegations that came out about him before, considering all the shit that Alice Hamilton and her crew of people have been speaking about him before, and that other comedian on social media that's always talking about Dalia and toxic men and shit. I forgot her name, white lady, a bit crazy, but she's always speaking about this shit. Considering the documentary, and I think the documentary, last time I remember speaking about it, or last time I viewed it, I'm pretty sure the guy that did the documentary said that there were hundreds of women or something. Or no, I think the agent, the former manager or someone said there were like hundreds of victims allegedly. For me, it was getting a bit crazy. Like, how is this guy still walking on the streets if he's got like hundreds of women out there who've said he's been sexually abusive, pedo-y type things going on for years? It just didn't make any sense after a certain time. Like, how is this guy still podcasting? Like, what's going on? Like, someone give me the lowdown. Is he ratting on people on the sly? Does he have a deal with the DA, the same DA that didn't let Brendan perform? And do he stand up? Like, what's happening here? Like, what's going on? What are we doing here? Like, there's too many allegations. So this is somewhat comforting to learn that the FBI are looking into it a little bit here. Wolf and another woman, Emma, say that they were entangled in an intense emotional relationship with Dalia, which allegedly intensified and worsened after Dalia was accused of predatory behavior in 2020. It intensified after that. Yo, this guy is a sicko, bro. Many of the women have requested to use their pseudonym or only their first names for fear of retribution and online harassment. So do these women think that Crystalia fans are going to start calling them out in the comments and shit? This is how much of a sick fan base he's got. That the victims of actual sexual harassment, abuse, rape, predatory behavior, pedophilia shit are afraid of coming out in case his fans come and harass them in the comments. Most of them probably other women also with daughters themselves, which is sickening to be. Anyway, continue. Wolf, Emma, and 2 others claim that D'Elia was controlling, allegedly trafficking their location, picking out outfits, giving curfews, pushing some women to get tattoos of his initials. How does Brendan stand behind this? How? And when I'm saying this, do you remember what Brendan Schaub said about Crystalia? Do you remember? I'll play it for you. This is what Brendan Schaub said about Crystalia recently, right? In a recent podcast, here's what he said about Bryan, Callen, and Crystalia's allegations. I think it's around here. Let me scroll forward a little bit. He says about how he misses the old LA scene and what they had before and how he maybe took it for granted, being at a comedy store with his friends. But listen to what he said about the cancellation of Crystalia and Bryan Callen.
When LA shuts down, then Tom Segura leaves, then Joey Diaz leaves, then Tim Dillon leaves, then Theo Vaughn leaves, and then Bryan goes through some bullshit Me Too movement, and he has to leave. And Crystalia goes through some bullshit Me Too movement. And Crystalia has to leave. And I'm on this island by myself. I'm like, whoa, where's everybody? I thought, all right.
Imagine describing Bryan Callen's rape allegations as a bullshit Me Too movement and describing Crystalia's predatory, pedophile, creepy behavior as bullshit Me Too movement. As if it's just a date gone wrong. Somebody looking for a payday. Maybe there's some women in those accounts. I don't deny that. There's probably some women in those accounts who have malevolent fucking hopes and dreams. For sure. But there's way too many to say that all of them are looking for a payday. I refuse to believe it. There's definitely some truth in the allegations. 100%. We all know this to be true. So why would somebody like a Brendan Schaub be willing to put his family's future on the line for fucking Crystalia? Like, what has he told you in private that can make you so certain that it's a bullshit Me Too movement? What has he told you in private that can make you so certain that you'd start an entirely new podcast with him called The Golden Hour? And put your reputation, your family's future, everything, financial security on the line for Crystalia. That's fucking crazy. Personally for me. Like, the lack of morals and principles. Like, for me, that's the kind of thing I really do understand with some of these guys, is that fair enough, you don't want to get involved, you don't want to say something and speak up, that's cool. But distancing yourself from somebody like this when they're going through some of this shit is understandable. You have to look after yourself. And you have to also think about it. If it happened to you, this is the thing that bugs me when it comes to Brendan. Because, again, say what you want about the guy and stuff, but I really do question sometimes his decision-making process. Because if Brendan was accused of what Crystalia was accused of, do you think Crystalia would start a podcast with him? If Brendan Schaub was accused of what Crystalia was accused of, do you think Crystalia would start a podcast with him? He wouldn't. He would tell him to kick rocks. He would tell him, oops. There'd be no way he'd do a podcast with him. Absolutely. But Brendan's so desperate for friends, so desperate for clout, so desperate for money, whatever it may be, ticket sales, I don't know, views, that he's willing to put his career on the line for this guy who legitimately is being investigated by the FBI. It's fucking insane. Anyways, continue. Wolf and Emma describe becoming dependent on his daily instructions and increasingly isolated from their family and friends. D'Elia allegedly expected his girls, as he called the women he was sexting, to send over explicit photos and videos instantaneously. Otherwise, he'd berate and ignore them as a form of punishment. To comply, the women claim they had to be glued to their phones, rushing to public restrooms, and even pulling over on the side of the road to fulfill his request. A frequent instruction, Wolf claims, was to get on their knees and say she was nothing. We should have known, man. We should have known. We should have known. We should have known. People mentioned Will Sasso. From the moment Will Sasso completely, excommunicated himself from Bryan Callen and Chris D'Elia, we should have known Chris D'Elia was a real creep. And Bryan Callen also. We should have known what the deal was. When Will Sasso decided never to speak about those guys or associate with those guys ever again, we should have known. And also the fact that this guy doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, doesn't do any drugs, and acts and looks the way he does, should have always been in a fucking red flag. Any man with no vice whatsoever, be very wary. Look at that face they got of him. It went far beyond consensual kink relationship, it continues. Both Wolf and Emma claim, explaining that ground rules were never established, and D'Elia deliberately and slowly inducted them into his world, sometimes using his friends to juggle his many secret relationships. Wolf describes the controlling dynamic as a cult-like, and both say that they wouldn't have agreed to relationships if they had known D'Elia would be requiring them of them. Wolf and Emma say when they tried to break things off with D'Elia, he would make suicidal statements and plead with them to stay, insisting that they were only the ones who understood him. Okay, this makes complete sense. We've said before how they attract each other. This manipulative fucking behavior is fucking insane. This past December, comedian Carl Anderson released a documentary on YouTube, The Chris D'Elia Problem, that revisited the previous allegations against D'Elia and shed light on the emotional, psychological abuse he allegedly inflicted on relationships. Wolf came forward in the YouTube documentary about her 2-year relationship with D'Elia, detailing how she developed anxiety from his request. Emma, who ended her year relationship with D'Elia in the wake of 2020 allegations, says she realized after watching the documentary that she wasn't the only one suffering through lasting emotional abuse from D'Elia, who was either oblivious or indifferent to the damage she was inflicting on the women. In no sense of the word is my life the same, Emma says. I will always struggle with figuring out what feels normal in a relationship because of it. I'm not sure D'Elia will ever fully understand the scope of what he's done to a lot of women. D'Elia began his comedy career at 25 doing stand-up at LA clubs. The son of Hollywood producer and director Bill D'Elia. That might explain why he hasn't been, that might explain a lot, to be fair. He's the son of a Hollywood producer and director. I wonder if Chris D'Elia's dad is on those Epstein fucking flight logs. I wonder. Whose credits include How to Get Away with Murder, Ally McBeal, and Grey's Anatomy. D'Elia snagged a few small parts of one of Dad's shows, such as The Boston Hope and Chicago Legal, before landing a co-starring role on close friend Whitney Cummings' sitcom Whitney in 2011. Hollywood really is the land of fucking the Nepo babies and the rich and famous, isn't it? Whitney Cummings comes from a family of people with money. Chris D'Elia comes from a family of people plugged into fucking, Hollywood entertainment industry and shit. It makes complete sense. It makes complete sense. Yeah. Big up, Amy. Peace out. Nice to see ya. Fucking hell, man. This guy's a sicko. If he gets away with this, life isn't fair. Life isn't fair. Let's continue. When Bryan launched in 2013, D'Elia became an early star of the now shuttered video sharing app, amassing a young fan base with a co-signer Justin Bieber, who declared D'Elia his favorite comedian, frequently shouting him out on his social media, and brought him along to participate in the singer's Comedy Central roast. That same year, he scored his first stand-up comedy special with white male black comic on Comedy Central. Soon after, he began making regular appearances on podcasts, including the Joe Rogan Experience, the 10-minute podcast of his friends Will Sasso and Bryan Callen. But despite D'Elia's rising star in comedy world and television, it was the growing popularity of his comedy podcast, Congratulations, that seemed to relish the most. Launched in 2017, the hour-long podcast became beloved to D'Elia's rants about his life and pop culture, and quickly developed an intensely devoted following, something that D'Elia played heavily into with the Join Our Cult merchandise. He was their fearful leader or daddy. His followers were his babies, the most loyal of whom were made elders in the fandom. They made art, crafted rule books, got tattoos in honor of the podcast, including outlines of Chris D'Elia's face, his life rips mantra. Recognizing the reach of his podcast, D'Elia began booking comedy gigs using the road to connect in person with fans. Imagine if you've got a Chris D'Elia tattoo on you now. Life rips babies, an outline on your face. How dumb you must feel right now. While on tour, 4 women across the US and Canada tell Rolling Stone that D'Elia seemed to preemptively scout out women fans in cities where he was about to perform. Some say that they were plucked from the crowd after D'Elia had presumably trawled social media for tagged photos and these hashtags. Others claimed what began as a fan reaching out to the favorite comedian turned into a purely sex-focused conversation. All have unsettling stories to share about the comedian, painting Chris D'Elia as a shrewd manipulator and an assessor of personalities, someone who knew when he was crossing a moral or ethical boundary and almost took glee in doing so. 2 women claimed that D'Elia had offered them free or special tickets to a show, but with strings attached. Prior to a sold-out 2014 show in Albany, New York, Lindsay McKern says that she reached out to D'Elia for help in securing tickets. The 2 had messaged previously on Facebook a few years earlier, and she hoped that she'd remembered her. The quote, "One of Chris's first comments when he decided he was going to get back to me in the show was, 'Will you suck my dick?'" She recalls. Chris D'Elia did not respond for comment. Of course he didn't respond to that. Of course. Because she's probably got a screenshot of it. In black and white. You can't refute that. Fucking hell. How horny can you be sober? Legit. Surely the horny hours when you're high and drunk make some sense with these summer messages. How can you be completely teetotal and just be firing off "suck my dick" as a first reply? Jesus Christ. Teenagers also were allegedly not off limits for D'Elia's brazen messages. D'Elia has previously denied intentionally flirting with minors, saying he was never knowingly pursued any underage woman at any point. That's definitely words of a pedo. I never willingly pursue somebody underage. That is words of a pedo for me personally. That is a pedo. That is pedo excuses. It continues here. Samantha Simmons says that she was around 17 years old when D'Elia offered her VIP tickets to a show in South Carolina. When she mentioned that her mother would be joining her, Simmons claims D'Elia said that he would need to ditch her mother at some point so they could hang out. She explained that her mum was her ride to the show since she didn't have her driver's license yet, saying she was underage. D'Elia responded with something of the effect, "You're a little young," but allegedly continued to message Simmons and ask her for Snapchat. Simmons never went to the show. The quote, "His intentions were very much clear," Simmons says. "I'm really grateful that I had the sense to know that he was being a little bit predatory." Simmons' mother corroborated her daughter's account to the Rolling Stones, recalling D'Elia continued to message her daughter despite knowing that she was underage. D'Elia did not respond to the claim. Okay, did the mother step in and tell the guy to stop messaging her daughter? Did the mother go and tell the daughter to block him? Or were they... I don't know. This is sick, bro. The fact that he's talking to a 17-year-old is legitimately the first point of contention. At no point should Chris D'Elia be speaking to anybody under the age of fucking 18, 19, 20, 21. This guy's an old man. He shouldn't be talking to anybody, really, personally speaking, especially with his rap sheet. And then telling him to ditch your mum at the comedy show. What's she meant to do? Sneak off to the toilets and sneak off into your green room? What? Simone Rossi says she was 16 when she began messaging D'Elia, who sulked when she disclosed that she didn't live in LA, but was from Arizona. The quote, "How are we supposed to make out then?" he wrote in July 2014, before asking Rossi for photos of herself. He was asking to make out of a 16-year-old. That's pedo. What else could be said? That's pedo shit. Rossi says she sent a photo of herself in a pool. D'Elia reached out to Rossi again in January 2015, this time saying that he was in Tempe, Arizona. The day before a scheduled show, asked if they could hang out. Both Rossi and D'Elia say he stopped messaging Rossi after he asked for her Instagram handle, where her age is clearly apparent. Again, I don't know about this one because I think this is the girl that got verified on Instagram. A lot of the Chris D'Elia fans were pissed off that she was using the clout and the attention to get I don't know. There's some things about this, but in general, the fact that he's talking to 16 or 17-year-olds is legitimately vomit inducing. Shit. When Rossi shared the exchanges on Twitter in 2020, it prompted an outpouring of similar allegations, which paved the way for others to realize that they weren't alone. But Rossi says she's still dealing with anxiety and paranoia due to the onslaught of online harassment she received. See? The quote, "It's been a healing process for me. There's been times where I didn't think I'd make it out the other end since I've come forward," Rossi adds. "The only reason I'm speaking today on this matter is to possibly help at least one person who's really trying hard to find their voice, who may not know what they went through was wrong." D'Elia did not respond or offer a response or rebuttal to Rossi's claim. Of course he didn't. So this is going to get worse before it gets better. This article is meant to basically encourage more victims to come out and feel comfortable to say something. So you're going to get another slew of fucking allegations. If this guy's on the golden hour next episode, you know these guys are sickos. And they don't care about their career. These guys are pure sickos, and they must have crazy skeletons in their own closet. If they let this guy on the golden hour, these guys are fucking insane. It continues. Jane Doe sued Crystalia in March 2021, alleging that she was 17 when she met D'Elia through her social media in September 2014. She claimed the comedian constructed manipulative, controlling, and abusive dynamic, and solicited received scores of explicit photos and videos of the high schooler, and had encouraged her to attend his comedy show in Connecticut that November, where they had sex after the show. D'Elia denied the allegations. The following month, Jane Doe withdrew her lawsuit. Her attorney declined to comment when approached by Rolling Stone. So this sounds like she got paid off, if you're alleging what happened to the 100,000 person before. But somebody is accusing him of fucking a 17-year-old. It continues. Aspiring comedian Jill. This is somebody in the scene. Holy shit. Holy shit. Who's not put their name forward. Okay. Aspiring comedian Jill was new to LA in early 2012 when the 19-year-old began messaging D'Elia on Twitter and in emails in late 2011, according to communication reviewed by Rolling Stone. Weeks later, she went on to Crystalia's Sherman Oaks apartment, but when things began escalating, Jill says she told D'Elia she wasn't interested in having sex because she was a virgin. The quote, "I saw his eyes light up. He was like, 'Does that mean if I had sex with you, it would hurt you, right?' Jill says the comment made her feel unsafe and she quickly left. The quote, "That was the day I learned that celebrities are not safe. Just because they're celebrities does not mean they're safe." D'Elia did not respond to this comment, to the claim. God almighty. God almighty. Haley says she met D'Elia in LA in 2014. Was surprised that he had remembered what the 22-year-old had moved from Nashville. No, sorry, let's give you that again. Haley said that she met D'Elia in LA in 2014 and was surprised that he had remembered that the 22-year-old had moved to Nashville when he reached out in August 2017 to invite her to his up-and-coming show, providing 2 free tickets. Alone after a friend left following D'Elia's first set, Haley recalls accepting a drink from a male member of Crystalia's entourage. That's one of the original group that kind of ditched him, innit? Those guys fucking ditched Crystalia quicker than anybody. Which is funny because Brendan stood by him more, even though Crystalia's not really his friends. Crystalia's own friends ditched him, but Brendan didn't, which is weird. Anyway, it was the last, Haley recalls accepting a drink from a male member of Crystalia's entourage. It was the last thing she remembers, before waking up in her own bed the next morning. According to Haley, the venue had to call one of her friends after she was found unresponsive in the bathroom and dumped in the green room, where she lay on the couch until the venue closed. People pointed out to me afterwards that they were like, "He just left you," Haley says. A friend at the time corroborated the incident, saying the venue was even considering calling an ambulance to assist Haley. They didn't respond to the request to comment. Now, I don't know why this story is included here. This seems a bit weak. Do they mean it was the last thing she remembered before waking up in her own bed? So what happened here? She got given a drink. Is she alleging that somebody from Crystalia's camp spiked it, but then she woke up and she was in a green room? It doesn't say she woke up and she felt like she got violated or anything. What are they kind of insinuating here? It seems a bit weird, this one. I don't really get this one. Why did they include this one here? It seems a bit of a non-story. Did she get spiked? Was she too fucked up from drinking too much? Did she have other stuff? But there's no instance here that kind of says something happened to her. It says that Chris D'Elia just left her. Like, of course, Chris D'Elia leaving her is a shitty thing to do, but the guy is, you know, he's clearly not a good date in any way, shape, or form. Let's make that clear. So I'm not really too sure why they included this. Maybe I'm missing something, but I don't get the. I get that she's insinuated maybe something got spiked, but I don't see where she got violated in any way, shape, or form. It's not looking like that. Anyway, it continues. Jenna says that she was in her late 20s when she began sending Chris D'Elia nude photos after messaging him as a fan in 2018. What Jenna thought was a flirty exchange turned into D'Elia choosing her nail color, asking questions about her waist size, pushing her to get a tattoo in honor of him. Quote, it did take a big toll on me, she says of her months-long communication. It was exhausting. You don't want to be at someone's snap of a finger, do what they want, or get reprimanded for it. It was not a nice way to live or to feel. D'Elia did not respond or request for comment. Of course he's not going to respond. Amanda Cooper was a 28-year-old Chris D'Elia superfan, made an elder on congratulations in October 2017 for constantly promoting the podcast. The two had briefly flirted on Snapchat in 2014, which ended with Cooper saying she refused D'Elia's lewd request of showing him her vagina and failed to turn up to one of his shows. Still, Cooper remained a fan and was stoked when Chris D'Elia let her know that she had booked a show in a small hometown of North Battlefield, Saskatchewan, Canada, for February 2018. I obviously felt special, but I also felt like, why would a guy that sells 20,000 person arenas come to this place? This is probably an easy question to answer. But do some of these comedians book shows specifically based on the girls they're talking to on their DMs? That is insane. I guess if you're famous enough, you can kind of bet on yourself in terms of Brendan Schaub speak. Wow. They're legitimately booking shows in random venues just based on who's on their DMs. Oh, look who's in the picture. Look at this. Anyway, let's continue here. One night before the show, Cooper says she got a message from D'Elia asking her to meet him at the hotel. She recalls D'Elia previously making a comment about head only when discussing their meetup, but she brushed off the comment. Cooper went over to the hotel and claims D'Elia quickly began putting his hands all over me. The dynamic further shifted when Cooper says when D'Elia instructed her to get on her knees. Wedged between D'Elia and arm and couch, Cooper says she felt cornered and scared, and lowering herself to the ground while shaking and crying. He grabbed me by my face because I was crying, and he says, "Look at me." I couldn't look at him, obviously. I didn't want to look at him. He said, "If you just do everything I say, it'll be okay." And I thought, okay. Cooper says D'Elia then made her perform oral sex on him, instructing her throughout, and at one point suggestively asked her how old she was. A friend of Cooper confirmed. Sorry, I didn't see that here. AJ posted a link to the Jill girl on the article telling her story on the Deaf Noodles podcast last year. 12:40 timestamp. Okay, cool. Is that you? What do you mean, Sarah? What do you mean, Sarah Devine? What do you mean? Is that me? What is me? Okay, let's check this out here. Thank you, Jeff, for the link. Appreciate you. God Almighty, mate. God Almighty. If this guy survives this, like, you know, life just truly isn't fair. And it would be a fucking weird dent to the victims, innit? No matter what you kind of go through, unless there's really, really hard evidence, it's fucking hard to get these guys convicted of this shit. Anyway, let's play this. Deaf Noodles. Let's see here. Let's get this off of mute. Come on. Oh, that's Alice Hamilton, right? Yeah. Big up Alice Hamilton, mate. She fucking stirred the pot. Kept on badgering these comedians, and essentially
criminal, which is
it kind of worked out in the end, to be honest. She fought the fight, and she probably got herself in a lot of trouble. I'm pretty sure Alice Hamilton in the scene probably lost a lot of bookings off the back of it. But again, somebody with morals, principles, ethics, common decency, calling out what's wrong. So appreciate Alice Hamilton, to be fair. I'm not going to lie. Even if you don't think her stand-up is fucking good or not, or she don't think she's funny, she's fucking got bigger balls than a lot of actual male stand-up comedians out there. Let's play it.
Up to being a sex addict, but like nothing else. And then he
Yeah.
said, I've never met up with any of those women. It's like, because of what happened to me, like I was literally in his place. I made out with him. And I hate that. I hate that memory. But I'll tell you what he said to me because it still haunts me. So we like had made out. I was still a virgin at the time.
Jesus
and so
Christ.
Well, first of all, the reason we even started talking was because, like I said, I was a fan of his. So I tweeted at him. Bad idea. He responded back with his email. Just his email.
Wow.
Nothing else. DM, just sent me his email.
Just looked at the picture and was like, oh, okay.
Yes. And me, like a young budding comic, new to LA, 19, fresh out of rehab. Like I was so fucking raw and vulnerable. I was like, this is so cool. And I was also used to dating college kids, which college kids, all you do is you go to their place and you hook up. So I thought that that was normal life. That's what adults do. So we start talking over email, flirting. And then like it was probably a few months of that. Then I finally did go over to his place. It was probably like 10 p.m. Went to his place. I like couldn't get into, I remember it all so fucking clear, which says that like this really stuck with me. I buzz his doorbell and he was like mad at me that he had to come down and get me because I couldn't figure out his doorbell. Like he was already setting the tone of like, you did something wrong, you're bad, like it's an honor for you to be here and I should be like sucking his dick literally and metaphorically. So then I get in there, energy is so weird. We small talk, I'm like with his two little fucking yappy dogs who he always posts. Then we like made out. And then I told him like, hey, FYI, I'm a virgin. So like, I'm not going to have sex. Then he says, so if you're a virgin, does that mean it would hurt if we had sex?
Fucking hell.
Wow.
Immediately I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to get raped tonight. Like that was so fucking terrifying. And then within 5 minutes, I was like, I have to go. I have to get out of here.
Yeah.
And but I didn't leave before he accused me of drugging him. Because he started,
What?
yeah, it was so weird. Because you know he's like
Rejection.
sober, he's
Yeah.
sober, and so he like was really drowsy, and he had admitted to me that someone at the Comedy Store gave him a pill, and I was like, I didn't drug you. You just told me 10 minutes ago that someone gave you a pill. Whatever. So then I left, and then the next day he texted me, and he was like, I'm sorry about last night. You seem like a really nice girl. I'd love to take you out for coffee. And then I never contacted him again.
Yeah.
And that stuck with me for fucking years. And I would see him around, and I'd be like, that was such a weird moment. But maybe it was just a bad night. And then 8 years later, all of this comes out. And this was January. I checked our emails the other day. This was January 2012. So this was when he had just gotten on Whitney. It was the big, I can guess, the beginning of his journey of doing this to women.
January 2012. 2012, he was doing this shit. Yo, if this guy doesn't end up in the prison sometime soon, life truly isn't fair. 2012. 2012.
So God knows how many women there were and girls, teen girls there were after me and before me. And just like, he's so disgusting.
I don't know. And to think, right? This is the same people. Like, just play this in your mind, right? Because this just always make me laugh. Just please play this in your mind when you think about his allegations. 2012, and look at these guys, how they responded to the allegations when you got cancelled the first time. The sobbing, the tears and the sobbing from this guy who was a known creep since 2012.
But apparently the swelling will go.
Yeah, Josie Masters, you're right. Be prepared to be very disappointed. honestly, I swear to God, if he with this amount of accounts out there, if he doesn't end up in prison in some way, shape or form, or in the courts or something, if we don't see him standing in court, fucking having charges read against him, whatever, even if he doesn't spend no time in prison, but something happening, life truly isn't fair. Life truly isn't fair. Like, what the fuck? There's literally hundreds of victims then. If this is 2012, he's been doing this shit, there's probably hundreds of victims.
Go down.
And then
That's what happens.
And then it looks better.
Apparently, this is permanent.
You look like you got stung by.
It doesn't hurt though.
The news, if you're alive, if you've been following this Twitter thing the way we have, you know what's going on with
this Twitter thing.
Friend Chris. I'm not, in these situations, people in Hollywood tell you what to say. And I said to Brennan, what we can do is tell the truth. And I'm not going to sit here. I'm a man, and I define myself on how I respond to these situations in real time when the pressure's really on. And so this is what I'll say. I always knew Chris as a ladies' man. I have never, and I'm going to say this, I have never seen or heard of him doing anything illegal, ever. This is as shocking to me as I'm watching this happen. I don't know what to think, and I don't know what to say. I don't.
This response is okay when the first allegations came out. But then standing by the guy, making a podcast with him, calling the allegations bullshit Me Too shit is batshit insane.
But I'm going to say it again. I have personally never heard or seen him do anything illegal. That's all I can say. And right now I have to believe that because he's still a friend. And it may be unpopular to say that, but I don't know what else to say.
Your friend's a pedo. Don't you have a daughter? Don't you have some shame? Like, isn't his daughter like a teenager or something? Like around the ages of Crystalia has been accused of grooming and trying to get interested with. I swear, no? Doesn't Bryan Callen have like an actual teenage daughter? He's old enough to have one. Imagine. There's no part of you as, protective instincts kick in and be like, you know what, even though you're my friend, I just can't be around you anymore, bro. You got this pedo stink on you. I can't have you around. I can't be around you. I've got daughters, man. Just stand on something. These guys have no principles, no morals, no nothing. As long as there's money attached with it, they'll turn the blind eye.
I don't know what else to do, and I'm not going to be some. I just think it's an impossible situation, and I'm just at a loss. I'm at a loss, and I'm praying that what I'm hearing isn't true. Maybe that's the best way to put it.
I can't talk.
It's just, it's like
if these guys have him on golden hour, I'm fucking bemused.
It's a weird thing because I said to Brennan, I said it's like it's like watching someone die or something. And also, it's just. We haven't. What's important to say, we haven't spoken to Chris.
No.
And
fucking spineless piece of shit.
We've never been on the road with him. I was on the road with him about 14 years ago once.
14 years ago once. The guy who he started 10-minute podcasts with. The guy who he went on tour with numerous times, involved in skits. They were planning to do a Netflix show together that got cancelled because they both got accused of some creepo shit. I've never hung out with him. I've never hung out with him. We don't have dinner. We're not that good friends. But he's still my friend. Excuse me?
When he was, just beginning. But I've never been on the road with him. So I don't know. I don't know what to think, and I don't know.
Liar.
And that's what's so frustrating.
I'm just sad.
Yeah.
I'm sad.
So anyway. Yeah. Sometimes that's the best thing to say, is to say, I don't know what to say. And I'm just, I don't know, man. Yeah. It's a fucked up thing.
By the way, you never saw Brendan cry like this on camera when allegedly his wife had a miscarriage? When his wife's grandma passed away? Everything he cried about is redacted. that video of all his friends thanking him for doing his comedy special, he sobbed like a baby. When Chris D'Elia got accused of being a pedo, he sobbed like a baby. The guy's sick in the head.
I can't talk.
Well, that's appropriate. That's appropriate right now. You can just pray that that nothing's true.
Because no matter what the facts are, whatever comes out, I'm as shocked as anyone. I'm hurt. I'm mad. I'm fucking mad, man. I'm mad at him.
I can't talk.
Okay.
All-time classic. Fucking hell. Anyway, back to the article. Finish it quickly. A friend of Cooper's confirmed to Rolling Stone that Cooper had told them about the events that night, and D'Elia, through his attorney, claimed the encounter was consensual and Cooper was not credible, and had changed her story about the encounter since she posted on YouTube alleged assault, where she discussed consent and grey areas of sexual encounters. After reports about D'Elia began circulating online in 2020, Cooper added her own story to the dialogue, making several YouTube videos about her experience. It took me until 2020 that nobody else came out to terms. No, sorry, let's read it again. It took me until 2020 that everybody else came out to come to terms with how he did that to me on purpose. Cooper explains, he came to my tiny little hometown. He made me an elder. He did all that just to get power over me. Fuck. Despite their long distance relationship and primarily talking over Snapchat videos, Wolf says D'Elia told her he loved her within a matter of weeks, began calling her girlfriend, and discussed Wolf moving to LA so they could be closer. Wolf felt similarly, although now she recognizes the rapid escalation of their relationship as love bombing. Wolf traveled to LA 3 times to see D'Elia, but he only met up with her on 2 of those trips. It soon became clear to Wolf that D'Elia wasn't monogamous, which she explained to her and she accepted. But Wolf says D'Elia had different expectations for her. He wanted full commitment from me, Wolf says, which she eventually honored by getting his initials tattooed on her neck in the shape of a heart. Wolf later had the tattoo turn into a broken heart. I wasn't allowed to speak to other men. He would ask me for screenshots if men reached out to me. Fucking hell. D'Elia's controlling side slowly crept out. Wolf says he allegedly began making comments about not wanting Wolf to dress too sexy, which resulted in her laying outfits out for D'Elia to approve. Oh my god. He monitored her location, and if she was out with her friends, Wolf claims D'Elia decided how much she could drink and what time that she could be home. Wolf says that she relapsed into eating disorders, dropping into an unsafe 100 pounds due to Chris D'Elia's encouragement to stay thin, petite for him, even though she knew she had struggled with her body image issues. There are certain things that should have been red flags, but I never expected how severe they would get. I just thought, okay, that's a little odd. I never would have thought that the control would have gotten so intense. Wolf says that she gradually came to learn of the scale of it, that D'Elia had women across the country doing his bidding. One of his prevailing fantasies, Wolf claims, was having a harem-like house where his girls would all stay, each fulfilling a different sexual desire of his, going so far as to putting Wolf in contact with other women so that they could be roommates. He made a comment about how once he has girls living together, he had let's read that again. He made a comment about how once he had his girls living together, how he'd want them to be a girl who just simply cleans him after a sexual encounter. All right. There was another instance, Wolf says, where she learned that the extent of this of his other relationships. When D'Elia asks Wolf to send him a video of herself topless on her knees saying, "I'm a D'Elia girl." Minutes after sending the video, Wolf claims D'Elia sent her several Snapchat videos, each of different women on their knees, repeating the same phrase. At least a dozen women were sending D'Elia nude photos and videos regularly. Wolf and Emma estimate they were his girls, and each considered themselves to be in some form of relationship with or fling with D'Elia. Much like Wolf, they were all expected to send explicit footage of D'Elia upon his command. I wonder what the wife thinks, because the wife has been ride or die for Chris for a long time. How does a wife think? Now these other, like, what's the wife gonna do? When if he gets is she gonna file for divorce? Does she stay with him? I wonder. It continues here. Emma was among. No, did I read that already? Yeah, Emma was among those women. The then 22-year-old began messaging D'Elia in 2019. As many other women's accounts, Emma has said the conversation turned sexual over Snapchat. For the next year, Emma describes having a relationship with D'Elia that mirrored the experiences of Wolf, with D'Elia allegedly growing more controlling, particularly by monitoring Emma's whereabouts. She recalls ruining a nice dinner with friends when D'Elia gave her a near impossible curfew in the middle of the meal. Although Emma wound up beating the clock, there was no prize in meeting D'Elia's demands. That's the whole point, Emma explains. The reward was that he wasn't mad at me. D'Elia didn't respond to a request for comment. It was this fear that D'Elia cutting off communication that Emma says made her comply with things that she'd never do otherwise. It wasn't for COVID restrictions shutting down tattoo parlors. Emma says she would have likely honored Chris D'Elia's request to be branded with his initials. It's one of those things that when you're in it, you don't see it getting worse. And then looking back and talking about it now, it's crazy, she says. It happens so quietly. It just builds and builds until those kinds of things seem normal to you. Alexa, who requested to be identified by only her first name, used to describe herself as one of D'Elia's babies. The then 18-year-old clinging onto D'Elia's comedy when she went into her treatment for her eating disorder in August 2019. After briefly messaging D'Elia on Instagram, Alexa met up with him in August after one of his shows in San Jose, California, according to screenshots reviewed by the Rolling Stone. Alexa says that she performed oral sex on him at his hotel room. Still in recovery, Alexa says D'Elia's attention became a lifeline to her, believing that he cared about her well-being, claiming that he would check in with her about her treatment, asking about her weight, and requesting her to step on the scale for him. Over time, Alexa says D'Elia became extremely possessive, only allowing her to call him daddy, calling her his girl, and becoming angry if she hung out with boys. D'Elia did not respond to a request for comment. Fucking hell, mate. That is some sick shit. That October, Alexa flew down to LA and caught one of D'Elia's shows at the Laugh Factory, where he allegedly had saved a free ticket for her in a ticket booth. That's actually the place that I actually saw D'Elia perform, actually. All those years ago that I went to watch him. I think that was 2017. It probably was. Alone with $6 in her pocket, Alexa says that she could barely cover her sodas required by the club's 2-drink minimum. D'Elia briefly said hello ahead of his set, giving Alexa a hug and making small talk. After the show, Alexa says D'Elia said he'd meet her outside, but it took 2.5 hours for him to emerge from the club. This is why I don't believe all these other comedians who say that they didn't know. Because you remember before Chris D'Elia got cancelled, the common sort of inside joke about Chris D'Elia was that all his shows were full of girls. Young girls kind of waiting and, wanting to get his attention. And that's a fact. I know for myself, having gone to a show of his in 2017 in Laugh Factory, I think Tiffany Haddish was the MC. That's how long ago it was, when she was still kind of coming up. And I remember being surprised, like, I didn't know that many girls come to comedy shows. And then somebody else sitting next to me was in the hostel who kind of went to a few of those shows, like, nah, it's not usually like this. It's because of the comedians who are performing. And then of course Chris D'Elia came on to headline. I was like, oh, this makes a lot of sense, especially because the crowd went fucking crazy when he came on. Like, he had, it's like a fucking concert hall. I'm hearing all these girls screaming in the crowd. So these comedians say that they didn't know nothing are lying, because everybody spoke about before he got cancelled how it's the only comedy shows you'd go to where you'd actually see attractive women or young girls and shit. It continues. Eventually I get a text and he says he's around the block, Alexa says. Getting into the car and only to have D'Elia to do a lap around the block before parking right where she got in. Sicko. The encounter lasted 15 minutes. Ultimately he was there for one thing, Alexa says. I performed oral and then he said we should fuck next time. It was the first big wake up call for her. I think that was probably my first, I don't think he cares about me. Alexa began to gradually pull away and weasel out of the relationship, and by the time D'Elia faced his reckoning, Alexa was able to observe from a distance, immediately recognizing what had transpired was wrong on D'Elia's part. Legally, he knew exactly what he was doing and that he was being okay, but morally, anybody in their right mind would be disgusted. We were both legal adults. I had about 4 months to practice being a legal adult, and he had 20 plus years to practice. I had to learn the hard way because he chose to take advantage of somebody who didn't know the difference between right and wrong. Throughout the years, D'Elia has remained tight-lipped about his relationships. After his divorce from his first wife, actress Emily Montague, in 2010, he is rarely spotted in public with women. The playbook applied when, the same playbook applied when around 2018 he began dating his now wife Kristen Taylor, who he proposed to in September 2019 and welcomed a son Calvin with in February 2020. By that time, in June, D'Elia's painstaking attempts to keep his many different lives separate were obliterated by Rossi's tweets and the surge of women sharing their alleged encounters with D'Elia. Wolf recalls noticing D'Elia's name on Twitter trending and reaching out to give him a heads up, which he allegedly hurried illogically before going dark for 2 weeks. Both Wolf and Emma separately expressed feeling confused about the allegations and unsure what to do in D'Elia's sudden absence. You've been caged for a year and then you can do whatever you want, Emma explains. I literally didn't know what to do because I had somebody telling me what to do all the time. Other women began to find each other through social media and whisper networks, trying to piece together what had happened. There was a definite moment in June 2020 when I was like, I think something bad happened to me, Emma says. That was the first time that I realized maybe how bad the situation was, because I didn't realize the whole gravity of it until it fell apart. Then suddenly D'Elia was back. He reached out under a new Snapchat name to the women, denying allegations, issuing reassurance, and trying to get back to normalcy. After being in a state of anxiousness for weeks, Wolf says she was willing to accept whatever reason D'Elia gave her. I had already lost so much of myself, I felt completely lost when we weren't in contact with him or for some time, she explains. D'Elia was also guilt-tripping her, Wolf claims, being less focused on denying the allegations and more so in complaining that he was being abandoned by his friends and peers. Emma felt similarly, feeling almost burdened with D'Elia's supposed mental health struggles. I didn't know if I should stop talking to him and if he would increase it. So it was almost easier to be kind in a moment. So he's complaining about Whitney Cummings, excommunicating himself, Joe Rogan, all this sort of shit. If ever he was pissed off about the Joe Rogan thing, you should kind of throw that in the bin because that's completely over now. Meanwhile, D'Elia remained off social media until February 2021, returning with a 10-minute video, this one here. It's been a while. Explaining his absence. He says, as I quote, "Sex controlled my life," D'Elia said in the apology video, admitting that he cheated on his then fiancée Taylor. "It was my focus all the time and I had a problem. I do have a problem. I need to do work on that." He acknowledged the unfair power dynamic, saying he used the familiarity that he had with his fans to have sex with them. But D'Elia was adamant that while the situation looks bad, it doesn't show the full scope of what's happened. Adding, "I stand by the fact that all my relationships have been consensual, legal, that's the truth." Obviously it's not. There was an immediate shift in D'Elia's outward persona. His Instagram, which had previously featured bits of D'Elia's stand-up routines, clips of his podcast, suddenly showcased a softer side, with family photos, videos sprinkled with his feed. Slowly, D'Elia began to distance himself from the stain of the scandal, so much so that he began performing again at comedy clubs. His YouTube channel regularly brings in tens of thousands of views. His TikTok is thriving with 2 million followers. He launched an advice podcast called Lifeline with his brother Matt and kicked off a new stand-up comedy tour this January. But behind the scenes, the reformed image of D'Elia had desperately tried to scrape together was slowly beginning to fall apart. In private, once back in touch with D'Elia in summer 2020, but Wolf and Emma claim that not only did D'Elia's manipulative and controlling behavior continue, it escalated. Wolf says D'Elia's sexual demands became a lot darker and more intense, once directing her to pee her pants and show him. Huh? His overall mood had darkened, they say, and gone with the casual conversations about their days. The bulk of their conversation centered around D'Elia's needs and his sexual demands. After the fall happened, it was much more tumultuous. The good days were good and the bad days were terrible. You just try to make sure that on the bad days you tiptoe around him so you don't set off something. Slowly, Wolf and Emma began to break away from D'Elia. "It was too weird for me," Emma explains. I couldn't do it in a clear conscience. I couldn't do it knowing that Kristen was there. I couldn't do it knowing that they have a kid. I don't need to be on all this at this point. I kind of bowed out of it. Wolf says her first attempt to detach herself from him came in December 2021. I was becoming more and more aware of gaslighting, she explains. I was incredibly fed up. I snapped and said, I can't do this. I value my morals so much more than what I'm getting out of this. I'm getting nothing out of this but stress and panic and pain. By April 2020, Wolf says she was gone. In August 2022, Wolf wanted closure and confronted D'Elia in a video call about the way she treated her and made her feel dehumanized, especially encouragement of her eating disorder. In recorded conversation reviewed by Rolling Stone, D'Elia claims that he had no idea he was affecting her. Yeah, fucking right. After pausing to ask Wolf where she was, and reassuring him by showing an empty room, he continues, I don't ever want people to feel bad about themselves. You know that, don't you? Later in the conversation, D'Elia tries to coax Wolf into deleting all their communication, as well as anonymous posts that she had made, along with other women, about her story on Reddit. If you don't mind, deleting all that stuff would definitely help me with people sending me death threats and shit, he says. Imagine him pretending to be the victim. What a piece of shit. What a legitimate, bona fide piece of shit. God almighty. Meanwhile, Kyle Anderson and Felicia Martinez had slowly began working on their D'Elia YouTube documentary since 2020. When Wolf began making social media posts about D'Elia, they swung into full force, adding Wolf to the documentary, seeking out new accusers and putting final edits on the interview that they had already recorded. D'Elia's former tour manager, Zach Doncovio, came forward in the documentary, hoping his name and recounting that he had witnessed while working with D'Elia from 2018 to 2019 would help lend some credibility to the woman's stories. He claims to have witnessed D'Elia profusely seeking out women while on tour and meeting women whom D'Elia was flying out to hook up with on the road. I saw multiple girls on multiple occasions come out of the hotel room and look on their face that was a disgusted look, he tells Rolling Stone. It was those things that were red flags when I started thinking, oh, something isn't right. Doncovio went on to call D'Elia predatory and a monster in the documentary. Airing in late December, the documentary sparked some rumbling on social media, particularly on Reddit, where D'Elia fans and critics began discussing the allegations. Some were outright disturbed, others felt duped by D'Elia's confessions or being changed. Even more were protective of D'Elia, mocking Anderson's pedigree, doubting the women's stories, and going on the defensive for their favorite comedian. After a group began making plans on social media to protest outside of Hollywood Improv at the same day as D'Elia's performance, the show was suddenly cancelled without reason, reported by the Rolling Stone. D'Elia's book later claimed a conflict in D'Elia's schedule. D'Elia remained silent. In his first podcast after the documentary, he avoided the accusations, instead disclosing that he had entered rehab in November. Wolf says the timing of this day was shortly after he contacted D'Elia's wife Taylor in early November, according to screenshots reviewed by the Rolling Stone, and offered her evidence that he had been in affairs with multiple women throughout their marriage. Taylor seemed to accept Wolf's story, according to multiple screenshots of text messages reviewed by the Rolling Stones, asking Wolf if she would be willing to talk on the phone with me. And with him, asking Wolf if she would be willing to talk on the phone with me and him within a therapeutic setting. Both of our therapists on the phone. I need all the information as we move through this. Yo, Chris D'Elia's wife sounds like a bit of a sicko herself, mate. She wanted to get on the phone with the victims and the therapist. What? D'Elia's attorney denied Taylor had ever recommended a group therapy session between a couple and Wolf, saying the claim could not be further from the truth. Wolf says that she never heard from either Taylor or D'Elia again, only learning about through the podcast, and the couple seemed to be addressing the allegation of cheating by D'Elia entering the rehab. Days after the episode aired, Taylor announced that she and D'Elia were expecting their child, the second child, and Taylor gave birth to a son earlier this month. Throughout the conversation with many women who spoke on this piece, many described feeling frustrated that D'Elia and his fans have harped on about his recovery and journey, his atonement and the career pitfalls he suffered, while brandishing the women as liars, dismissing their feelings or outright excusing D'Elia's behavior. The quote, "I am not deflecting my part in it," which I like this acknowledgement here, but he's deflecting his, and that's her biggest issue. Agreed, Alexa points out. When he wrote it off as a sex addiction, everyone was like, he needs help. He needs help. What about the girls that fell victim to his sexual addiction? There's so much collateral damage that was done that you don't just write it off with, I'm an addict and I'm going to get help. What about the stuff that happened before you admitted it? That still happened. 100% agree. What a good point. None of the women say that they ever received any form of apology from D'Elia about how he treated them, apart from the generic public apology video in 2021. It was the main reason Emma felt compelled to move forward, feeling that they're refusing to acknowledge the ruin he left on his wake. I do think some people walked away differently, Emma says. But if you continued to a conversation with him and had a relationship with him, you probably ended up about the same. The only outcome was ever going to be emotional scarring or emotional abuse. Many are adamant that speaking out now is about cancelling D'Elia. Several don't believe he's ever been cancelled, pointing to his current nationwide tour, the success of his YouTube channel, and thriving podcasts. The quote, "I don't care about cancelling him," Jill says. "What I want now, what I think a lot of victims want, is accountability, honesty, and for justice to be served by him stopping abusing women." As for Wolf, she hopes that others who were also in similar situations with D'Elia are able to finally come to a place of healing. There are real people who have gone through, and in some cases are currently going through, such deep rewiring processes due to the abuse that they've experienced, she says. They deserve acknowledgement. They deserve to feel okay about sharing their experience, and I hope through the truth coming to light that they were able to find that. Men in positions such as Chris's will continue to have the same pattern of behavior as long as they get away with it. I hope in Chris's case that ends now. Fucking hell. That was a lot. That was heavy. And yeah, the guy's a sicko, man. The guy's a sicko. If he somehow avoids a really thorough investigation from any kind of, FBI, police, whatever it may be, then life truly isn't fair, because it sounds like there is hundreds of victims who have got documented and proven corroborated accounts of his that are really, really suspect. If he's able to get away with it, it says a lot about how broken the judicial system is in general, that guys can essentially get away with this, or that people can get away with this in general. It's fucking horrible, monstrous shit. And I just can't, still boggles the mind that Brendan and fucking Bryan Callen are putting their entire careers and, putting their reputations on the line for this guy, man. It's fucking crazy, to be honest. It makes no sense. You have to be so sure in your own self that he didn't do any of this stuff, and this is all just like him being a sex addict, him just being too freaky and horny. There's no morals or no ethics or principles when it comes to what? How many women has he cheated his wife with? Like 1,000? Is that not good? Is that a good thing also? He has kids. He's probably, fucked how many kids in between each kid's birth? 500? 100? 200? Less than 100? Shit, bruh. And then the 16, 17-year-old, 18-year-old accounts, like, I don't know. Crazy account. Again, Rolling Stone did a pretty thorough job on this regard. I'm curious to see what the fallout from this will be. First of all, Golden Hour podcast, will it be on the next episode? Because they don't film them ahead of time. They don't bank them like Your Mum's House stuff. So most likely, if he is on the next episode, that says a lot about those guys co-signing him and essentially, being okay with all this shit, which is fucking crazy, really. Because it's none of their business, really. It's only on him. But the fact that they would sit next to him and do the show is going to make them look crazy. I'm also curious to see what's going to be happening in terms of his up-and-coming bookings in comedy clubs and shit. Would that be affected? I probably doubt it. And this also kind of explains why he's been in a pissy mood on the Golden Hour in general. He was complaining about the industry, talking about quitting acting, talking about the Hollywood, talking about cancel culture. He had a really kind of sad face when Eric Griffin was talking about his, weekender at the Comedy Mothership. He probably feels a bit away about not being invited back into the fold and being ROGAN'S friend again or going on the podcast. So all that stuff should be basically over, really and truly. But let's see. Because essentially Chris Leah's fans are a little bit weird anyway. So they might excuse the whole entire thing. But anyway, I'm done. 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 I can't do this anymore. Severe Design. If you woke up at 3:30 in the morning to a strange sensation, and when you look down, Chris D'Elia is looking at you sucking on your toes, would you tattoo his initials? Of course I wouldn't. That's a rhetorical question, but I guess you're saying that more so in terms of the other people who probably did that. To be fair, this is too complex and way outside of my mental capacity to understand. But I think when it comes to abusive relationships, clearly he was looking for broken people and he kind of attracted them, and he basically took advantage of them in some way, shape or form, and he probably should know better not to do so, but he exploited it for his own personal gain, own weird sexual creepy gain, I'm sure, as well, and it ended the way it ended in it, and essentially, you know, played a huge part in destroying his career. So yeah, but I'm sure there are many things kind of, you know, attached to that sort of stuff, but it's all kind of sick and disgusting, to be fair. So I'm just gonna leave it alone there. Leave it alone. But yeah, that is where I have to end. It's been a long time, 4 hours and fucking 30 minutes. Thank you for those of you who have tuned in for the majority of the show. Even if you've checked in for the last 5 minutes, I appreciate you. It goes a long way. I really do thank you a lot for that. If it's your first time checking out this random show, please make sure you smash the like button down below. Please, if you can, that'll be greatly appreciated, so I can get a little bump on the algo and people can see me and shit. When other people view, they can see how people like it. That'll be greatly appreciated. Just give me a little like on the flipping stream. That's all you need to do, nothing else. But yeah, apart from that, thank you so much for tuning in. Timestamps will be up and available for this pod and this stream later on, so please check out if you do need to do that. If you have any suggestions on things I need to kind of look at and check out, please let me know in the comments down below. Also, I'm really open to see some more things to check out on the show, because it's going to be a little bit dead in the comedy scene in terms of people getting up to some passa. But if you've got any other things you want me to check out, please do. There's also the link to the Discord, a good little thriving community there of people, so check out the Discord link if you want to join them and speak about shit. But again, if you don't just need recommendations or just topics or comments or feedback in the comments, do that also. I appreciate that. That's about it really, man. Thanks again for tuning in to Random Show episode number 110 with me, Agostino Zinga, and I will be here again with you probably in a couple of days. But for now, take care, be safe, appreciate every single one of you. Big up, big up, big up. Peace.